Chapter 2558 Leave. Yang Yi was quite excited because if he could take her with him, then the soul sect would be trash. It would take a single swing of her palm. She was an extraordinary source of backing. Meanwhile, the young girl was tempted by Yang Ye's suggestion as well. However, a voice came from not too far behind her. No? Yang Yi looked up into the darkness, and he saw an old man walking out slowly from there. The old man went over to the young girl and bowed slightly. Master, if you leave, the world outside won't be able to endure your presence. You know that well. Meanwhile, Yang Yi hurriedly said, I have a world in me, the primordial pagoda. The old man glanced at Yang Yi. It's just a mid-level world, and the world outside is a high-level world. Even a high-level world cannot endure my master, let alone that mid-level world of yours. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Meanwhile, the young girl spoke abruptly. Can I suppress my cultivation? Yang Yi blinked. You can. The old man was stunned. She nodded slightly. It shouldn't be a problem. She gazed at the old man as she spoke. The old man shook his head slightly. It's too dangerous. Dangerous. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched. Yang Yi wondered if he meant that it would be dangerous for her, or if she would be a danger for the outside world. She shrugged. I've been here for far too long. I'm really bored. The old man bowed slightly. Master, you've endured it here for so long. Is this short amount of time really worth it? Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, Senior, I'll take good care of her out there. I take care of her. Meanwhile, a powerful aura enveloped Yang Yi. How will you do that? You can't even take care of yourself. Besides that, don't think I don't know what you're planning. Do you know what will happen if Master heads outside? You don't. Yang Yi was speechless. Meanwhile, the young girl spoke abruptly. I guarantee that I won't fight. All right? The old man wanted to say more, but the other old man suddenly stepped forward. Shaji, just let our master go outside for a stroll. Yang Yi gazed at the old men. Both of them wore black robes, and he couldn't differentiate them at all. The old man called Shaji gazed at the other black-robed man. Songmu, don't you know what the consequences are? Master will. Songmu shook his head slightly. Master just has to avoid fighting. She's been with us old geezers for countless years, and she has truly suffered. So, let her go have a look at the outside world. Moreover, there are countless experts in this era and in this universe, so going to have a look at them isn't a bad thing. Shaji wanted to say more, but the young girl had already started suppressing her cultivation. It took her an entire 2 hours. She was constantly growing weaker. She finally stopped when the old men nodded. Yang Yi was utterly flabbergasted. It had taken this long just to suppress her cultivation. So, what was her cultivation? Once her cultivation was suppressed, she gazed at Yang Yi and pointed at his body. Shall I go inside? She didn't wait for Yang Yi to answer her, and just entered the primordial pagoda. As soon as she went inside, Yang Yi staggered for a moment and almost fell to the ground. Yang Yi was shocked. At that instant, he felt like he'd suffered a heavy blow, and a wave of heaviness surged through him. It was because of the young girl. Yang Yi gazed at the 2 old men, and they were looking at him too. Meanwhile, Songmu suddenly said, She's just going out to have some fun. Understand? Yang Yi nodded. I understand. Songmu added, If you make her fight outside, your enemies will die, but you will die too. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Songmu shook his head. There are many things I cannot explain to you. You just have to know that you should never let her fight unless there's no other way. It's for her own good and yours. Yang Yi glanced at the old man and nodded. Sponsored content. Yang Yi didn't leave immediately, and he advanced to the 5-world realm before leaving. When he was about to leave, the old men appeared before him again. Songmu pointed above them. See those divine treasures? Yang Yi hurriedly nodded while feeling inwardly overjoyed. Are they going to give them to me? Meanwhile, Songmu poured a bucket of cold water on him with these words. Once she's had enough fun, all of them will be yours once you bring her back. You can't have them yet, understand? Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Just like that, Yang Yi left while feeling disgruntled. He'd thought that he was taking a powerful expert with him, and she could be his guardian. But now it seemed like she may not be his guardian but his bane instead. She couldn't help him in battle. If she did, he would die. What the heck was that? At the bottom of the abyss, the two old men watched Yang Yi leave in silence, and a long time passed before Shaji suddenly asked, "Why?" Songmu spoke softly. "Did you see that sword cultivator from the other day?" Shaji fell silent. Songmu continued, "This era isn't our era anymore, and it doesn't belong to Master either. But we can't underestimate this era either. It isn't a bad thing to let her come into contact with this era. Moreover, even if that kid is weak and doesn't have the right to fight for the right to enter that door in the future, don't forget that he has the sprite progenitor and evil progenitor with him. It isn't bad for our master to get to know them." Shaji shook his head slightly. "I'm afraid that while it isn't a bad thing, it may not be a good thing either." Songmu fell silent. Along with the departure of their master, the abyss fell deathly silent. In the primordial pagoda, the young girl curiously sized up the surroundings, and it didn't take long for her to arrive at the primal true dragon's territory. The dragon was lying there, and it opened its eyes and glanced at her upon noticing someone entering its territory. She glanced at the dragon and asked, "Are you a dragon?" The primal true dragon was stunned speechless. Sponsored content. She walked over to it, sized it up slowly, and then shook her head. "What a weak dragon, and such a weak bloodline. You're far, far too inferior when compared to that dragon from all those years ago." The dragon was furious. It was an insult. A wave of powerful dragon pressure swept out from the dragon and pressed down upon her. The dragon hadn't tried to kill her. While it didn't know why she was here, it knew that since she was here, that represented that she knew Yang Yi. So, it had held back. The young girl didn't try to get away from it, and just allowed the pressure to descend upon her. Or to be more precise, it just vanished upon arriving around her. It vanished completely. The dragon was stunned by this scene. She shook her head and left. Once she left the dragon's territory, she went over to the chaotic fruit tree. She was quite curious as she gazed at the tree. "Your fruits are barely passable." She waved her right hand, and one of the fruits on the tree flew into her grasp. After that, she took a bite. At this moment, the tree was furious. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. ly/3ibfjkv. Even Yang Yi didn't dare to just take its fruits. A wave of powerful energy rippled out from the tree, and its target was the young girl. She took another bite from the fruit, glanced indifferently at the tree, and then just allowed the energy to slam against her. A breath of time later, she was still standing there eating the fruit. The tree trembled for quite some time before gradually calming down. She took another fruit and left. The tree didn't dare to make a single sound. Once she left the chaotic fruit tree, she went to the world-born fruit tree. Her gaze descended upon its fruits, and it didn't take long for her to finish eating the chaotic fruits. She was about to pluck a world-born fruit when one of them suddenly left the tree and floated over to her. She just took it as if it was a matter of course and started eating. It didn't take long for her to finish it. Meanwhile, another fruit floated over to her. She took the fruit, glanced at the tree, and then waved her right hand. A strand of mysterious energy enveloped the tree. Sponsored content. It formed an independent pocket of space, a world of its own. At this moment, the world-born fruit was trembling. Because at this moment, it wasn't restrained by the three-dimensional universe anymore. While it hadn't transcended the scope of the three-dimensional universe, it wasn't restrained by the laws of the three-dimensional universe. It could grow freely without any upper limit. It was overjoyed. It could be said that once Snowy returned and nurtured it well, it would transcend its limits and become an existence comparable to super-divine treasures. It was something that countless living beings dreamed of. The facts proved that knowing how to act as a tree was important. She'd taken 2 of its fruits, and it had given them to her in such a sensible manner. So, she felt that she had to do something in return. She left while eating the second fruit, and it didn't take long for her to arrive near the pool of lightning. A young girl was lying there. It was Lei Lin. Lei Lin was nibbling on a ball of lightning essence. Lei Lin glanced at the young girl, and then she pointed at the lightning essence and spoke in a melodious voice, "Want some?" The young girl glanced at Lei Lin and shook her head. She hesitated for a moment and raised the fruit in her grasp toward Lei Lin. Want some? Lei Lin shook her head, and then she went over to the young girl and asked curiously, What's your name? What's my name? The young girl thought for quite some time and replied, Chi. Lei Lin blinked, Chi? The young girl frowned and thought for a long time before she said, Chi Bitian. The three-dimensional universe's heavens has 9 levels, and I'm 1 level higher than that. Chi Bitian. Chapter 2559. The young girl and Lei Lin were clearly a good match, and the two little fellows talked for a long time. As for the pool of lightning, it clearly feared the young girl quite a bit. It calmed down upon her arrival, and it didn't even reveal a thread of lightning. Just like that, the young girl, Chi Bitian, took up residence in the primordial pagoda. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had left the abyss, but he didn't see a sign of that black-robed man from the Soul Sect. Obviously, the black-robed man had left. Yang Yi felt that it was quite a pity, because he was at the 5-world realm now, and it wasn't just in his cultivation, his body was at the 5-world realm too. Moreover, the strength of his body wasn't inferior to the primal true dragon. He really wanted to fight the black-robed man. Battle. He wanted to fight to his heart's content. Unfortunately, that expert from the Soul Sect had left. Yang Yi didn't stay here and left. He went to War City. However, an old man stopped him before he could even go inside. The old man was one of the old men who'd helped him stop the Soul Sect's expert that day. It was all thanks to those 2 old men that he'd been able to escape that day. Yang Yi bowed slightly to the old man. Thank you for the help earlier. The old man sized up Yang Yi and said, You can't enter the city. Yang Yi was stunned and asked, Why? The old man replied indifferently, You've been expelled from the war dimension. Yang Yi spoke with astonishment. I've been expelled? Who did it? Who? The old man replied indifferently, The higher-ups. Yang Yi refused to accept it. Tell them to come out here. I'll fight them one-on-one. Suddenly, a ray of white light shot down from the sky. It was so fast that Yang Yi wasn't even able to react before it slammed against him. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted over 1 kilometer away. Yang Yi shuddered as he laid there on the ground. Meanwhile, the old man walked over to Yang Yi. Do you still want to fight them? Yang Yi crawled up slowly from the ground and shot a glance up into the sky. He could sense a pair of eyes staring at him. Yang Yi moved his gaze away and spoke seriously. It's a misunderstanding. It's just a misunderstanding. The old man glanced at Yang Yi and sighed softly. Leave? We broke the rules by interfering before. Moreover, the war dimension doesn't hope for the enmity between you and the Soul Sect to be brought here. So, the members of the Soul Sect and the disciples of your sect have been temporarily expelled from the war dimension. All of you are prohibited from coming here until your business is resolved. Yang Yi fell silent. The old man added, If the ancient sword sect is unable to avoid destruction in the end, you can come here. So long as you become a member of the war dimension again, then the higher-ups will keep you alive. Yang Yi shot a glance into the sky and smiled. I appreciate it. As he spoke, he gazed at the old man. Can I go inside the city? Don't worry, I won't cause trouble. I just need to conduct some business in the underground trade area. I'll leave once I'm done. The old man hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yang Yi cupped his fists. Thank you. He entered the city once he finished speaking. The old man sighed softly on the spot. Yang Yi went to the underground trade area again, and he met the mysterious figure in that dark house. Yang Yi went straight to the point. Where are the people I'm looking for? The mysterious figure replied, We don't have the whereabouts of 2 of them. As for the rest, we have practically determined their locations. It won't take long before they'll come to you, if they are willing. 2 hadn't been found. Sponsored content. Yang Yi frowned slightly. Which 2? The mysterious figure said, Sky Maiden and Blood Maiden. We did locate Blood Maiden previously, but it only took a while for her to vanish again. As for Sky Maiden, we'll try our best, but the chances of success are slim. Sky Maiden, Blood Maiden. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while and nodded. Thank you. He turned around with the intent of leaving. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure suddenly said, You came out of the abyss. Yang Yi stopped and gazed at him. You're quite amazing to even be aware of that. The mysterious figure asked, have you been to the bottom of it? Yang Yi smiled. Why? The mysterious figure fell silent for a short while and said, I'll be frank. If you know what lies at the bottom of that abyss, you can make a trade with me. Yang Yi shook his head. Sorry, I don't know. A trade? Yang Yi knew that Qibitian and those two mysterious old men wouldn't want him to expose their existence to anyone. The mysterious figure didn't say anything while Yang Yi shook his head instead. Don't ask for something beyond my ability. The mysterious figure sighed softly. All right, take care. Yang Yi cupped his fist and left. Not long after Yang Yi left, a voice resounded in the house. He has definitely been there. The mysterious figure replied, I know. The voice spoke once more. He was actually able to reach the bottom and return alive. He has many other secrets that we aren't aware of. The mysterious figure replied softly, the universe is boundless, so how much can we even figure out? The bottom of that abyss isn't part of the three-dimensional universe, but it may not be the four-dimensional universe. Just take it slow. We'll figure it out one day. Sponsored content. The house fell silent. Yang Yi left the underground trade area but didn't leave War Dimension right away. He went to see Yi Zhibei and Xing Biqing. They were meeting up. They sat cross-legged together at the top of a mountain. Both Xing Biqing and Yi Zhibei were silent. Yang Yi smiled. Don't make this seem so serious. I'm just here to see both of you, because I may not get to return once I leave this place. Xing Biqing asked, were you expelled from the War Dimension? Yang Yi nodded. Xing Biqing spoke softly. I expected that to happen. You did? Yang Yi was quite curious. How did you know? She replied softly, your identity is quite special. Once you arrived here with the experts of the Soul Sect, you got into a huge battle, and so I knew the War Dimension would definitely not just stand by idly. This place has a single objective, to stay united against our enemies. Even if we train through battle, it's at a level that is within the control of the higher-ups. But the enmity between you and the Soul Sect is clearly out of their control. So, the best method is to make both of you leave. Both of you can resolve your issues outside the War Dimension and not lead the flames of war into here. Yang Yi smiled, as you expected. I'm afraid I won't have another chance to return here once I leave. Xing Biqing glanced at Yang Yi. You don't really have to return to the ancient sword sect. Based on your strength and talent, so long as you're willing to stay here and stop interfering in the ancient sword sect's business, then the higher-ups will definitely keep you safe. Even if they refuse to protect you, I can ask the Xing clan to do it. So long as you're at my Xing clan, the Soul Sect would be helpless against you. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. I appreciate it, I really do. But I'm sure you're aware that the sword cultivators of the ancient sword sect have placed their full confidence in me. If I leave now, what would they do? They will become part of the death caused by the Soul Sect. Xing Biqing spoke solemnly. Allow me to be honest, your return may not be able to change anything. The Soul Sect has been growing for countless years, and even my Xing clan can't see through them. This time, they are determined to obtain the ancient sword sect. They will stop at nothing to achieve their goal and get that location above the spirit vein, so that they can become one of the great powers of Eternal Kingdom. Yang Yi smiled. Then I'll just fight them. Xing Biqing sighed softly and didn't say anything else. Yang Yi glanced at them. What about the both of you? Are you going to stay in the War Dimension forever? Xing Biqing replied, no, we have to help deal with many things in our clans. She seemed to have thought of something at this point. She paused for a moment and asked, you've been to the Desolate Race? Sponsored content. Yang Yi glanced at them. Obviously, they knew who he was. He smiled. I have. Xing Biqing asked, what do you think? Yang Yi replied softly, the Desolate is very strong, and their patriarch is unfathomably strong. They fell silent. Yang Yi added, moreover, there is just one voice in the Desolate Race. They are very united, but Eternal Kingdom has many different voices. Meanwhile, Yi Zhibei, who'd been silent until now, spoke abruptly. Actually, Eternal Kingdom is very united too. Yang Yi gazed at her, and she spoke softly. The Eternal Lord Token. Yang Yi was puzzled. The Eternal Lord Token? Xing Biqing smiled. It's a command token. Every organization, clan, and person in Eternal Kingdom must obey it. Even the Soul Sect has to obey it. It's the main reason why they exist in Eternal Kingdom. If they refuse to acknowledge that command token, they would have never been able to survive here. Of course, the command token cannot be used to interfere with the internal affairs of any power. It's only to be used in the fight against the Desolate race. The Eternal Lord token. Yang Yi asked, "Where's the Eternal Lord? In the Xing clan?" The two of them exchanged glances and shook their heads. Even they didn't know the answer to that. Yang Yi had more questions, but he suddenly frowned slightly, and then he stood up. Xing Biqing asked, "Has something happened?" Yang Yi nodded and spoke solemnly. "Something happened in the ancient sword sect. I must rush back immediately. Until we meet again." Yang Yi vanished on the spot. They exchanged glances and sighed softly. Search bit ly/3ibfjkv for the original. In the primordial pagoda. While Yang Yi left the war dimension, the young girl, Qi Bitian, had arrived at the ascension platform. She glanced at it and muttered softly, "Why does this look quite familiar?" Chapter 2560. Qi Bitian scanned it for a while, yet she still couldn't recall anything. In the end, she gave up. She kicked it lightly and left. The ascension platform trembled lightly before returning to normal. Qi Bitian was curious about everything in the primordial pagoda. She was extremely curious and took a look at everything in here. Once she told the others that she was Arya's friend. The demon beasts and sprites within the primordial pagoda were instantly welcoming toward her. Once she found out that all the demons had their own territory, she immediately found a perfect place to be her own territory. It was a natural waterfall not too far away from the sword sect. She made a bamboo house there, and she even moved the world-born fruit tree and chaotic fruit tree to the area before her bamboo house. Those trees were naturally incapable of resisting her. A bamboo house with a waterfall to its back and two trees in front of it. Yang Yi allowed Qi Bitian to do as she pleased. Of course, he didn't have the strength to do otherwise. Moreover, he didn't have the time to deal with her. However, after repeatedly requesting her help, Qi Bitian finally agreed to help him train the dragon and the other demons. Thus, their days of pain arrived. Qi Bitian's method of training was as violent as Arya. It was simple and direct. It was to get beaten up to the brink of death. So, howls of pain resounded through the pagoda. Outside the primordial pagoda, once Yang Yi received Sword Scroll's transmission, he'd immediately left the war dimension and rushed back to the ancient sword sect. The ancient sword sect, Sword Scroll, Gunan, and the others heaved sighs of relief when they saw Yang Yi. Yang Yi was the ancient sword sect's pillar of support now, so nothing could be allowed to happen to him. Previously, Yang Yi seemed like he'd gone missing, and they'd been extremely anxious throughout this time. Once something happened to Yang Yi, the ancient sword sect wouldn't be able to resist the soul sect at all. Yang Yi summoned Oblivion Maiden from within the primordial pagoda. She wasn't very interested in the ancient sword sect's business, and she just went off to look for Nether Maiden and the others. Once Oblivion Maiden left, Yang Yi gazed at Sword Scroll. What happened? Sword Scroll replied solemnly, "Our disciples have died inexplicably lately." Inexplicable? Yang Yi frowned slightly. "I need the details." Yang Yi nodded. Not too long ago, a disciple suddenly died miserably. His soul was gone, and his head was placed at the foot of the mountain. But that was just the beginning. After that, more and more disciples died. At this point, 28 of our disciples have just died without making a sound. Presently, our morale is very unstable, especially in the outer court and inner court. Yang Ye's gaze gradually turned icy cold. Obviously, it was the Soul Sect. The Soul Sect had started taking action again, but they were using a different method. Yang Yi asked, "Have the formations in the sect been activated?" She nodded, "Yes, but it didn't change anything. Our disciples were killed even when the formations were active. Elder Gu Nan even stood guard there, but even he couldn't find the person responsible for those deaths. It's very strange." Yang Yi was about to speak when a disciple suddenly walked into the hall. The disciple was stunned upon seeing Yang Yi, and then he hurriedly bowed. "Sect Master." Yang Yi asked, Do you need something? That disciple spoke solemnly. Another senior brother of ours is dead. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Take me there. Just like that, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. There was a bloody head and corpse there. Both of them were separate. Just like before, the corpse's soul was gone. Yang Yi asked, "Did it just appear here?" The disciple nodded. "Just a short while ago." Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. Meanwhile, an old man appeared at the side. He was an elder of the sect, and one of the few Lord Realm experts left in the sect. He'd been constantly standing on guard here. Yang Yi gazed at the old man, and the latter shook his head. Yang Yi moved his gaze away and activated the sword domain. The sword domain enveloped the surroundings, but he still didn't discover anything. A short while later, Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. "Just go do what you're supposed to be doing. I'll deal with this matter." The others exchanged glances and left. Sponsored content Sword Scroll asked, "Have you discovered something?" Yang Yi nodded slightly. "A little." She asked softly, "Are you confident?" Yang Yi smiled. "Let me try." Sword Scroll nodded and left. Once she left, Yang Yi returned to his above and entered the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi arrived before Qi Bitian's bamboo house. At this moment, she was kicking a ball, but it wasn't a human head. It was a ball made of rattan. As for why it wasn't a human head, it was because Yang Yi told her that kicking a human head would terrify Lei Lin and the others. Qi Bitian clearly cared quite a bit about Lei Lin, so she gave up kicking human heads and chose to kick the rattan ball Yang Yi prepared for her. In any case, it was still a ball. Lei Lin was seated on the steps outside the bamboo house while holding a huge ball of lightning essence in her arms. Since that pool of lightning arrived, she'd never lacked lightning essence. Lei Lin's eyes lit up when she saw Yang Yi, and she hurried over to him. "Big brother." Yang Yi took her in his arms and smiled. "You seem to have grown a little." Lei Lin blinked. "Really?" Yang Yi nodded in an extremely serious manner. Lei Lim immediately kissed Yang Yi on the cheek, but it electrocuted Yang Yi to the point of shuddering. Yang Yi quickly placed Lei Lin back on the ground. After she started eating lightning essence all day, she frequently released arcs of lightning unconsciously, and they were quite terrifying too. While they weren't lethal to him, they were absolutely not merely capable of causing a slight tingle. Qi Bitian glanced at Yang Yi. She didn't say a word and just continued kicking her ball. Yang Yi grinned as he walked over to her. Is your stay comfortable?" Qi Bitian spoke indifferently. "You need some help, right?" Yang Ye's smile stiffened. While she seemed so carefree at most times and seemed like a young girl, just like Arya. However, Yang Yi knew that she was actually very mature. Very, very mature. But just like Arya, she has some neuroticism. Sponsored content, Yang Yi spoke seriously. "I want to seek your guidance in something." Qi Bitian continued kicking her ball and remained silent. Yang Yi continued, "Anyway, I encountered a mysterious person. That person is killing in my ancient sword sect, and that person is able to kill without making a sound. Moreover, even if I use the sword domain, I can't sense that person's presence at all." "So," Qi Bitian suddenly said, "two possibilities. The first is that person's strength far surpasses your own. As for the second, that person has a special cultivation technique, secret technique, or some other special ability. However, since it was even able to escape detection when you used the sword domain, it's very likely to be a type of domain." A domain. The space domain. At this moment, Yang Yi thought of the woman in a black dress. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "Do you know about the space domain?" Qi Bitian nodded. Yang Yi asked, So, can you tell me about it?" Qi Bitian glanced at him. "Why should I?" Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Qi Bitian continued, "I don't feel like getting mixed up in a kid's game." A kid's game? Yang Ye's face darkened. The fight between the ancient sword sect and the soul sect was just a kid's game to her. Yang Yi would naturally not give up just like that. So, he fully displayed the laws of shamelessness as power. Around an hour passed. Yang Yi was still outside the bamboo house. 2 hours passed, and he was still there. In the end, Qi Bitian glanced at Yang Yi. "Do you know how to kick a ball?" Yang Yi blinked and hurriedly nodded. "Yes, of course." Just like that, Yang Yi started to play with Chi Bitian. They spoke as they played. In the beginning, they spoke about their game of kicking the ball, and as they spoke and spoke, they moved to the space domain. Sponsored content. Chi Bitian kicked as she explained, the space domain is a type of domain. It's a domain that uses the three-dimensional universe as its foundation, and it's formed with the space of the three-dimensional universe at its core. Simply speaking, someone who has comprehended the space domain can temporarily escape three-dimensional space. As for your domain, it can only cover three-dimensional space, and it cannot sense space outside three-dimensional space. Yang Yi took the ball she kicked over to him and casually asked, Isn't the space domain invincible? Invincible? Chi Bitian laughed coldly. It's just a mere space domain. How could it be invincible? Do you know what's the greatest among all domains? Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, the sword domain? Chi Bitian glanced at Yang Yi. Your skin is really thick. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chi Bitian raised a finger. Among all the domains, there isn't a strongest domain, because the strength of a domain depends on its owner. If someone is strong, then even if that person has no domain, that person can still kill someone with a domain. So, domains are strong because of their owner. But some domains are extremely special and mysterious. If you encounter them in the future, you should be careful. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, What domain? Chi Bitian replied, A domain known as the Devour domain. It possesses the ability to devour, and it can even devour the space in the three-dimensional universe. However, someone who possesses such a domain wouldn't dare to act rashly. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Chi Bitian explained, The three-dimensional universe is no fool. How could it possibly allow someone to devour it? Yang Yi asked then. Bam! Suddenly, Chi Bitian smashed the rattan ball in front of her. She glanced coldly at Yang Yi. Can you let me finish? Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Chi Bitian continued. Besides that, there is another extremely mysterious domain. The temporal domain that can reverse time. Of course, it's quite a profound domain that's difficult to master, and the slightest mistake may even reverse the user out of existence. Right? I just thought of another one, the death domain. It can control souls. Once it's activated, all souls within it would be under the user's control. Oh, right. There's another one, the life domain. It's a special domain that can understand life, measure life, and take life without the other person realizing it. She suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and continued, Do you know what domain I possess? Yang Yi shook his head and asked curiously, What is it? Chi Bitian replied, I don't want to tell you. Find the original at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 2561. Chi Bitian really did refuse to tell him and just kept him guessing. Yang Yi was full of curses. Endure it. Endure it. Yang Yi squeezed out a smile. Let's get back on topic. How do I deal with the space domain? Chi Bitian glanced at Yang Yi. You can do it by force. Yang Yi asked, But what do I do if I can't find the person? Actually, he didn't fear the space domain. But the problem was that she refused to show herself. If that woman in a black dress refused to show herself, he would be helpless against her. That was the crux of the issue. The reason he'd come to Chi Bitian was to find out if she had a way to locate the woman who was hiding in her space domain. Chi Bitian put the ball down and went over to sit at the steps before the bamboo house. At your current level of strength, it's truly difficult to locate someone like that if that person is intent on hiding. Yang Yi remained silent. Was it really impossible to resolve? Meanwhile, Chi Bitian continued, But there is a way. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, What is it? Chi Bitian replied, I don't want to tell you. At this moment, Yang Yi felt like he was on the verge of madness. After all, she was just constantly refusing to tell him anything. He really was no match for her. Otherwise, he would definitely beat her up. At this moment, he felt that Arya was so cute. Yang Yi calmed himself. He knew he could use force against her. If he did, she would flare up, and once that happened, no one could stop her. Flatter her. Yang Yi walked over to Chi Bitian and smiled. How about we play together once Arya and the others return? Arya is very fond of kicking balls around too. I can even get a few more others to join. It'll definitely be fun. Chibitian thought for a moment and said, that does sound pretty good. Yang Yi hurriedly said, of course, we'll split ourselves into 2 groups and see who wins. All right? She glanced at him and said, it's a pretty good idea. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and sighed softly while sitting at the side. Chibitian asked, what's wrong? Yang Yi sighed softly. Sigh, I have so many things to do outside. A mysterious expert has been really troubling lately. I am afraid I won't have time to play. Chibitian frowned slightly. That person with the space domain? Yang Yi nodded slightly. Yes, I'm so helpless against her. You're such a fool. Meanwhile, Chibitian spoke abruptly. Don't you know how to lock down that expanse of space? Lock it down? Yang Yi gazed at her. What do you mean? Chibitian spoke indifferently. I mean you should lock down this expanse of space. That person with the space domain can only temporarily escape the 3-dimensional universe. In other words, she has to return to this space, and when she does that, there will be changes in the space here. Perhaps others may not be able to discover those changes, but you possess the sword domain, so you can. She will be where the changes occur. Chibitian suddenly stood up at this moment. Besides that, you can analyze the expanse of space she was last seen at. How? Use your sword domain. You may not be able to affect her, but you can destroy the space she was in. Once the space there is destroyed, you can use the fragments of space there to detect her aura. Understand? Yang Yi gazed at Chibitian for quite some time, and then he nodded. I understand, I do. Chibitian nodded slightly, and then she walked away. But right when she was about to enter the bamboo house, she suddenly said, don't forget your promise. She entered the bamboo house. Meanwhile, Yang Yi hurried out of the primordial pagoda. We are bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Find us on Google. The Ancient Sword Sect. Sponsored content. A few more disciples had been killed while Yang Yi had been in the primordial pagoda. Just like before, their head and headless bodies were at the foot of the mountain. Needless to say, news of this had spread throughout the sect. The disciples of the sect weren't afraid of going head-on against the experts of the soul sect, but the unknown was the most terrifying, because they couldn't even see their enemy. Panic had started to arise in the ancient sword sect. Once Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda, he immediately used the myriad world diagram to envelop the ancient sect, and then he covered the sect with his sword domain. Spatial fluctuations. Just as Chibitian had told him, he was trying to look for spatial fluctuations. So long as there was a slight fluctuation in space throughout the sect, he would sense it clearly. Just like that, time passed by. 2 hours later, Yang Yi grinned, and then he vanished on the spot. Yang Yi appeared out of thin air at the abode of a disciple. Meanwhile, a shrill cry resounded within the courtyard. Yang Yi waved his right hand. The door swung open, and the disciple within had his head separated from his body. But the room was empty beyond the corpse. A ferocious grin curled up on Yang Ye's face, and then he stomped his right foot down. Bang! The space he resided at instantly exploded apart and transformed into a black hole, and then he vanished on the spot. A ray of light flashed through the black hole. Bang! Something seemed to be torn open in that black hole, and then a figure appeared there. It was the woman in a black dress from the soul sect. She stared at Yang Yi. How did you locate me? Yang Yi scanned her and said, I was right. It is you. Sponsored content. She laughed coldly. So what if you have discovered my presence? As soon as she finished speaking, her figure gradually turned ethereal. You think you can escape? Yang Yi laughed coldly, and then a wave of powerful energy enveloped the surroundings. It was the sword domain. An instant later, rays of sword energy crisscrossed. These rays of sword energy just attacked everything in the area to destroy everything here, including the dark matter and space. Because while the woman could use her space domain to escape 3-dimensional space, she didn't have the ability to enter 4-dimensional space. In other words, she would have to return to 3-dimensional space. Yet now, his random attacks had just one objective, and it was to destroy everything in the area. Sure enough, Yang Ye's crazy wave of destruction forced her to counterattack, and a mysterious ray of black light appeared abruptly. Bam! An explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was blasted backward. It didn't take long for the space before him to surge, and then it rippled toward him in waves. At the same time, Yang Yi sensed a strand of pressure. It was a powerful wave of pressure coming from the surrounding space. Obviously, this space wasn't the three-dimensional space, or to be more precise, it wasn't entirely three-dimensional space. There was some other type of space here. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Suppression. At this moment, he was using the sword domain to suppress the space with everything he had. As he suppressed it, the space here gradually calmed down, but the energy still remained. Two types of domains were clashing. The woman was hidden while Yang Yi was out in the open. A long time passed like this before Executor suddenly left the sheath by Yang Ye's waist and shot up into the air. Hiss. Sharp sounds of something being sliced open resounded. Sponsored content bang. An explosion resounded, and then the dark matter and space here exploded apart. At the center of it all, Yang Yi and the woman in a black dress were both impacted by the powerful aftershock from it. Both of them were blasted away, and they flew over 3 kilometers away. At this moment, they were both in the sky above the sect. They stood in confrontation from afar. A wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. At this moment, she wanted to flee, but it was impossible. Because besides the experts of the ancient sword sect, there were 4 other women down below. Nether Maiden's group. At this moment, all of them were looking at her. They hadn't received Yang Ye's approval, so they refused to interfere in the battle between Yang Yi and the woman. But if she tried to flee, they would stop her. Besides the myriad world diagram and the sword domain, Boundary Maiden's barrier had locked down the surroundings too. It was a complete lockdown just so that the woman couldn't escape. The space domain was unlike the sword domain. It was much more mysterious, and it was especially when it came to escape and concealment. If she hadn't attacked again earlier, he wouldn't have been able to locate her, even if his sword domain covered the entire sect. There would be no spatial fluctuations while she remained perfectly still. Unfortunately, she was too confident about her space domain. She knew Yang Yi had activated his sword domain to locate her, yet she'd still decided to kill someone. In the sky above the ancient sword sect, she glanced coldly at the experts down below and looked at Yang Yi. She ridiculed, "Sect Master Yi, are you going to gang up on me?" "Gang up on you?" Yang Yi shook his head slightly. "Is that even necessary?" She laughed coldly. "Then how about we fight one-on-one until one of us dies?" "One-on-one?" Yang Yi chuckled. "All right, let's do it. However, you won't be leaving this sect no matter what. Your head must be used as an offering for those dead disciples." "You want my head?" Her cold smile gradually widened, and she pointed at her own head. "My head is right here. Come take it if you can." Chapter 2562. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Hiss. A ray of sword energy tore through the space above the ancient sword sect, and powerful sword intent and sword energy rippled through the sky. In the air above the ancient sword sect, the woman's figure gradually turned ethereal, and then the space around her surged. An instant later, a wave of powerful energy rippled out through the sky. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's sword arrived. Hiss. Bang. In the sky above the sect, an ear-piercing explosion resounded, and then that expanse of space was obliterated beneath Yang Ye's attack. After that, a figure was blasted out of there. It was the woman in a black dress. Force. Support us at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Yang Yi chose to use force to overcome her space domain. Any domain, even his own, could be destroyed by force. All it took was a sufficiently strong attack. At this moment, Yang Yi was at the 5-world realm, and he'd improved in every aspect. Coupled with the face that he was using Executor, his full strength could destroy her space domain without facing too much difficulty. A single attack destroyed her domain. In the sky above the ancient sword sect, the woman stopped around 1 kilometer away from where she'd been. Her countenance was pale. Her entire body had cracked open, and blood was spraying from her. Getting one's domain destroyed was a very harmful thing. She looked up at Yang Yi. "You've much stronger than before. Much stronger." When she fought Yang Yi the other day, while Yang Ye's strength wasn't bad, it wasn't as strong as it was right now. Yang Yi couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on her, and he just charged at her. A single attack. Bang! That expanse of space before Yang Yi was instantly obliterated, and the woman was blasted away from within it. She flew all the way out of the ancient sword sect, but she was still within the scope of the myriad world diagram. However, the myriad world diagram was utterly incapable of trapping her because she possessed the space domain. Meanwhile, the woman didn't try to fight Yang Yi to the death. At the instant she'd been blasted away, her figure flashed and used space to teleport into the sky. How could Yang Yi allow her to escape? Two flying swords shot out from Yang Ye's waist. Far away in the sky, two rays of sword energy flashed, and then the woman was forced to a stop. Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared before her and swung his sword. 13 overlapped swings with the sword domain. That expanse of the sky was instantly obliterated before it. The woman's pupils constricted. This attack had shattered the space throughout the surroundings, and that was no different than shattering the foundation of her space domain. But she didn't wait for death to arrive. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and then her body exploded apart. An instant later, a powerful wave of soul energy surged out like a volcanic eruption. Boom! The powerful wave of soul energy instantly blasted Yang Yi away. She didn't attack again and just shot off into the sky. She detonated her body to execute that attack, so only her soul remained now. Thus, it was impossible for her to defeat Yang Yi, who was holding a super divine treasure. Flee. She didn't try to fight him to the death. Staying alive was most important. Unfortunately, she forgot that she was within the ancient sword sect's territory. So, she hadn't even gone 300 m away before a woman appeared in front of her. It was Nether Maiden. Nether Maiden gazed at her. Didn't you want a one-on-one battle? The woman gazed coldly at Nether Maiden. You believed a lie like that? She crushed a black talisman once she finished speaking. Sponsored content boom. A powerful aura swept out from within her, and then an ethereal shadow appeared in front of her. The woman glanced coldly at Nether Maiden and the others. We'll meet again very soon. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished into the sky. Yang Yi and Nether Maiden were about to stop her when the ethereal figure suddenly raised its hands. Bang! The entire sky started revolving strangely, and then rays of powerful soul energy erupted from that strange expanse of space. At this moment, the entire ancient sword sect was severely affected. If Sword Scroll hadn't quickly activated the sect's formations, it would have been obliterated by now. Just like that, the energy surged for around 10 minutes before the sky gradually calmed down again. At this moment, Yang Yi and Nether Maiden were standing side by side. Both of them weren't in a very good state. Especially Yang Yi, his entire body had cracked open. Nether Maiden was in a comparatively better state because she'd been standing behind Yang Yi just now. A long time passed before Yang Yi's body gradually recovered, and he gazed at Nether Maiden. Are you all right? She shook her head slightly and looked into the distance. The ethereal figure was gone. Nether Maiden said, that figure's main body is even stronger. Yang Yi nodded. The main body of that figure may even be the Soul Sect's master, and even if it wasn't the Soul Sect's master, it was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. The Soul Sect was very strong. They returned to the sect. Yang Yi returned to his abode because Sword Scroll and Elder Gu Nan were there to deal with the sect's affairs. Yang Yi went back into the primordial pagoda. This time, he felt that he was still lacking. Or it should be said that he needed to grow stronger. Yang Yi went to the bamboo house to see Qibitian. At this moment, Qibitian wasn't playing with her ball, and she was playing Gamoku with Lei Lin instead. They were having an absolute blast. Lei Lin was very happy to see Yang Yi, and she immediately abandoned the game and went over to grab Yang Yi's hand. Qibitian glanced at Yang Yi with displeasure. Why is this guy so annoying? He's disturbing my game. Sponsored content. Yang Yi rubbed Lei Lin's head, and then he led her over to Qibitian and smiled. Continue your game, go on. He knew that he couldn't interrupt Qibitian's fun. That young girl did everything based on her mood. If her mood was good, she would be willing to help him with anything. But if her mood was foul, she would help with nothing and may even beat him up. Lei Lin sat before Qibitian. Suddenly, Yang Yi spoke with surprise. Whoa? Gamoku, you actually know how to play it? Qibitian glanced at Yang Yi. Do you? Yang Yi replied seriously, of course. Before I stepped onto the path of cultivation, my dream was to become a great master of Go. Moreover, I plan to hold a Gamoku tournament in that world of ours. Unfortunately, I had to step onto the path of cultivation in order to survive. Sigh. A Gamoku tournament? Qibitian blinked. One that many people will play together? Yang Yi nodded. Yes. She spoke softly. That should be quite fun. Yang Yi spoke seriously. Of course. Anyway, you seem really good. How about we play a game? Qibitian glanced at Yang Yi. Let's play. Yang Yi nodded and started playing with her. It was a truly intense game between them. In the beginning, it was a very aggressive battle, but Yang Yi was always a step behind at the end and lost to her. Every time that happened, Qibitian would smile like a child. Finally, after losing 8 times, Yang Yi sat at the side in dejection. Meanwhile, Lei Lin blinked. She felt that something was off because Qibitian's skill was terrible. Qibitian couldn't even defeat her. Lei Lin wondered if it was because she was an amazing player. Thinking of that made her extremely happy. Meanwhile, when she saw the dejection on Yang Ye's face, Qibitian consoled. Don't be like that, you're very good too. Yang Yi sighed softly. Not as good as you. Qibitian smiled brilliantly while revealing undisguised complacency. As if she couldn't bear to strike another blow to his confidence, she hurriedly restrained her smile and consoled him again. Your talent isn't bad. If you work hard, you'll have a chance at defeating me. Yang Yi sat up and said, You're right. I must work hard. All right, let's continue. Qibitian was naturally pleased with that. Sponsored content, so they started again. It was a close battle, but Yang Yi was still a step behind and lost. This time, he didn't get dejected. He continued playing with Qibitian, but he still lost. Qibitian was smiling from ear to ear. After countless games, Yang Yi suddenly spoke casually, Little Qi, can you help me with something? They had gotten closer through these games. Previously, he called her senior, and she didn't really like that method of address. So, she told him to call her Little Qi instead. Qibitian was in a very good mood and didn't even hesitate to ask, What is it? Yang Yi withdrew Executor and placed it by the Go board. And then he spoke casually, This sword was sealed, and so its strength isn't fully released. I'm very weak and unable to undo the seal. Can you help me instead? Of course, we can continue playing if you think it's too difficult. As he spoke, he snuck a glance at her and was rather nervous. Qibitian glanced at the sword. Her gaze stopped on it for a moment, and then she put down another piece while she said, Little Yang, this sword isn't bad. Yang Yi replied humbly, It's just ordinary. As soon as it heard Yang Yi, Executor trembled and seemed to be expressing its dissatisfaction. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Qibitian glanced at the sword again and said, It's not bad. She put down another piece and chuckled. You've lost again. Yang Yi immediately had dejection all over his face, and it seemed as if he'd failed to advance into the Lord Realm. Qibitian couldn't bear to see him like that, so she picked up Executor and said, all right, I'll help you unseal it. She pressed her index and middle fingers together before tapping them on Executor's blade. Bang! A powerful wave of sword intent and sword energy erupted. Chapter 2563 The sword intent and sword energy erupted in all directions, but Qibitian waved her hand a moment later, and all of that powerful sword intent and sword energy vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Qibitian tapped Executor, and the latter shook violently. Quite some time passed before Executor gradually calmed down. Suddenly, Qibitian spoke with surprise. Interesting. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, What is it? Qibitian replied, The person who sealed this sword of yours is quite strong. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Qibitian scanned Executor and said, I've undone this sword's seal. However, there's still 10% to be unsealed. It only has 90% of its strength right now. What about the final 10%? Yang Yi was stunned, and he asked, Can it be unsealed? She shook her head. It can't. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? She pointed at the tip of the sword. The tip was broken. She said, "This is where this sword's strength is greatest, and it has been sealed. But the person who placed that seal isn't the previous owner of this sword." Yang Yi asked, "Then who was it?" Qi Bitian shook her head. "I don't know. Moreover, I can sense that person didn't just seal that part of this sword. That person even broke off this sword's tip. This sword would be quite amazing if its tip was still intact. But now, while it's not a lousy sword, it's just ordinary. However, it's all right for you. If it's in my hands, I wouldn't even use it. It's too inferior." Yang Ye's face darkened, and he wondered if she knew how to speak. After all, it was such an insult. Yang Yi endured it. Qi Bitian placed the sword on the table. "I can't help you unseal the last 10%, but this sword's strength is mostly at its tip. If I unseal that, you won't be able to control it. At that time, you'll be in for some suffering when your sword is much stronger than you." His sword would be much stronger than him. Yang Yi picked up Executor, and as soon as he did that, he sensed that there was something different about it. As for what exactly was different, Yang Yi couldn't put a finger on it. However, it was clearly much stronger than before. Or it should be said that he was much stronger than before now. Yang Yi put the sword away and said, "All right, let's continue with our game." Qi Bitian smiled when she heard him. In the beginning, she thought that Yang Yi was merely playing with her for the sake of getting her to help him, but now, she felt that Yang Yi must really like playing. Little Yang isn't bad at all. That was what Qi Bitian thought. Just like that, Yang Yi played with Qi Bitian for over 2 hours. During this time, he'd casually asked her some questions. In short, after these games with her, he'd benefited tremendously. In the end, when he noticed that she didn't really feel like continuing, Yang Yi hurriedly proposed they continue another day, and she happily agreed to it. Just like that, Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda. Outside the pagoda, Yang Yi wiped off the sweat on his face. It was truly tiring. It was more tiring than fighting a drawn-out battle. In his abode, Yang Yi gazed at Executor. There was a wisp of sword energy flowing slowly around its blade, but it would turn around upon arriving before its tip. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while, and then his sword intent surged into it. In an instant, a sword howl resounded through the ancient sword sect. At this moment, all the sword cultivators of the sect looked in the direction of Yang Ye's abode. In the abode, Executor shook violently in Yang Ye's grasp and seemed like it was about to pierce through the sky. It was extremely aggressive. If this sword seemed dead and silent in the past, then it was sharp and aggressive now. Besides that, Yang Yi noticed that it was actually quite strenuous for him to hold it now. It was strenuous. Yang Yi was shocked in his heart. Obviously, this sword was gradually revealing its true strength. Fortunately, Qi Bitian hadn't fully unsealed it, otherwise, he may not be able to control it. Sponsored content. Once it was stronger than him, their roles would be flipped. Find the original at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Yang Yi put it away, left his abode, and went to the meeting hall of the ancient sword sect. There were only 2 people here, Sword Scroll and Gunan. Yang Yi sat down and asked, "Has the soul sect taken any action lately?" Sword Scroll nodded. "Yes. A mysterious barrier has appeared in an area of 500 kilometers around our sect." "A mysterious barrier?" Yang Yi frowned slightly. "What barrier?" Sword Scroll shook her head. "We don't know yet. So, let's go have a look." Yang Yi nodded, and then they left the hall and went outside the sect. Yang Yi looked up into the sky. The area 500 kilometers away from the sect was pitch black. He glanced at the surroundings, and he noticed that it was the same in all directions around the sect. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "They plan to lock us down here." Sword Scroll nodded. "Indeed. They don't want any of us to leave. Moreover, my intuition tells me that they seem to be waiting." Yang Yi gazed at her. "Waiting?" Sword Scroll nodded. "They are definitely waiting. I just don't know what they're waiting for. But I have no doubt that once the time comes, they will launch the fiercest attack that they can." Yang Yi gazed at the darkness in the surroundings, and a short while passed before he withdrew the universe seal. It soared up slowly, and then a strand of mysterious energy rippled out from it. The universe seal could destroy any barrier and formation. Even though it was a little too exaggerated, he had no doubt it could break open barriers and formations. However, the energy emanated by the universe seal hadn't even arrived before the darkness when a strand of powerful energy obliterated it. Yang Yi frowned at the sight of this. Sponsored content, what the heck was that? A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi flicked a strand of sword energy into the sky. It entered the darkness in the distance, but it didn't even cause the slightest fluctuation in the barrier. Not even the slightest change had occurred. What the hell? Yang Yi frowned, and then he activated the universe seal again. It transformed into a ray of light that shot toward the darkness, but it only took a moment for Yang Yi's expression to change drastically while he hurriedly summoned the universe seal back to him. Because when the universe seal shot over there, the darkness had condensed, and then a black awl emerged from within it. A super divine treasure. Yang Yi had come into contact with it in the past. It had almost shattered his universe seal. Sword Scroll spoke solemnly. It's being protected by a super divine treasure. Yang Yi nodded. Looks like they are getting serious. All right, let me see if their super divine treasure is powerful, or is mine. He was about to head over, but Sword Scroll stopped him. Sword Scroll shook her head. Don't risk it. Gunan chimed in. Sword Scroll is right. Don't rashly take risks. You're linked to the survival of our entire sect. If anything were to happen to you, our sect would be forced to submit without even trying to fight back. Yang Yi glanced at the darkness in the distance. He did sense danger coming from it. He knew that the Soul Sect was really serious about this attack. Suddenly, Yang Yi's expression changed slightly. The space before him shook, and then an ethereal figure appeared in front of him. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while sword and tint rippled out from him, and it enveloped the ethereal figure. Sect Master Yang, don't attack me. The ethereal figure swiftly said, I'm not from the Soul Sect. Yang Yi sized up the ethereal figure and withdrew his sword and tint. The figure cupped its fist at Yang Yi and said, I'm a death guard of the desolate race. Greetings, young Master Yang. Sponsored content. A desolate death guard. Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he asked, You're from the desolate race? The ethereal figure nodded. A desolate death guard. The junior patriarch wished to ask you if everything is all right? Yang Yi shook his head slightly. Not really. The death guard said, Is it because of the Soul Sect? Yang Yi nodded. The death guard said, Shall we speak someplace else? Yang Yi nodded and brought the death guard to his abode. Yang Yi glanced at the death guard and asked, What are you doing here? The death guard replied, Our race may not be an eternal kingdom, but we do know quite a bit about what's happening here. Our junior patriarch sent me here immediately upon hearing about the situation you're in. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. To help me? The death guard shook his head. He wants you to leave the ancient sword sect. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? The death guard said, Young Master Yang, the soul sect isn't ordinary, and taking over the ancient sword sect isn't something they are doing on their own. It's something the entire Eternal Kingdom is doing together. Simply speaking, the people at the top of Eternal Kingdom agreed to this because it is aligned with their interests, and it's for the sake of fighting my desolate race. So, they won't stop. If it's necessary, those people at the top of Eternal Kingdom will personally help the Soul Sect. If you stay here, it's equivalent to going against the entire Eternal Kingdom. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while and said, How much do you know about the Soul Sect? The Death Guard hesitated for a moment and replied, We know a little. It's a mysterious organization that once disturbed the interests of some existences in Eternal Kingdom. Thus, they were punished and forced into hiding. But this time, they are being smart about it and are doing as some powers desire. So, they were allowed to emerge into the world once more. Moreover, they convinced the others to divide up the ancient sword sect. Young Master Yang, the junior patriarch said that you should leave the ancient sword sect immediately and not get involved in this. Otherwise, it'll only lead to death. Death. In the abode, Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Go back and tell him I appreciate his intentions. The Death Guard hesitated for a moment and sighed softly. He withdrew a scroll and pitch-black command token, placed them before Yang Yi, and said, "The junior patriarch said that if you refuse to leave, then these should be given to you. He said that they may be of use to you. Farewell." He turned around and vanished. Yang Yi gazed silently at the two items before him. Chapter 2564. Yang Yi unfurled the scroll, and within it were some of the secret organizations the desolate race possessed in Eternal Kingdom. The desolate race had left these organizations behind very, very long ago. They usually stayed away from the Eternal Kingdom's business and merely served the desolate race. Now, Yang Yi could use them too, because the pitch-black command token before him was a desolate token that was comparable to being in the presence of their junior patriarch. Yang Ye's heart felt warm as he gazed at the command token. He didn't refuse this kindness because he really needed help right now. Yang Yi put the command token and scroll away, and then he left his abode. In the ancient sword sect, along with Yang Ye's arrival, the entire sect seemed to have found its pillar of support and gradually calmed down. However, the atmosphere here in the sect was still heavy and tense, because all the disciples were aware that the sect had been sealed up by the soul sect. Now, they couldn't leave and could only wait here. Wait slowly until the attack arrived. They were quite lost when it came to the future. Actually, Yang Yi was rather lost too. Yang Yi went to the sect's main hall, and a huge statue stood there. It was the statue of a middle-aged man with a sword in his grasp. It was the sect's founder. As for the founder's name and strength, it was all unknown, because it had been too long. Not to mention the current disciples, even Sword Scroll didn't know. But she wasn't entirely without any knowledge on him. Sword Scroll spoke softly. According to rumor, he wandered the world and merged the sword Daos of them all, and then he created his own sword Dao. So that sword cultivators wouldn't fall into a decline, he created a sword sect. Unfortunately, for some reason, there are no records of what happened during his time. She gazed at Yang Yi. That young girl in the pagoda, Qibitian, should be one of the few who are aware of what happened during those ancient times. Qibitian. Yang Yi felt quite speechless when he thought of her. Gamoku and soccer. She was especially fond of those two things. I shouldn't have made you take over of this mess. Sword Scroll spoke abruptly. I'm sorry. I never expected it to turn out like this. Sword Scroll felt extremely guilty about the situation Yang Yi was in right now. She was a huge reason why he was the ancient sword sect's master right now. Yang Yi smiled. Don't blame yourself. I accepted this responsibility, and it has nothing to do with you. Moreover, I've been wandering the world for so many years, and it's the first time I've had such a prestigious position. The ancient sword sect's master. It's a very precious title. She glanced at him and remained silent. Yang Yi looked up at the sky. He could still see the expanse of darkness from here. The entire ancient sword sect was surrounded by that expanse of darkness. We are bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Find us on Google. Yang Yi grinned and said, "Help me summon all the sect's disciples." Sword Scroll glanced at Yang Yi and left. Around 10 minutes later, all the sect's disciples were before Yang Yi. The 11 elite disciples led the ground, and Gunye was leading the elite disciples. Yang Yi even saw Moya, Lu Yunxian, and the others among the disciples. Yang Yi stood there with his sword in hand as he glanced at them. I'm sure you're aware about the situation out there, so I won't keep it from you. Yes, the Soul Sect has sealed off the area. That area is being protected by a super divine treasure, so I can't break it open for now. They fell silent. Yang Yi smiled. Are you afraid? Sword howls resounded. They were filled with the desire to fight. It was their answer to his question. Yang Yi grinned. That's good to know. Because we may die in the upcoming battle. I'm not lying. Any one of us may die. What I want from you is to remember that we will die. However, we must take someone with us before that happens. Even if our sect is going to vanish from the Eternal Kingdom, we must tell the world that we are no cowards, and we will die on our feet. Sponsored content. The disciples' blood started to boil when they heard him. Not cowards. They were sword cultivators, and as far as sword cultivators were concerned, there were only broken swords, no bent swords. If they surrendered, their swords would have to bend, and they would never be able to stand up straight again as sword cultivators. Fight to the death. Yang Yi didn't lie to them and say the ancient sword sect would definitely win, nor did he say something like good would triumph over evil. He was very frank and told them they may die. Fight to the death. Yang Ye's objective was simply, he wanted them to fight to the death and perhaps pave a way through. If they weren't even afraid of death, there would be nothing in this world that could make them hesitate to fight. If they were fearless, they would be unmatched. As he gazed at these sword cultivators, Yang Yi suddenly understood a little. He understood why he'd stayed. Trust. These disciples and all the other elders who stayed behind had put their trust in him. Even though many knew that his ascension to the position of sect master was just a scheme plotted by the Grand Elders group, they still chose to stay and take his side. It was because they trusted him. Trust. This group of people trusted him. Just like this very moment, if he asked them to fight the soul sect to the death, they wouldn't hesitate to do it. Meanwhile, Gunye suddenly walked over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at Gunye. Needless to say, he was a genius in the sword Dao, and he was one of the few elite disciples in the sect who could kill Lord Realm experts. Gunye looked Yang Yi in the eyes. If a war breaks out again, will you flee? Flee. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi. They knew Yang Ye's strength well. In the entire sect, there were a few who could avoid the war and survive, like Yang Yi, Gunan, and the other Lord Realm experts. Sponsored content, if they focused on escaping, they had a very good chance at success. Yang Yi glanced at Gunye and smiled. I won't. Gunye gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, from this moment onward, my life is yours, and I will do anything you ask of me. The ancient sword sect. The sect was home to many disciples. Especially those who grew up here, this was truly their home. Many of them were willing to give up their lives to protect this home of theirs. It was a form of responsibility, and it was something the ancient sword sect had taught them from a young age, but it was no form of brainwashing. After all, independent cultivators usually suffered in universes like the Eternal Kingdom. A sense of belonging. They had a strong sense of belonging to the ancient sword sect. Yang Yi glanced at Gunye and grinned. So you didn't acknowledge me as the sect master before this? Gunye spoke frankly. Yes, I felt you would leave sooner or later. Yang Yi smiled. Then what about now? Gunye replied, I was wrong, and so were the Grand Elder and the others. We, the disciples of the ancient sword sect, would rather die than surrender to the soul sect. Yang Yi nodded slightly. Everyone has their own choices to make. Gunye glanced at the distant sky and fell silent. After that, Yang Yi returned to his abode and entered the primordial pagoda. Cultivate. As far as he was concerned, no matter what the soul sect did next, all he could do was cultivate, work hard on growing stronger, and then face the soul sect's attack. Of course, he always spent some time playing Gamoku and soccer with Chibitian. He had to grab tightly to such a great source of support. As for Chibitian, she grew increasingly fond of Yang Yi, and would sometimes take the initiative to guide him. Chibitian's guidance was absolutely beneficial to Yang Yi. As for the two fruits before the bamboo house, Yang Yi acted like he hadn't noticed them. He couldn't do anything about it. Moreover, he didn't want to do anything, because he noticed that her presence was very beneficial to them. Sponsored content Chibitian had the ability to help them grow too. However, unlike Snowy, her ability was to help them improve on a certain aspect. For example, creating a new type of space without any restraints that allowed them to grow freely. Simply speaking, they had no upper limits. As for Snowy, her ability was to improve their speed of growth. In short, it was very beneficial to keep Chibitian happy. Outside the pagoda, the Soul Exalt gazed coldly at the ancient sword sect standing in the distance and smiled coldly. The woman in a black dress was by his side. A short while passed before the Soul Exalt glanced at her. Yi Ying, I told you not to act arbitrarily. You refused to believe me, and so you suffered, right? Her face was icy cold as she remained silent. The Soul Exalt shook his head. Just stand on guard here. Yi Ying suddenly asked, when are we attacking? The Soul Exalt glanced at the distant sky. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll be starting immediately. He turned around and left. A short while later, the soul exalt appeared in the sky. He closed his eyes slowly and said, "Show yourself. Once I'm done with you, it'll be the ancient sword sect's turn." He planned to deal with the person supporting Yang Yi. It was why he still hadn't acted against the ancient sword sect. Their goal was to first deal with Yang Ye's support. Meanwhile, footsteps arose from behind him. The soul exalt said, "It's time to put an end to this." A voice came from behind him. "Allow me to be honest. I can crush 10 of you with one hand." Chapter 2565. Along with the voice, a petite young girl appeared behind the soul exalt. The woman had her hands behind her back, a calm expression on her face, and absolute indifference in her eyes. The soul exalt turned around and gazed at her, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "What's your name?" She walked over to him. "Didn't you want to kill me? I'm right here." The soul exalt looked at the girl before him, and then he suddenly raised his right hand and pressed it down lightly in her direction. In an instant, strands of powerful aura of the soul rippled out from his palm. Moreover, 2 other black-robed experts of the soul sect appeared not too far behind her. They were the black-robed experts who'd hunted Yang Yi that day. At the instant the soul exalt attacked, they vanished on the spot. Bang! Bang! 2 powerful aura of the soul swept out through space, and their target was the young girl. The young girl just stood there with indifference on her face. It didn't take long for 3 auras to envelop her. Bang! A moment of silence ensued, and then an explosion resounded. After that, the auras were obliterated while a ray of dark light rippled out through that expanse of space. Hiss! 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 Horrifying sounds of something being torn apart resounded. Space was torn open, inch by inch. At this moment, the soul exalt and the others' expressions changed drastically, and the dark light was already in front of them. Rumble. Along with 3 explosions, they were blasted away. All resistance was futile before that dark light. It crushed everything. The soul exalt stared at the young girl. "Who are you?" Terror. At this moment, he felt slight terror. She walked slowly in his direction. "Didn't you want to kill me? Why don't you try?" A wisp of viciousness flashed through his eyes, and then his body exploded apart. Only his soul remained. In this state, his aura grew even more fearsome. The soul exalt raised his right hand slightly and pressed it down in her direction. Bang! A powerful and towering soul palm crashed down from above. The powerful might it emanated made it seem like the sky itself was collapsing. It was extremely shocking. The young girl didn't even look up. She just waved her hand casually, and a ray of dark light rippled out. Bang! The soul exalt and the others watched with astonishment as the palm was blasted into bits. Meanwhile, the soul exalt had transformed into a ray of powerful black light that shot at her. Her face remained indifferent. She took a small step forward when it arrived before her, and a ray of mysterious dark light enveloped her body. As soon as the black light touched the dark light, it was like snow that instantly melted in hot oil. She stretched out her right hand and made a clawing motion, and she instantly grabbed the soul exalt's throat. The surroundings fell silent. The soul exalt had been utterly overpowered. The soul exalt stared at the young girl. "Who the heck are you?" She didn't answer him. She was just about to squeeze down when a ray of strange energy descended from the distant sky. She frowned slightly, and then her soul actually left her body. However, along with a ray of dark light that shot up into the air, her soul returned once more into her body. However, the soul exalt had fled over 1 kilometer away. She ignored the soul exalt and looked up at the sky. A voice came slowly from there. "You've broken the rules." The rules. In order to maintain some kind of balance, Eternal Kingdom prohibited some experts from fighting. Obviously, her strength was sufficient to meet the standards of that restriction. The rules. She laughed coldly. "You want to talk about the rules now?" Sponsored content. Meanwhile, a blurry black shadow appeared in the sky, and there was a pitch black awl floating by its side. A super divine treasure. The soul exalt and the others hurriedly bowed respectfully upon seeing the blurry figure. Obviously, it was the soul sect's master. A short while passed before the soul sect's master spoke abruptly. "You're from the other side." She gradually floated up into the air, and it didn't take long for her to stand before him. "That isn't important," the soul sect's master said. Everyone agreed to the attack on the ancient sword sect and supported it. Everyone. The everyone here naturally represented all the peak experts of Eternal Kingdom. The young girl laughed coldly. "So what? Why don't all of you join forces and see if you can kill me?" The soul sect's master fell silent. Kill her? If they joined forces, it was possible. It was definitely possible. But the problem was whether they would. Killing an expert like this would definitely result in them suffering severe injuries or even death. It wouldn't be that bad if they succeeded at killing her, but if they failed, then once an expert like this ignored the rules and acted willfully, then it would definitely bring chaos to Eternal Kingdom. The ancient sword sect had remained safe before this because it had such an expert, the previous sect master. So long as he remained alive, the powers of Eternal Kingdom and the soul sect wouldn't dare to act rashly. A living expert at that level was an extraordinary threat. Once such an expert stopped abiding by the rules and hunted their disciples, how would they stop an expert like that? So, the soul sect hadn't touched the ancient sword sect until now. Once the previous sect master of the ancient sword sect perished, the soul sect had nothing to fear anymore, and neither did the other powers in the area. All of them started to take action. However, they hadn't expected an unexpected change in the situation like Yang Yi. That wasn't even the biggest problem. The biggest problem was this young girl. Yet now, they had already launched the attack, so it was impossible for them to stop just because she wanted it. A short while later, the Soul Exalt said, "How about we allow the younger generation to deal with these issues? We of the older generation will stay out of it. They will decide the outcome of this, all right?" She remained silent. The soul sect's master continued, "If you interfere and break the rules, it won't be a good thing for you. Moreover, if both of us stop abiding by the rules, the soul sect will cease to exist, but the ancient sword sect will vanish completely as well. What do you think?" Sponsored content. She fell silent for a short while and walked away. It didn't take long for her to vanish from their vision, but her voice drifted over slowly. "If any of you interfere, then I guarantee that I'll turn Eternal Kingdom upside down." A long period of silence filled the area. Suddenly, the soul sect's master waved his right hand slightly, and the black all immediately descended beside the soul exalt. The soul sect's master turned around and vanished into the sky. The soul exalt was absolutely excited as he gazed at the black all, a super divine treasure. The soul all. It was one of the few super divine treasures in Eternal Kingdom. The soul sect's master's intentions were absolutely clear. The young girl went to the sky above the ancient sword sect and looked at the sect down below. "Show yourself." A woman in a red dress appeared behind her. She spoke indifferently. "You saw everything?" The woman in a red dress nodded. The young girl said, "There are some rules that I too must abide by. If I don't, they won't. At that time, even if I destroy the soul sect, he and the ancient sword sect will be annihilated. I've made them abide by some rules again, but I too cannot interfere in the battle." The woman in a red dress replied softly, "That's more than enough." The petite young girl fell silent for a long time and said, "I'm leaving for some time. I'll leave him in your care." The woman in a red dress didn't say anything in response. The young girl added, "Don't offend that young girl within him. She isn't ordinary, and she has no ill intent toward him. Just that is enough." A quick look at Tinyurl. com/2p9mv8w will leave you more fulfilled. The woman in a red dress spoke solemnly. "Who's that young girl?" The petite young girl shook her head. "I don't know, but she should be someone from the ancient times, or even much earlier. Lately, I've noticed that the old geezers from years ago are gradually showing themselves. Chaotic times are upon us." As she spoke, she shot a glance down below and left. Sponsored content. Didn't take long for her to vanish into the sky. A long time later, the woman in a red dress left. In the ancient sword sect, everything remained normal. At Yang Ye's abode, in the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi was still cultivating. His body was at the five-world realm, his cultivation was at the five-world realm, and his sword domain had improved tremendously. It could be said that he was at his peak in every aspect. His peak represented a bottleneck. Now, he was truly at a bottleneck. His body and cultivation were impossible to improve further for now. The only thing he could do was focus on cultivating his sword techniques, secret techniques, and control over his divine treasures. Especially Executor. 90% of Executor was unsealed now. While its strength wasn't at its greatest, it couldn't be compared to the past either. Now, he had to truly grasp control over it and bring forth all its might. Of course, besides cultivating, he had to do something else. It was to play with Chibitian. Moreover, he would practice with his sword after every session with her, because she would frequently give him some guidance. He benefited tremendously from that. Chibitian's guidance truly allowed Yang Yi to benefit tremendously. Some of her insights and pointers were absolutely useful to me. Moreover, he was improving rapidly in all aspects under her guidance. Most importantly, his outlook on things had been raised significantly because of her. On this day, Yang Yi finished playing with her and went to practice with his sword. Chibitian had just lost. She'd lost on purpose. She felt that she'd won so many times and should take a loss. So, she intentionally exposed a few mistakes, and Yang Yi had naturally noticed them. So, he went along with it and won. Once he won, Yang Yi roared with laughter like an overjoyed child. Chibitian's vanity was absolutely satisfied by this. She was very happy, extremely happy, when she saw Yang Yi training again. In her joy, Chibitian said, "Your flying swords and sword techniques are lagging behind a little. I'll teach you a move. Want to learn it?" Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Chapter 2566. Yang Yi was overjoyed. It was a truly pleasant surprise. Would Chibitian teach him trash? Absolutely not, because she didn't even think highly of super divine treasures. Something that could occupy her mind was absolutely amazing. While he was overjoyed inside, Yang Yi remained quite calm on the outside. He couldn't allow it to show at a time like this, or she would look down on him. Yang Yi acted stunned for a moment, and then he walked over to her and smiled. "What is it?" She sat on the steps outside the house. "A sword technique?" Yang Yi was quite surprised. "You know sword techniques?" She replied, "It's just a single move. It felt pretty good, so I committed it to memory. I'd almost forgotten it, but after I saw you training, I recalled it again." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chibitian said, "The Hell Sphere." "The Hell Sphere?" Yang Yi frowned slightly. "A sword technique?" She nodded. "It's pretty good, and it even injured me. Hell Sphere is creating a sphere of hell. It's similar to your sword domain, but different at the same time. Do you want to learn it?" Yang Yi hurriedly nodded. "I do." Chibitian nodded slightly. Hell Sphere is to create a sphere of space around you. It's like a miniaturized version of your sword domain. You just have to shrink your sword domain to the point it only covers the area you stand on. Yang Yi quickly asked, and then, she continued, "Now that you have your sphere, it's time to create hell. Your sword cultivators use sword energy, right?" Yang Yi nodded. "Of course." Chibitian said, "So, just madly release your sword intent and sword energy. But remember that they must not exceed the sphere you've created. They must remain within that sphere. If you can accomplish that, then you've cultivated the technique successfully." Yang Yi was stunned, and he wondered if that was all. Chibitian said, "You think it's very easy?" Yang Yi smiled embarrassedly. "It should be, right?" She shrugged. "Why don't you give it a try?" Yang Yi went to the side, activated his sword domain, and started to shrink it. It didn't take long for it to form a sphere around him. After that, he did as he said and madly released his sword intent and sword energy. However, as soon as they emerged, they shot out of that sphere. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Chibitian gestured for him to continue. Yang Yi took a deep breath. This time, he grew a little more serious as he continued releasing his sword intent and sword energy. In the beginning, they remained within the sphere, but as more and more of them emerged from him, he started to lose control of them. A short while later, they escaped the sphere again. This time, Yang Yi had a solemn expression on his face, because he noticed that it wasn't an easy task. It was like filling a bottle with water, and the water overflowed naturally at some point. Yet now, Chi Bitian wanted him to ceaselessly release his sword intent and sword energy within the sphere, but stop it from overflowing. In the beginning, it sounded like an easy task, but once he tried to accomplish it, he noticed that it wasn't just difficult. Chi Bitian spoke indifferently. Didn't you say it was easy? Go on. Yang Yi smiled embarrassedly and walked over to her before asking humbly for guidance. Little Chi, I was wrong. Please guide me. She glanced at him and said, Do you know why it's so difficult? Yang Yi shook his head. She said, Because it's a law of nature. Of course, that isn't the real reason. The real reason is… She paused for a moment and continued, I don't know. Yang Yi was flabbergasted. Chi Bitian added, Just try again and I'll try to figure it out. Yang Ye's face darkened. Seriously? Sponsored content. Yang Yi didn't refuse and just activated the sword domain again, and then he started trying again. Just like that. After doing it 3 more times, Chi Bitian told him to stop. Yang Yi stood before her and listened in silence. Chi Bitian said, I know what's the problem. There are 2. Firstly, your control of your sword domain isn't sufficient. Simply speaking, it isn't strong enough, so it can't suppress your sword intent and sword energy. The second reason is that you're not sufficiently focused. You must be very, very focused. Your sword domain sphere is like a bottle while your sword intent and sword energy are the water. You must put them all inside while acting as the lid. You must hold the lid tight, and only then will you be able to truly suppress them. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, What happens after that? Chi Bitian smiled. At that time, the owner of this technique used it against me. I was injured by it. Of course, I killed him, and I did it with one hand. Yang Ye's face darkened. What the heck is she trying to say? Are you saying I wouldn't be a match for you even if I succeed at cultivating this technique? However, he was never a match for her anyway. Chi Bitian stood up. A qualitative transformation. Once your sword intent and sword energy are condensed countless times, they will undergo a qualitative transformation, and it's a terrifying transformation. It's like blowing air into a person's body, and that person explodes after some time. Yang Ye's face was quite unsightly. So, will I explode in the process too? She thought for a moment. I'm not certain, but it's possible. Of course, it may not happen as well. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Chi Bitian walked over to Yang Yi and spoke seriously. If you can accomplish that, the area within your sword domain sphere will be hell that takes the lives of all who get close. Of course, it all depends on you. I'm going to play with Lei Lin. Have fun. She waved her hand, and a rattan ball flew into her grasp, and then she went to the side and started kicking it. Yang Yi had quite a bitter expression on his face. Damn it. She doesn't seem really reliable. Theft is never good. Try looking at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Sword domain sphere? Hell sphere? It really wasn't very reliable. However, Yang Yi felt that it was possible. Sponsored content, so, to do it or not to do it. After thinking for a while, Yang Yi decided to do it. Had decided to give it a try. Yang Yi took a deep breath. He didn't return to the cultivation room and just remained outside the bamboo house. Because if any mishaps occurred, he felt safer knowing Chi Bitian was here. At the very least, she wouldn't just let him die. Yang Yi walked off to the side and activated his sword domain. After that, he started to condense it and release his sword intent and sword energy. It wasn't too bad in the beginning. All his sword intent and sword energy remained within the sphere, but as time passed, the sword domain sphere was gradually losing control of the sword energy and sword intent. At this moment, he couldn't stop because his sword energy and sword intent hadn't undergone a qualitative transformation. He had to continue. Yang Yi took a deep breath and continued releasing both sword intent and sword energy. But this time, he slowed it down. Such things couldn't be rushed, and they had to be taken slow, especially when he was just starting out. Meanwhile, Chi Bitian glanced at Yang Yi and muttered softly, I didn't misremember anything, right? Yes, I probably didn't. She seemed to be slightly lacking in confidence and hurriedly went back to playing. Meanwhile, Yang Yi went on condensing it all. Unfortunately, 2 hours later, he failed once more. Moreover, he suffered backlash from it. The backlash from his own sword intent and sword energy actually blasted him away. Fortunately, Chi Bitian had hurriedly lent him a hand and helped him escape calamity. She said seriously, "It's fine. Take it slow. I'm certain you'll succeed." Yang Yi was quite moved when he heard her. At least she had a heart. After resting for a short while, Yang Yi continued. This time, he had more experience, and he took it slow from the very beginning. Previously, he tried to instantly fill the bottle, and he knew he couldn't control that. So, he started to slow down and take it one step at a time. This time, he lasted much longer. Yang Yi gradually noticed that his sword intent and sword energy were starting to undergo a qualitative transformation. It was very subtle, but it was transforming, because he could sense it clearly within his sword domain. Yang Yi was overjoyed when he sensed this. It was really transforming. Sponsored content, however, it grew increasingly dangerous for him, because he noticed that he was on the verge of losing control of it. Or it should be said that the energy they contained had started to pose a threat to him. Fortunately, Chi Bitian wasn't too far away. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to continue. Sweat gradually covered Yang Ye's entire face. However, Yang Ye's sword intent and sword energy were transforming within the sphere, and the space around him was starting to tremble. It was very unstable. Chi Bitian shot a glance at Yang Yi and was quite lacking in confidence. She was afraid that Yang Yi would die, but Yang Yi didn't cause his own death. As he gradually condensed and suppressed them, sword energy and sword intent filled the sphere, and they had become completely different now. It was like an enhanced version of sword intent and sword energy, a true qualitative transformation. Yang Yi was overjoyed, and he pressed on. He carefully released his sword energy and sword intent, and then carefully suppressed them to keep them from leaving the sword domain sphere. Just like that, this cycle continued incessantly. Chi Bitian had stopped playing. She just sat there and gazed at Yang Yi with curiosity on her face. Finally, a long time later, Yang Yi finally sensed his true limit. After that, something happened. With Yang Ye's sword domain sphere at its center, the space in the surroundings actually started to vanish inch by inch. It truly vanished, and it hadn't just been shattered. At this moment, Yang Yi felt like he was full of strength. He felt like he could destroy the world and instantly annihilate anything. So, he gazed at Chi Bitian with a provocative look in his eyes. Chapter 2567. At this moment, Yang Yi had forgotten what Chi Bitian had said. The owner of the Hell Sphere had only been able to injure her with it, and she'd annihilated that person with just one hand. If Yang Yi still remembered those words, he would absolutely not act like this. Unfortunately, he'd grown a little too overconfident right now. At this moment, he felt invincible. Chi Bitian glanced at Yang Yi. "I don't want to lost my opponent in Gamoku." Haha. Yang Yi roared madly with laughter, and he laughed for a while before he looked at her. "Let's fight." Bang. As soon as he said that, an explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was blasted away. As for his sword domain sphere and the sword intent and sword energy within it, all of them had instantly vanished without a trace. Yang Yi flew extremely far away. He flew all the way out of the sword sect. At a mountain wall outside the sword sect, there was a pitch black hole there. A long time passed before a pair of hands emerged from it. A short while later, a head emerged. It was Yang Yi. Just like that, Yang Yi crawled out slowly. He was partially paralyzed. At this moment, Yang Ye's mind cleared up. He recalled what he'd done, and it was the first time he'd felt so stupid. Absolutely stupid. Yang Yi returned to the bamboo house, and Chi Bitian was still there. She glanced at him and asked, "Shall we continue?" Yang Yi quickly shook his head. "No, not at all." She walked over to him and spoke in a very serious manner. "You're not weak. It's I who am too strong. So, don't feel dejected. After all, I even killed that guy from all those years ago with such ease." Yang Ye's face darkened. Is she comforting me or threatening me? Chi Bitian sat at the side and continued, "I was watching earlier, and it was really not bad. However, you haven't mastered the technique, and you need that to use it in battle. Understand? Master it. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. Just as Chi Bitian had said, he wasn't very skilled in using it, so he couldn't unleash it in an instant. So, he had to continue training, painstakingly. So, after that, while nothing occurred at the ancient sword sect, Yang Yi remained training in the primordial pagoda. In another world, a woman stood on a vast river, and there was a young girl standing in the distance. She had a white and fluffy little fellow on her shoulder, and there were 3 huge ships in front of them. Warships. 3 powerful warships. Every one of these warships had a long flag on it, and there was a red circle on the flag. Not too far away from the ships was an island. The young girl stood on the ocean while wearing a strange thing on her head. The strange thing was making noises, and if one listened carefully, one would notice that the sounds of passion and fervor were coming from it. Sponsored content. She had a very good sense of rhythm as she stepped forward lightly, causing numerous ripples to undulate in all directions. Meanwhile, the white and fluffy little fellow on her shoulder was wearing the same thing as the young girl. She kept blinking in a very rhythmic manner, and she was holding a rattle drum. She shook it from time to time. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in blue uniform appeared on the deck. The middle-aged man was holding a black spyglass to observe the young girl. When he saw her floating above the water, he was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. He hurriedly took another look, and a long time passed before he spoke softly. Magic? Sorcery? The young girl shook her head and moved faster while humming from time to time. The river flows east. The Big Dipper is the star to watch. When there's injustice on my way, I roar and smash the dragon and ox to death. The little fellow on her shoulder kept shaking the rattle drum. The middle-aged man on the warship put his spyglass away and fell silent for a short while, and then he spoke in broken Chinese. Must be Chinese tricks. Forget her. Full speed ahead. This island is ours. After that, he stopped speaking in Chinese. Meanwhile, the warships sped up toward the island. Eternal border. The desolate race. In a hall, the junior patriarch of the desolate race, Huang Ying, sat before a desk, and there were numerous scrolls laid out on it. Meanwhile, an ethereal figure suddenly appeared before him. Huang Ying stopped and asked softly. He refused. The ethereal figure nodded slightly. As you expected, he didn't leave, and he's leading those sword cultivators against the soul sect. Huang Ying sighed softly and didn't say anything. Sponsored content. The ethereal figure hesitated for a moment and said, Junior Patriarch, according to the information we've collected, the soul sect isn't ordinary at all, and they have formed an agreement with the other powers of Eternal Kingdom to fight our desolate race in the future. Fight our desolate race? Huang Ying shook his head and smiled. That's quite interesting. The ethereal figure replied solemnly, You must not underestimate them. Huang Ying smiled. Of course I won't underestimate them or be careless. Right. Have we figured out the strength of the soul sect? The ethereal figure replied. The strongest is their sect master. He's quite mysterious, and we can't find out his true identity or origins. He possesses a super divine treasure, the soul all. If Yang Ye's executor is included, there are 5 known super divine treasures in Eternal Kingdom. Yang Ye's executor cannot be considered as a true super divine treasure. At the very least, it can't until it's fully unsealed. But the other 4 are true super divine treasures. Moreover, besides Yang Ye's executor, all the other 4 may be pointed at our desolate race. So, we must take precautions. Huang Ying nodded slightly. I understand. You may leave now. The ethereal figure bowed slightly and left. Meanwhile, Huang Ying added, Once you return to Eternal Kingdom, pay attention to the ancient sword sect and Brother Yang. Don't refuse his requests. The ethereal figure hesitated for a moment and said, Junior Patriarch, allow me to be honest. We shouldn't interfere in this. Moreover, if we interfere, the situation will become worse for him once Eternal Kingdom finds out. At that time, they will have an excuse to openly attack him. Huang Ying fell silent for a long time and said, Isn't that good? The more chaotic it is over there, the more beneficial it will be for us. The ethereal figure was stunned, and then it cupped its hands and left. Once the ethereal figure left, Huang Ying closed his eyes slowly. Sorry, I'm Huang Ying, but I'm also the Desolate Race's junior patriarch, Eternal Kingdom. The Central Region. The Central Region was the core of the Eternal Kingdom, and it was where the head of the divine vein resided. It was the most prosperous area in Eternal Kingdom, and it was the Xing clan's territory and where the Eternal Lord resided. On this day, Xing Biqing went to the restricted area of the Xing clan. Actually, the restricted area was just a vegetable garden. Even the Xing clan's patriarch couldn't visit this garden. All sorts of fruits and vegetables were planted here. Sponsored content. A middle-aged man was sprinkling fertilizer in the garden, and he grinned upon noticing Xing Biqing. Wait a while. I'm almost done. Xing Biqing bowed slightly and stood respectfully at the side. Around 2 hours later, the middle-aged man led her into a small courtyard. He sat before a stone table and took a sip from the teacup on the table. The middle-aged man put down the cup and smiled. While it isn't top-rate tea, it was planted with my own hands, so it's the best for me. It feels great to drink it. He gazed at Xing Biqing and continued, You rarely come to visit me, so tell me, what is it? Xing Biqing sat before him. Uncle, why are you letting the Soul Sect do as they please? He shook his head. You're wrong. I'm not. Xing Biqing glanced at him and spoke softly. If they didn't receive your permission, they wouldn't dare to treat the ancient sword sect like that. The middle-aged man smiled. Are you here for that kid? She spoke solemnly. He's a friend of mine. Search bit. ly/3ibfjkv for the original. The middle-aged man replied. He's been in the limelight lately. Right, I know a little about him. He is pretty good. She gazed at him and pleaded, Uncle, can you spare him? The middle-aged man smiled. You still don't understand. This world has its own rules, and there are some rules that we cannot violate. Once we do that, the rules will be lost, and this world will be in chaos. Just like when a wolf wants to eat some sheep, what would the wolf do if we tried to save the sheep? Let it starve to death? We can't do that. He stood up slowly. If we break the rules, this world will fall into chaos. Xing Biqing fell silent for a long time and said, Uncle, are we really going to join in and split the ancient sword sect with the others? The middle-aged man glanced at her and said, If the ancient sword sect is more useful to us than the soul sect, then I will choose them. Just like when I suppressed the soul sect and prohibited them from emerging into the world. Yet now, the soul sect is more useful to us. So, I chose the soul sect. He looked up at the sky and continued, The useful remains. Understand? Chapter 2568 The Useful Remains. Xing Biqing fell silent for a long time and said, He is very talented, is he not? The middle-aged man shook his head. I would be willing to wait at any other time, but we don't have much time left anymore. Xing Biqing glanced at him and said, Uncle, I don't want to be the clan's patriarch anymore. The middle-aged man turned around to look at her. Because of him? She nodded. He is my friend, and I'm a member of the Xing clan. I don't want to choose between him and the clan in the future. The middle-aged man shook his head. You're not very mature. Xing Biqing smiled. Perhaps. I just want to focus on my cultivation now. The middle-aged man nodded. I respect your decision. Xing Biqing bowed slightly to him and left. The middle-aged man continued planting his vegetables. The Yi clan. Yi Zhibei was the patriarch of the Yi clan now, but her authority wasn't that great. Strength always decided things, and authority was given proportionately to strength. Yi Zhibei went to the rear mountains of the Yi estate, and she met the Yi clan's ancestor there. The Yi clan's ancestor was the true master of the Yi clan. Yi Zhibei walked over to him, and the latter said, Sit. She didn't sit, and remained standing instead. The Yi clan's ancestor smiled. You're here for Yi Yang? She nodded. He said, Go on. Yi Zhibei fell silent for a short while and said, I know that the Yi clan would never get itself swept into such conflict, and it would never ever help the ancient sword sect. But I want the Yi clan to give up the benefits of this. The Yi clan's ancestor suddenly asked, Do you know what the benefits of it are? Yi Zhibei nodded. I do. If the ancient sword sect is destroyed, we will get 1/4 of its wealth. There will be at least a few 100,000 world crystals, and at least 5 to 7 divine treasures. Besides that, there is that spirit vein, and the soul sect will have to compensate us with at least 30,000 world crystals for that. All of those aren't even the main point. The main point is we can establish our forces in the West region and expand there. Moreover, once we occupy some territory over there, our Yi clan's profits will increase by at least 30%. The Yi clan's ancestor nodded slightly. You're correct, but you do not know about something. Once the ancient sword sect is destroyed, the soul sect will join us, and we'll have a better chance against the desolate race with their help. He gazed at Yijibe and continued, of course, you can tell me your reasons for supporting that kid. If it's because you're friends, then I'll be very disappointed. Yijibe fell silent for a long time, and then she looked him in the eyes. Everything I said was based on success, and we will get all of that if it's successful. But ancestor, what if they fail? The Yi clan's ancestor fell silent this time. Yijibe sat by his side. Ancestor, everything comes with its risks. Of course, there is no gain without risk, but it depends on the situation, right? He played with 2 jade green balls in his hands while he said, go on. She continued, Yi Yang is Yang Yi. I'm sure you're aware of that. But you seem to have forgotten something, and it's that he has a sprite progenitor. The sprite progenitor. The Yi clan's ancestor stopped playing with those balls when he heard her. She grinned and said, Ancestor, do you know what the heart is? He glanced at her and chuckled. What? Are you trying to discuss the Tao with me? She shook her head. I've been in contact with him, and do you know what I think of him? He smiled. Tell me. Yijibe said, he's someone who has a high regard for feelings and relationships. If he thinks it's right, he will do it. Just like when he rushed into War City to save his friends. He doesn't act based on his own interests. Take the ancient sword sect, for example. He can leave, but he still stayed. Is it because he covets the position of sect master? Or the sect's treasures? I don't think so. Authority is worthless to him. As for the sect's treasures, he has super divine treasures and divine treasures, so the ancient sword sect's treasures aren't important to him either. Sponsored content. She stood up slowly and looked ahead as she spoke. His heart. He always follows his heart. That is why Xing Biqing and I are willing to be friends with him, because we are certain he won't stab us in the back. Moreover, so long as we need help, he will definitely come to our aid. She shook her head and chuckled at this point, but we can't do the same for him, because we have too much to worry about. The first thing we consider can never be our own relationships, it is our interests instead. We must always think if it will be beneficial for our clans. The Yi clan's ancestor remained silent. Yijibe continued, he's a sword cultivator who fully follows his heart. Perhaps he isn't a good person, but he's absolutely not a bad person. She gazed at the Yi clan's ancestor and said, Ancestor, I want to continue being his friend, and I want to lead the Yi clan to continue being his friend. Of course, the Yi clan doesn't belong to me, it belongs to everyone. But if it's possible, even if we don't help him, we shouldn't beat him when he's down. All right? The Yi clan's ancestor glanced at her and smiled. You've spoken much more than you ever do. Yijibe didn't say another word and just waited for his decision. Yijibe's ancestor gazed at the clouds for a long time. You can make the decisions for the Yi clan. Just do what you think is best for the clan. Yijibe was visibly relieved. She bowed to him and walked away. Meanwhile, the Yi clan's ancestor closed his eyes slowly. That kid's backing isn't ordinary either. If Yang Yi didn't have any backing, everything would be pointless. Because killing him and the ancient sword sect would be absolutely easy. Unfortunately, Yang Yi had backing, and it was extremely powerful backing too. Thus, they had to abide by the rules when dealing with him. Once they did that, everything that was set in stone before this was full of variables again. The ancient sword sect. In the primordial pagoda. After days of bitter cultivation, Yang Ye's sword domain sphere was pretty good now. Presently, he could unleash it with ease, but it wasn't quite stable, and the slightest mistake would end in him injuring himself. While there was a certain amount of danger, it was very, very powerful. It was extremely terrifying, and it could be said that ordinary Lord Realm experts wouldn't be able to endure it upon getting close to him. Not to mention others, even he couldn't really endure it. Sponsored content. Yang Yi didn't continue training and left the primordial pagoda. Outside the pagoda, The soul sect didn't show signs of attacking yet. As he stood outside the main hall, Yang Yi fell silent as he gazed at the darkness around the sect. Wait for death to arrive? Yang Yi shook his head. He felt that this wouldn't do, because the pressure was growing for the entire sect, and it would strike a huge blow to their overall morale. Yang Yi gazed at the darkness for a long time, and then he said, "Summon the elite disciples." A short while later, the elite disciples arrived before Yang Yi, and all of them had a divine treasure. These divine treasures were a part of the sect's reserves. Besides the elite disciples, Nether Maiden and the others appeared behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at them. "Come with me." Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that shot up into the sky. Rays of light followed closely behind him. Nether Maiden and the others hurried after him as well. A short while later, they arrived before the darkness, and a wisp of viciousness flashed through Yang Ye's eyes as he gazed at the dark encirclement around the sect. A moment later, the sheath on his waist shook, and then Executor shot forward. Meanwhile, the Soul Sect's super divine treasure, the Soul All, emerged from the darkness. The Soul All slammed itself against Executor. A battle between super divine treasures. As soon as they collided, the sky shook, and waves of violent energy raged like a storm. Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared behind Executor, and then he grabbed it and shot into the darkness. Sponsored content. Nether Maiden's expression changed slightly, and she was about to charge in when an explosion resounded from within the darkness. After that, countless rays of sword energy rippled out before the pitch-black encirclement shattered before their eyes. It didn't take long for the darkness to gradually vanish. The formation had been destroyed. It had been destroyed by force. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3ibfjkv, Yang Ye's strength wasn't the same anymore. After all, even Executor had 90% of its strength now. While its strength wasn't fully unsealed, it couldn't be compared to the past. A group of mysterious black-robed figures stood before Yang Yi, and they were led by the Soul Sect's Exalt. Besides that, the two black-robed figures who'd hunted him the other day were behind the Soul Exalt. The woman in a black dress was by their side too. Furthermore, there were three black-clothed figures with pitch-black spears standing behind the group, and they were souls without bodies. The Soul Exalt stared at Yang Yi. He hadn't expected this fellow to dare make the first move. Yang Yi had actually made the first move. Fortunately, the Soul Sect was prepared. Yang Yi swung his sword. He didn't want to waste his breath and was about to attack. Suddenly, numerous shrill cries resounded from down below. Yang Ye's expression changed as he swiftly turned to look. The ancient sword sect was under attack. The Soul Exalt suddenly smiled, as expected of the number one organization of assassins in Eternal Kingdom. They really are efficient. Chapter 25, 69 Assassins. Meanwhile, a voice resounded in Yang Ye's mind. It's Heaven's Avatar, an organization of assassins that's rather mysterious in Eternal Kingdom. They usually keep a very low profile and do not act against the large powers. I didn't expect them to help the Soul Sect. Yang Yi turned around to gaze at Nether Maiden, and the latter nodded slightly. We'll deal with them. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and entered the sect with the others. Yang Yi was very confident in them. He turned around to gaze at the Soul Exalt's group. Suddenly, something unexpected occurred. A translucent figure suddenly appeared in the space behind him, and then a ray of cold light shot toward Yang Ye's nape. An assassin! Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and he reacted very quickly. A moment later, he turned around and swung his sword. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the translucent figure vanished. Yang Yi frowned slightly. A Lord Realm assassin. It was obvious that the Soul Sect had really gone all out this time. Yang Yi ignored the assassin and gazed at the Soul Exalt's group. The Soul Exalt laughed coldly. The pleasant surprises aren't over. As soon as he said that, a man with a mask over his face appeared on Yang Ye's right. The man held a saber, and his saber intent was at the Lord Realm, a powerful Lord Realm saber cultivator. Meanwhile, a woman with a golden spear suddenly appeared on Yang Ye's left. She wore a tight black dress and a veil, so her appearance was completely obstructed from view. We are bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Find us on Google. Another Lord Realm expert. The Soul Sect was very well aware that only such Lord Realm experts posed a threat to Yang Yi. They had to be those who were truly strong in the Lord Realm. Thus, existences in the Lord Realm, who could even surmount their realms of cultivation, had been sent here today. Yang Yi glanced at them and smiled. You're not from the Soul Sect, right? They remained silent. Yang Yi nodded. Looks like the other powers can't wait anymore, and you plan to take matters into your own hands. Meanwhile, the saber cultivator suddenly vanished on the spot, and then the space above Yang Yi was sliced open. A terrifying ray of saber energy surged down from above like a waterfall. A dense amount of pressure instantly assaulted his head. It didn't take long for the saber to arrive just half an inch away from Yang Ye's head. However, a sword slammed against its blade. Bang! An explosion resounded. Yang Yi and the saber cultivator immediately moved apart from each other, and they moved around 300 m back. As soon as Yang Yi stopped himself, a powerful aura swept toward him. It was the spear-wielding woman. Her spear was like a bolt of lightning that carried the force of the world. Yang Yi hurriedly stabilized himself, and then the sword gourd shook violently while two flying swords shot out from it. The woman was instantly pushed back, but the saber cultivator charged at Yang Yi again. The other elite disciples of the ancient sword sect were about to lend him a hand, but the Soul Exalt gave the command, and the other experts behind him charged at those elite disciples. They were overwhelming their opponents with numbers. So, the elite disciples were instantly suppressed. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was gradually pushed into a disadvantage in his battle. Obviously, they weren't ordinary experts. It made sense because they knew how terrifying Yang Yi was. So how could they send ordinary experts to give their lives away? The Soul Exalt didn't attack because an aura was locked onto him. If he attacked, the owner of that aura would attack. It could be said that they were keeping each other busy. The Soul Exalt glanced at the black-robed figures by his side. They nodded slightly, and then two powerful auras locked onto Yang Yi. Yang Ye's figure stiffened slightly from this, and that caused him to be blasted away by the saber cultivator and woman. Meanwhile, the black-robed figures vanished on the spot. At this moment, Yang Yi sensed unprecedented danger. Sponsored content. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and then his figure turned ethereal. The sword domain sphere. Bang! The sound of something shattering resounded. Both the black-robed men, the saber cultivator, and the woman were blasted away. What? The Soul Exalt gazed at Yang Yi. At this moment, an extremely powerful wave of sword intent and sword energy surrounded Yang Yi. Just a moment ago, all four of those Lord Realm experts had been instantly blasted away upon approaching Yang Yi. The saber cultivator seemed like his entire body had been pierced by swords and was covered in holes. The woman's reaction was the fastest, so she'd retreated the fastest too. Thus, she was in a comparatively better state, but she wasn't lightly injured either. She'd lost her right arm. It was those two experts from the Soul Sect who'd suffered the least injuries. Both of them were the strongest here, so they'd retreated as soon as Yang Yi unleashed the sword domain sphere. It was why they'd suffered the least injuries. But at this moment, they were extremely shocked. At that instant, they had sensed intense danger. If they had gone too close just now, they would have been severely injured even if they could avoid death. Fear. At this moment, all of them felt intense fear toward Yang Yi. Yang Yi deactivated the sword domain sphere. While it was extremely powerful, it was difficult to control. The slightest mistake would kill him first. Once he deactivated it, Yang Yi immediately activated Flash, and then a few flying swords flashed. The others' expressions changed drastically, and they retreated. But they weren't the targets of those flying swords. Those flying swords were aimed at the experts from the Soul Sect who were in battle with the ancient Sword Sect's elite disciples. The sudden arrival of these flying swords took those experts by surprise, and a few heads instantly shot into the air. Blood sprayed like fountains. The Soul Exalt's face turned gloomy from the sight of this. What? All four of you aren't enough to take him down? Sponsored content. Meanwhile, The woman suddenly shouted with fury, and then her spear shot at Yang Yi like a bolt of lightning. Behind the spear was numerous bolts of dazzling lightning. It shattered everything before it. The heavily injured saber cultivator didn't attack again. He just vanished into the sky. He was just here to help. He wasn't here to risk his life. Yang Yi gazed at the spear that was surging in his direction, and then he laughed coldly. Meanwhile, Executor shot forward from his grasp. Hiss! A sharp and ear-piercing sound of something bearing sliced open resounded. Executor instantly sliced open the spear with ease, and it didn't slow down at all as it continued toward the woman. The woman's expression changed slightly. Fortunately, those two experts from the Soul sect suddenly appeared before her. After that, two rays of powerful soul energy rippled out and pushed Executor back. Yang Yi stretched out his right hand, and Executor immediately flew into his grasp. The fear in the woman's eyes turned into solemnness at this moment. Yang Yi's strength was much stronger than she'd imagined. Yang Yi glanced at the experts from the Soul sect, and he was about to attack when the space before him warped strangely. The space domain. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He was about to counterattack when a wave of a sweet scent assaulted him, and then a woman appeared before him. Nether Maiden. Nether Maiden glanced at Yang Yi. There are 2 Lord Realm Assassins and 7 5-World Realm Assassins down there. Yang Yi replied solemnly, Go down there. I can deal with the battle up here. Nether Maiden shook her head slightly. The others can deal with them. She looked forward as she spoke. We weren't able to kill each other that day, so let's decide who dies today. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hands slightly, and then the space before her gradually turned ethereal. Sponsored content. Yang Yi didn't pay any further attention to Nether Maiden and the woman with the space domain. He was confident in Nether Maiden, because even he didn't dare to guarantee that he could defeat Nether Maiden. Yang Yi gazed at the 2 experts from the Soul sect and the spear-wielding woman. Yang Yi walked slowly in their direction, and his sword intent rippled out from him like the tide. All 3 of them had extremely solemn expressions on their faces, and they didn't dare act carelessly at all. Meanwhile, 3 sword howls resounded, and then 3 flying swords suddenly shot forward at them. At the same time, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. A powerful sword howl tore through space. Yang Yi's strength was being enhanced by flash right now, so his speed was many times faster than before. It wasn't just his speed. His strength had been enhanced tremendously as well. The flying swords were naturally unable to pose a threat to the black-robed men, and they were immediately blasted away upon approaching them. But Yang Yi had arrived before them. The sword domain swept out. Yang Yi's sword descended. 13 overlapped swings with the sword domain. As the final swing descended, the space in the surroundings couldn't endure its strength anymore and instantly collapsed. Meanwhile, the relatively weaker woman was blasted away while defending herself from Yang Yi's flying sword. The black-robed men from the Soul sect didn't retreat or try to dodge it. 2 vortexes of souls suddenly appeared before them, and then numerous souls rippled out from them. Countless souls. These souls forcefully stopped Yang Yi's powerful attack, and they even devoured all the sword energy and sword intent around Yang Yi's sword. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was blasted away with his sword. Yang Yi stopped over 1 kilometer away. At this moment, the space in a huge area around him was covered in souls, an endless swarm of souls. Meanwhile, a white-haired old man standing far away in space glanced at Yang Yi's figure within the vortex of souls, and he said, Just that won't be enough to kill him. You go give them a hand. As soon as he gave the order, a pitch-black colossus soundlessly appeared behind him. At the same time, in the primordial pagoda, Chi-Bitian suddenly looked up while kicking her ball. She frowned slightly and said, What the heck? Chapter 2570 in the primordial pagoda. Chi-Bitian frowned slightly and looked up at the sky. Actually, she was looking outside, and she muttered softly, The Abyss Lion. Layli asked curiously, Big sister, you recognize that big guy? Chi-Bitian nodded slightly. It tried to attack me when I passed by its territory. Lei Lin asked, What happened? Chi Bitian replied, and then its territory became mine. However, I didn't kill it because it is a descendant of that existence. Lei Lin blinked, but it's trying to kill Big Brother Yang. Chi Bitian smiled. It's not trying to kill me, so what do I care? Lei Lin was stunned speechless. Chi Bitian glanced at Yang Yi and spoke softly. Allow me to give you a friendly reminder. That fellow isn't ordinary. Besides Arya's bloodline that can firmly suppress it, other demon beasts cower before it. Especially that dragon in here. It's a bane of dragons, and the bane of many demon beasts. So, don't let them go outside and die. She pulled Lei Lin to the side to play with her. Nothing was more important than Gamoku and soccer to Chi Bitian, outside the primordial pagoda. At this moment, Yang Yi sensed the powerful aura of that demon beast from within the encirclement of countless souls. He shot a glance to the side, and he saw a pitch-black colossus charging at him from there. As it charged at him, the entire sky shook. It couldn't endure the colossus' strength at all. But Yang Yi couldn't dodge at all because there were countless souls around him. Meanwhile, the abyss lion was getting closer and closer. Now, Yang Yi could see its rough outline. It was huge. It had a horn on its head, and an especially long mouth that seemed like it housed a pitch-black vortex. Suddenly, a powerful devouring force enveloped Yang Yi. As soon as it enveloped him, Yang Yi and the space around him actually started to move toward the mouth. It wanted to swallow him alive. Watch out. Even that super divine treasure won't be able to slice it open from the inside. Meanwhile, Chi Bitian's voice resounded in Yang Ye's mind. Yang Ye's face darkened. Then tell me, how am I supposed to stop myself from being swallowed? Chi Bitian replied, you fool. Hit it. It's only truly strong internally, and its outer body is just ordinary. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then a wave of powerful sword intent and sword energy rippled out from him, and then a ray of sword energy tore through the area. 13 overlapped swings with the sword domain. However, it was instantly swallowed upon arriving before the abyss lion. It had been swallowed. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Meanwhile, two powerful auras swept over from behind Yang Yi. Search bit. ly/3ibfjkv for the original. Countless souls enveloped Yang Yi like a black snowstorm. A vicious glow flashed through Yang Ye's eyes, and then he waved his sword swiftly, causing rays of sword energy to surge out. Hiss, 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 hiss. The sound of something being sliced open resounded throughout the sky. However, the souls simply seemed endless. They madly devoured Yang Ye's sword energy and sword intent, and they tried to devour his sword too. It could be said that if he wasn't holding a super divine treasure, then even a divine treasure would be gone by now. Meanwhile, the abyss lion was still eyeing Yang Yi ferociously and was waiting for an opportunity to strike. But it didn't take long for it to suddenly look toward the ancient sword sect. Yang Ye's expression changed drastically from the sight of this. Meanwhile, the abyss lion charged at the sect below. Once it got close to the sect, the entire sect would be sucked into its stomach. Suddenly, something unexpected occurred. A few powerful auras suddenly appeared in the air above the sect. Yang Yi was shocked. More Lord Realm experts. But it only took a moment for him to be stunned. Because he knew the owners of those auras, it was the Grand Elders group that had left the ancient sword sect that day. Yang Yi frowned slightly from the sight of them. They're back? Sponsored content Elder Shui, and the others paid no attention to Yang Yi and just charged at the Abyss Lion. They were all at the Lord Realm, and they weren't ordinary Lord Realm experts either, so their powerful auras forced the Abyss Lion away from the sect. But it also aroused the ferocious nature within it. A moment later, a huge mouth that stretched far and wide appeared in the sky above the sect. At the same time, an extremely powerful suction force swept out from it. At this moment, the disciples of the ancient sword sect couldn't stop themselves from shooting up into the air toward the mouth in the sky. Even Elder Shui and the others were barely able to resist it. Elder Shui and the Grand Elder exchanged glances, and then the elders behind them suddenly raised their swords before rays of sword energy flashed through the sky like bolts of lightning. Meanwhile, Elder Shui suddenly shouted with fury, "Thousand sword formation!" As soon as she gave the order, her sword left her grasp, and it was the same for all the other elders here. Besides that, the swords of all the disciples down below shot up into the air as well. In an instant, countless rays of sword energy and sword intent surged into the sky. Elder Shui formed a strange seal with both hands, and then a huge circle of swords appeared before the Abyss Lion. After that, countless rays of sword energy rained down from them. Meanwhile, countless rays of sword energy surged up into the sky from below. However, the Abyss Lion didn't fear them at all. It devoured all the sword energy, and even if some did hit it, they didn't cause any damage to it. Elder Shui's face turned utterly gloomy from the sight of this. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was locked in combat with those two black-robed experts from the Soul Sect, and he couldn't leave to help the others at all. The worst part was that around 20 more black-robed figures had appeared behind the Soul Exalt. All of them didn't carry the aura of the Soul Sect. Obviously, they didn't belong to the Soul Sect. Moreover, all of them were Lord Realm experts. The person who led the group was a Grade 3 Lord Realm expert who held a cane. The other powers had taken action. Meanwhile, they suddenly vanished, and they were in front of Elder Shui's group when they appeared again. They didn't waste their breaths and just attacked. They struck lethal blows. It was utter suppression. Sponsored content at this moment. All the other powers had joined forces, and the ancient sword sect was utterly suppressed. Countless disciples of the sect started to fall, one after the other. The sect was covered in corpses and blood. At this moment, Yang Yi was being kept busy by those two experts from the Soul Sect. While they couldn't kill Yang Yi couldn't kill them either. Their current mission was just to keep Yang Yi busy. So long as they succeeded, the ancient sword sect wouldn't be able to defend itself against the joint forces of the Soul Sect and the other powers. Just like this very moment, the ancient sword sect was being completely crushed. Meanwhile, at the ascension platform within the primordial pagoda, the dragon had gathered all the demons here. It didn't say a single word and just pointed into the sky. The others nodded to display their understanding. Bang, bang, bang. A moment later, numerous terrifying demon auras appeared in the sky. At this moment, everyone's attention was grabbed by them. Demons, primal demons. All of them returned to their true forms, and they simply blotted out the sky, especially the primal true dragon. It practically blotted out the entire sky on its own. Meanwhile, the Abyss Lion's gaze instantly descended upon the dragon, and there was undisguised greed and excitement in its eyes. The Abyss Lion. It was a natural bane of the dragons. A very, very long time ago, they survived feeding on dragons. Meanwhile, the dragon's gaze descended onto the Abyss Lion as well. It had sensed the Abyss Lion earlier, and it had chosen the Abyss Lion as its opponent too. Because if this Abyss Lion attacked the others, they wouldn't be able to fight back at all. Arya wasn't here, so he was their leader, and so he had to fight the strongest. Sponsored content at this moment, he actually really missed Arya, because he didn't have to face the strongest opponent when she was here. The dragon didn't hesitate to charge at the Abyss Lion. Meanwhile, the Abyss Lion's eyes were filled with greed and excitement, as if a feast was rushing at it. Just like that, they entered into battle. In the primordial pagoda, Qi Bitian glanced at the dragon and said, "I'm quite surprised." Lei Lin blinked and gazed at her. Qi Bitian grinned. Logically speaking, it should be afraid upon seeing the natural bane of its existence. However, it's actually not afraid and even dared to make the first move. This dragon is pretty good. Lei Lin blinked. That big guy is terrifying, but I think Big Sister Arya is more terrifying. Arya. Actually, as far as they were concerned, even the most terrifying demon beast wasn't as terrifying as Arya, and they'd been in contact with Arya every single day. It could be said that besides Arya, no other demon beast was terrifying to them. Even the Abyss Lion wasn't that terrifying when compared to Arya. Besides that, they'd been with Yang Yi and Arya for so long, so their characters had been influenced by them. It was fine to lose in battle, but never shrink back from battle. When the dragon thought of the disdain Arya would show him upon finding out that he'd cowered from battle, there was no fear left in his heart. The reason Arya had acknowledged him was because he'd fearlessly protected Snowy. If he didn't even fear death, why should he fear the natural bane of his existence? Once these demon beasts appeared, the situation grew better for the ancient sword sect. But it was only the beginning. The top figures of Eternal Kingdom were watching from afar. Among them were the Xing clan's patriarch, the Long clan's patriarch, and a mysterious figure in black. It was the leader of Heaven's avatar. Besides that, there were two other figures here. A woman in palace clothes and a middle-aged man in linen clothes. All the powers out in the open and hidden in the shadows throughout Eternal Kingdom were here. Chapter 2571. At this moment, they were watching the ancient sword sect. Or to be more precise, they were watching Yang Yi. Because the strength Yang Yi revealed had been too dazzling. The Xing clan's patriarch, Xingren, spoke abruptly. "What do all of you think about him?" They fell silent. Xingren chuckled. "I have to admit that he's an extraordinary genius, and while I can't say none in our younger generation can defeat him, there are absolutely no more than 3 throughout Eternal Kingdom. Moreover, 2 of them can't even be really considered as being part of the younger generation." He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "If he's given a few more years, I think even we won't be able to fight back against him." Meanwhile, the Liu clan's patriarch spoke abruptly. "The ancient sword sect's survival doesn't make a huge difference, but if he survives, it'll be quite a huge problem. Moreover, according to the information I obtained, he's quite close with the Desolate race. He's good friends with their junior patriarch, Huang Ying. The Desolate race stretched out a helping hand to him this time. So if we go to war against the Desolate race in the future, he will be one of our most dangerous enemies." The Lung clan's patriarch, Lung Tian, spoke abruptly. "So, all of us are of the same mind?" They didn't say anything, and it could be understood as tacit agreement. Lung Tian smiled. "But I'm sure you've all noticed that those 2 Grade 2 Lord Realm experts of the Soul Sect don't seem to be capable of killing him. Moreover, now that those demons have joined the fight, the Soul Sect will probably be incapable of crushing the Ancient Sword Sect in a short while. The more we delay, the greater the chances are of something happening." Xingren replied indifferently. "So, you want us to send more of our forces?" Lung Tian shook his head. "Why don't we do it ourselves?" "Ourselves?" All of them frowned. The reason they hadn't joined in was naturally because of how embarrassing this whole thing was. After all, the Ancient Sword Sect had been part of the Eternal Kingdom, and it had been on good terms with them. They couldn't go that far. That was why the forces they sent had their faces concealed. Lung Tian continued, "Allow me to be honest, the Ancient Sword Sect is aware that we're helping the Soul Sect, so doing this doesn't make a difference. Thus, why don't we just attack ourselves and annihilate them? Otherwise, once he is allowed to escape, then he'll definitely be a huge problem for us in the future." Meanwhile, Xingren nodded slightly. "There's no need to keep hiding. Let's just end it as soon as possible." Once he finished speaking, the others nodded, and then numerous powerful auras swept toward the Ancient Sword Sect. At this moment, countless disciples in the sect looked up into the sky, and they turned pale while the hope in their eyes vanished without a trace. A short while later, Xingren led the other patriarchs and the other 2 experts over to the sky above the Ancient Sword Sect. Endless pressure surged down like a waterfall, and it almost suffocated the disciples down on the ground below. Theft is never good. Try looking at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. It was overwhelming. The Ancient Sword Sect wasn't a god, and it had no chance before the joint forces of these powers. Even if their previous sect master was alive, they still wouldn't have a chance. However, their target wasn't the Ancient Sword Sect, it was Yang Yi, because Yang Yi was the greatest threat to them, and the Ancient Sword Sect would die along with Yang Yi. The patriarchs were all Grade 3 Lord Realm experts, and their auras weren't any weaker to the Soul Exalt. Along with their arrival, the 2 black-robed experts from the Soul Sect stopped attacking Yang Yi, but endless souls still remained around Yang Yi. They were truly endless, and they kept appearing incessantly after Yang Yi killed some of them. Xingren glanced at Yang Yi's figure that was covered in injuries, and besides admiration, there was fear and killing intent in his eyes. Killing intent. If Yang Yi couldn't be of use to them, then Yang Yi should die. Xingren didn't say anything and just raised his hands slightly. At the same instant, the others attacked. Bang, 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 bang. Numerous terrifying auras instantly enveloped Yang Yi, and the souls around Yang Yi started howling hysterically. Sponsored content. Yang Yi had no chance against them. Yang Yi grabbed his sword with both hands and stabbed it in space. He was exhausted. He'd been fighting for so long, and he was truly exhausted. An unending battle. Endless souls. Killing just made stronger experts come. Now, they even stopped attacking one by one, and they had chosen to openly gang up on him. Yang Yi cracked a smile and looked up at them. At this moment, his vision was slightly blurry. Sword Scroll stood before the main hall, while countless corpses filled her field of vision. These corpses belonged to the ancient sword sect and other powers. Of course, most of them were from the ancient sword sect. Fight. No sword cultivator in the sect fled, and none tried to avoid battle. Sword Scroll grinned, but it was quite a pale smile. She looked in Yang Ye's direction, and her smile gradually grew as she gazed at his pale and exhausted face. It was quite miserable. When Xingren and the others were about to attack, Sword Scroll withdrew a black piece of wood, and she muttered softly, "Forgive me. I don't know which ancestor of the sect you are, but it's a moment of life and death for the sect now. If you think you can help, then please give us a hand. If you can't, then continue resting. I won't disturb you again." The wood didn't react at all. Sword Scroll closed her eyes slowly. She put it down gently, and then she shot over to Yang Ye's side. She gazed at Yang Yi in silence. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly and tightened his grip on Executor. He said, "Disciples of the ancient sword sect, hear me. This day next year will be the anniversary of our death. Yes, you heard me correctly. We are no match for them, but there are no cowards among us. If I die here today, then remember that all of you will be the next sect master." He raised Executor and pointed it at Xingren's group. "We will fight to the death today." Sponsored content, fight to the death. Countless disciples howled madly. Meanwhile, Elder Shui and the others gazed at Yang Yi with slightly red eyes. Fight to the death. Xingren and the others looked down at Yang Yi from above, and then waves of terrifying energy rained down from the sky. Meanwhile, the souls around Yang Yi charged at him as well. 5 Grade 3 Lord Realm experts, and 2 more experts from the Soul Sect who were comparable to Grade 3 Lord Realm experts. It was a total of 7 Grade 3 Lord Realm experts. How could he possibly fight them? Yang Yi was only human. Even if he had a super divine treasure, he seemed so tiny and powerless before so many experts. Suddenly, the piece of wood before the main hall trembled, and then countless swords throughout the sect started to tremble in unison. Even Executor and the sword gourd started to tremble lightly. In the primordial pagoda, Chi Bitian suddenly shot a glance into the air, and she grinned. I almost didn't notice. As she spoke, she gazed at Lei Lin, who was staring at her, and she spoke in a slightly helpless tone. "I can't help him. If I do, the consequences will be very, very serious." She pointed at her forehead, and there was a tiny character there. Chi Bitian grinned. "See that? Destiny has issued an order and marked me for death. If I help him and destiny comes, the boom, everyone will be gone." She was marked for death by destiny. Lei Lin didn't understand what that meant at all. It was terrifying to make destiny even pay attention to someone, but even making destiny incapable of killing her was beyond terrifying. Even Qin Xuanan and the other ancient experts didn't have the right to make destiny mark them to be killed, because they'd been killed. Outside the primordial pagoda, the piece of soul wood in the ancient sword sect gradually floated over to the statue before the main hall. It was the statue of the sect's founder. A ray of blue light suddenly surged into the status, and just like that, it actually came to life. Sponsored content. The statue opened its eyes slowly, and endless years could be seen within them. A ray of bewilderment did flash through them, but it only lasted an instant. The statue glanced at the surroundings, and it frowned slightly upon noticing the situation in the sect. A short while later, its gaze descended upon Yang Yi. "You're the current sect master?" Yang Yi glanced at the statue and nodded slightly. "I am." "May I know your name?" The statue sized up Yang Yi and shook its head. Why are you so weak? Yang Ye's face darkened. Darn you! Whose side are you on? Meanwhile, the statue gazed at Yang Ye's stomach, and then its eyes narrowed slightly and were filled with solemnness. Chi Bitian grinned within the pagoda and said, Keep your mouth shut, otherwise. She made a gesture of slitting the throat. Outside the primordial pagoda, the statue took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and then it glanced at the sword cultivators in the sect. It nodded slightly and said, You may be weak, but you still have your pride and backbone. Not bad. Yang Yi suddenly said, Are you the ancient sword sect's founder? The founder. The experts of all the other powers frowned slightly upon hearing this. Which era did the ancient sword sect's founder even come from? They couldn't avoid fearing an ancient existence like that. The statue glanced at Yang Yi, gazed at the other experts here, and then waved his right hand. A sword howl resounded, and then a flying sword shot forward. A moment later, the head of one of the black-robed experts from the Soul sect flew up into the air. At the exact same instant, that expert's soul was obliterated. You've broken the rules. Suddenly, a voice resounded from above the clouds. A black awl descended slowly. The Soul sect's master. Chapter 2572. An ethereal figure appeared in the air above the ancient sword sect. It was translucent and blurry, utterly impossible to discern properly, and by the side of it was a black awl. The Soul sect's master. The statue gazed at the Soul sect's master and scanned him before nodding slightly, one with the soul domain to go beyond three-dimensional space. Interesting. The Soul sect's master said, I never expected such a soul to still exist in the ancient sword sect. Devouring you would be better than 100 years of bitter cultivation for me. Devour me? The statue shook his head and smiled. Interesting indeed. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and a sword shot up into the air. Fast. That was the first impression it gave Yang Yi, and the second was how strong it was. The sword carried incomparably powerful energy. He sensed many different things in the sword, but they were all as one. It was very strange. Meanwhile, the soul all suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss! Along with an ear-piercing sound of something being pierced open, the flying sword exploded apart in midair, and the soul all emanated a wave of soul energy as it shot down. It was shooting straight at the statue. The statue remained calm as he flicked his finger lightly. A sword howl resounded, and then a flying sword shot up into the air. However, that wasn't the end of it. At the same time, countless other flying swords shot up into the air from down below. Sword after sword. Bang, 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 bang. Explosions resounded, and the soul all was pushed back repeatedly. In the end, it was blasted all the way back to the Soul sect's master. Meanwhile, the Soul master pressed his right hand down slightly, and a wave of powerful soul energy rippled out, causing the sword energy to be instantly obliterated and vanish. In the primordial pagoda, Chi Bitian shook her head slightly. It's not his main body, and he died too long ago. Sigh. Outside the primordial pagoda, once the Soul master obliterated the sword energy, the soul all shot down from above. The soul all grew in size and power as it descended. At this moment, everyone didn't doubt that if the soul all descended to the ground, the entire sect would be obliterated. Completely and utterly obliterated. At this moment, the strength of that super divine treasure was fully revealed. It was truly capable of obliterating everything. Meanwhile, Yang Yi flicked Executor over to the statue. The statue glanced at Yang Yi and didn't refuse it. He would naturally not be stubborn at a time like this. After all, he wasn't his main body. The statue waved his hand and Executor entered his grasp. He glanced at it, grinned slightly and said, A pretty good sword. He stabbed it upward into the sky. Hiss! Executor shot into the sky. It seemed capable of piercing the sky as it shot upward. At the same time, a wave of powerful sword intent and sword energy rippled out and slammed against the soul all. Rumble. Rumbling resounded throughout the sky above the sect. It was a collision between two super divine treasures. Sponsored content. Suddenly, the statue shot up into the air, and a wave of powerful sword intent and sword energy filled the surroundings. At this moment, the entire world seemed to be filled by the statue's sword intent and sword energy. The experts from the Soul Sect and all the other powers had retreated from the ancient sword sect as they were worried about suffering injuries from the battle between these two experts. After all, it was a battle between two old geezers, and ordinary people couldn't get mixed up in it at all. The entire sky was filled with sword intent and sword energy, and the soul all frequently shot through this expanse of sword energy and sword intent. Yang Yi moved his gaze away and looked to the side. The Abyss Lion and the Primal True Dragon were still in battle. However, in order to avoid the battle between the Soul Master and the statue, they'd moved far away into a distant part of space. Yang Ye's face turned gloomy when he saw the situation in the battle. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. The Primal True Dragon was being completely suppressed. Yang Yi was about to attack when Qi Bitian's voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Ignore him. Yang Yi was puzzled. Huh? Qi Bitian replied indifferently. It's his natural enemy, and he must overcome it himself. Otherwise, the Abyss Lions will still be the nightmare of the dragons. But once he overcomes his own natural enemy, he will gain benefits beyond his expectations. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, he's been with Arya for so long but has never overcome her. So, fool. Qi Bitian's voice suddenly grew louder. Arya isn't like that fellow. Arya isn't his natural enemy, so it isn't fear but reverence that he feels toward her. It's different, understand? Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Meanwhile, Qi Bitian said, he's at the five-world realm now. If he succeeds at overcoming the fear in his blood, then attaining the Lord Realm won't be an issue at all. If you help him now, he will never be able to overcome it, and that will bring harm to him instead. Understand? Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and nodded. While he agreed to refrain from helping, he would still do it if the dragon's life was in danger. Everything is only possible while one is alive. There would be nothing left once life was lost. Meanwhile, the woman in a black dress from the Soul Sect and Nether Maiden were still in battle. Sponsored content. Their battle was extremely strange because both of them possessed very strange and unique abilities. They were truly elusive. Yang Yi was very confident in Nether Maiden because he'd known her since Profounder Continent. Her combat instinct and attainments in every other aspect were extremely good. So, while it wasn't impossible for the woman with the space domain to kill Nether Maiden in a one-on-one battle, it was very difficult. However, it was quite difficult for Nether Maiden to kill her too. They were equally matched. Meanwhile, Qi Bitian suddenly said, you should worry about yourself. Yang Yi asked, what do you mean? Qi Bitian replied, their battle may be about to come to its end. Yang Yi spoke solemnly, he's no match for the Soul Master? What do you think? Qi Bitian continued, he's a dead man. So how can he defeat someone who's still alive? Moreover, that fellow isn't very weak either. You're probably dead once he loses. Anyway, if you flee now, you have a very good chance of escaping death. Flee? Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. If I flee, what will the others do? She replied, you can avenge them, right? Yang Yi shook his head again. If they are already dead, vengeance won't change anything, right? He looked up at the sky as he spoke. It was filled with sword intent and sword energy. It was the first time Yang Yi had seen so much sword energy and sword intent, and they were even so strong. It was obvious how terrifying the statue was in his peak. Yet now, he was about to lose. Bang! Suddenly, a rumbling explosion resounded, and then the sword intent and sword energy in the sky gradually vanished. In just a short while, all of it dispersed completely. Executor flew back to Yang Yi. Sponsored content. The disciples of the ancient sword sect had gloomy expressions on their faces when they witnessed this. Even the mysterious expert of the ancient sword sect lost? Everyone watched as the statue returned to where it had been previously, and it was covered in cracks. Yang Ye's face turned gloomy from the sight of this. The status shot a glance into the sky. At this moment, The soul all was still there, and so was the soul master. The statue shook his head and smiled. He didn't say anything. He wasn't someone from this era, so he really couldn't do anything to change the fact that he was bound to lose to the soul master. If he was alive, if he had his sword from all those years ago, if, unfortunately, he was dead, and his sword was obliterated as well. There were no ifs. The statue restrained his thoughts and gazed at Yang Yi. As the current sect master, you're a little too weak. Of course, there isn't anyone in the sect who's stronger than you. I never expected my sect to decline to such an extent. Yang Yi was really displeased because the statue seemed like he was blaming Yang Yi for the sect's decline. The statue shot another glance at Yang Yi's stomach. Actually, he was looking at the primordial pagoda, but he seemed to be afraid of something and quickly withdrew his gaze. He looked at Yang Yi again and said, "You may be a little weak, but as the sect master, you didn't bring shame to the sect or the pride of a sword cultivator. I can't do much for you. No matter what happens to the sect in the future, I hope all of you never bring shame to your swords, and never bring shame to the word sword in the sect's name." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up at the sky. Thousands of years of cultivating, and for what? It all came to nothing. Destiny plays tricks on us all. As soon as he finished speaking, the statue started to crack apart, and then a strand of sword energy swept out from it. The soul master suddenly said, "Retreat." He paused for a moment and added, "Immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, countless strands of sword intent and sword energy swept out from the statue like a tidal wave, and they shot toward the surroundings. Moreover, a ray of powerful sword energy shot directly at the soul master. The sword energy and sword intent were very strange because they didn't harm the disciples of the ancient sword sect when passing through them. However, when they touched the experts of the other powers, all who were struck by them were instantly obliterated. Endless sword intent and sword energy swept through the area. At this moment, the entire ancient sword sect was covered in sword energy and sword intent, and the experts from the other forces were being forced back incessantly. In the primordial pagoda, Chi Bitian strolled back to her bamboo house and looked up at the sky. Thousands of years of cultivation? That's nothing. As she spoke, she gazed at Lei Lin and said, "During my time, there was a tragedy. When you went through countless trials and tribulations to get in front of that door, and you just happened to be able to push it open, you realize there's another door behind it." Lei Lin blinked, and then she raised two fingers. "There are two doors?" Chapter 2573. Chi Bitian shook her head slightly and remained silent. Outside the primordial pagoda. At this moment, the ancient sword sect was covered in sword energy and sword intent, or it should be said that the ancient sword sect was being protected by them. The powerful sword intent and sword energy caused the soul sect and the other powers to dare not attack. As for the soul master, he was supposed to destroy the sword intent and sword energy for them, but for some reason, he'd suddenly turned around and left. Since the soul master had left, the soul sect's experts didn't attack. However, they didn't leave either, and they surrounded the ancient sword sect with the other powers. How could they just leave at this point in the collision between them and the ancient sword sect? If a strong tiger is allowed to survive, it would become a huge problem in the future. But because of the sword intent and sword energy from the statue, the entire ancient sword sect had obtained momentary peace. The Abyss Lion had unwillingly left the primal true dragon once the white-haired old man summoned it, and while the dragon feared the Abyss Lion, he wasn't terrified of the Abyss Lion. Conversely, the Abyss Lion's arrogance and greed infuriated the primal true dragon, so the dragon was unhappy when the Abyss Lion left. As for Nether Maiden and the woman with the space domain, their battle in the sky was still going on. An outcome still hadn't been decided, but both of them were severely injured. Yang Yi stood where the statue had been before the main hall, and there were corpses before him. These corpses all belonged to the disciples of the ancient sword sect. Of course, these were only some of them, and some of them hadn't even left behind a corpse. Yang Yi suddenly turned around and walked over. There was an old man lying there, and his lower body was gone. The old man was none other than the Grand Elder. one of the people who'd helped him and made him the sect master. At this moment, even the Grand Elder's soul was incomplete. Actually, his soul had almost been devoured by an expert from the soul sect, but Elder Shui had rescued him at the critical moment. But it was still a little too late. Most of his soul had been devoured, and it was impossible to restore now. Gunye was by the Grand Elder's side. Gunye wasn't dead, but he was severely injured. It could be said that no one throughout the sect was unharmed. A quick look at bit.ly/3ibfjkv will leave you more fulfilled. The Grand Elder opened his eyes weakly upon noticing Yang Ye's arrival. He gazed at Yang Yi. You were right. Yang Yi remained silent. While they had left the sect, the Grand Elder and the others had returned. They had returned at the sect's most difficult moment. The Grand Elder stared at Yang Yi. Why, you will protect the sect, right? Yang Yi still remained silent. It could be said that him becoming the sect master was a trap that Elder Shui and the Grand Elder had set. Even then, he didn't complain. Firstly, it was his own choice, and everyone had their own choices in life. Each choice led to a different outcome, and one had to take responsibility for one's own choices. Moreover, he'd benefited tremendously from the sect too. The Grand Elder didn't say anything else because his soul had vanished. He was dead. After countless years of cultivating, he died for the sake of the sect. Yang Yi sighed with emotion in his heart. Gunye carried the Grand Elder's partial body away, but he suddenly turned around and gazed at Yang Yi. Can my master be placed within the ancestral hall? Yang Yi nodded slightly. Gunye said, Thank you, and then he left. Yang Yi gazed at the others from the sect. At least 30 or even 40% of the sect's disciples had perished in the battle just now. Many familiar faces were gone. War was always a cruel thing. Extremely cruel. Yang Yi glanced at the disciples. He saw Moya, Lu Yunxian, and Xie Yiren among them. All three of them were quite weak, so they didn't fight against the stronger enemies attacking the sect. Even then, their bodies were covered in injuries. Especially Xue Yiren, his entire left arm was almost in pieces. The elite disciples had suffered the worst. Only 6 of the 11 elite disciples remained. Moreover, all of them weren't whole. Sponsored content. Yang Yi glanced at them. Are you afraid? They shook their heads. Fear? No one in the ancient sword sect was afraid. They were a group of fearless sword cultivators. Yang Yi nodded. That's good. Now, we don't have much time. If you want to do anything or leave your last words, then do it now. He pointed at the sky. When the sword energy and sword intent there vanishes, it'll be the moment we fight them to the death. Countless sword cultivators bowed to Yang Yi and left. Hope? Yang Yi never told them that it existed because it didn't. Yang Yi was direct. He told them they would die, and they could leave at any time. But if they stayed, they should be prepared to die. A few stayed behind. They were Elder Shui's group. Yang Yi glanced at them and nodded slightly. Welcome back. Elder Shui glanced at Yang Yi with quite a complicated expression in her eyes. Yang Yi didn't say anything and just left for Nether Maiden and the others' bamboo house. All of them were in the house. They were strong, so their strength was more than enough to deal with those assassins. Actually, it was all thanks to them. Otherwise, the disciples of the ancient sword sect wouldn't have been able to resist those assassins, especially the Lord Realm assassins. Those assassins were targeting the elite and inner court disciples of the sect, and they only launched surprise attacks while the ancient sword sect's disciples were locked in battle with the experts from the other powers. Under such circumstances, it could be said that every attack they launched would take a life. Fortunately, Nether Maiden and the others had taken action. With Boundary Maiden and her powerful barriers at their side, they were able to counter the assassins to a certain extent. Sponsored content. They gazed at Yang Yi in silence when they noticed his arrival. Yang Yi walked over to them and asked, Are you all right? Nether Maiden shook her head. What about you? Yang Yi shook his head. I only took some small injuries, but I'm sure you know it'll only take me a while to recover from that. She glanced at him. What do we do now? Yang Yi fell silent for a short while and smiled. Bringing all of you here. The pig-riding woman suddenly asked, You want us to leave? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. I gathered all of you here because I thought the ancient sword sect had a chance, But now it seems like I was terribly mistaken. It's a hopeless situation. You're not part of the sect. Yang Yi suddenly stopped because the pig-riding woman had already swung her saber at him. Yang Yi felt really helpless. Nether Maiden said, "We came because we think of you as a friend." Yang Yi nodded. "I know." The pig-riding woman glared at him with displeasure. "Do you think we are balls that you can just kick around as you please?" Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "The ancient sword sect is really in a hopeless situation. So are you planning on staying and dying with me? If that's the case, I'll die with everlasting regret." Actually, he was extremely regretful. He regretted bringing them here. Boundary Maiden spoke abruptly. "Will you go with us?" "Go with them." The pig-riding woman nodded. "Let's leave together." This place had no chance. Yang Yi shook his head. "I'm sure you've noticed that I have a group of sword cultivators relying on me and putting their trust in me. If I leave now, what would they do? They wouldn't just be fighting the attack from the other powers at that time. They would be waiting to be slaughtered." The pig-riding woman spoke solemnly. "Staying doesn't change a thing, doesn't it?" Yang Yi smiled. "I've made my decision. But I'm serious when I say that I'm most worried and afraid for all of you. If anything happens to the four of you, second sister and eldest sister will tear me into bits. So, leave now. I'm begging you, all right?" They exchanged glances and remained silent. Yang Yi felt helpless against them and wanted to say more when the pig-riding woman suddenly pushed open the door of the bamboo house. "You should focus on formulating a plan to keep us alive." Sponsored content. She walked out and closed the door behind her. Yang Yi gazed at the door with a helpless and speechless expression on his face. Of course, his heart felt very warm. Later on in the bamboo house, the pig-riding woman had returned, and she placed her saber on the table and said, "That fellow seems like he won't ever leave. Should we knock him out? I don't think our joint forces has a 100% chance of succeeding at knocking him out in an instant." Boundary Maiden stroked the fox's fur gently and said, "He's very strong. We can't knock him out." The pig-riding woman rolled her eyes. "Obviously. I was trying to ask you what we should do now." Nether Maiden suddenly said, "Fight. Fight." All of them fell silent in the bamboo house. Yang Yi returned to his abode, and then he entered the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi took a look at all the demons, and practically all of them were fine. Unless they fought someone at 2 realms of cultivation above them, their thick and tough skin would keep them safe. After all, they were 5 world realm demons, and their bodies weren't any weaker to the bodies of Lord Realm experts. Besides that, there was another pleasant surprise. The dragon had started to sleep again. Since he had started to sleep, it represented that the dragon may be about to advance. This was pretty good news for Yang Yi. Yang Yi went to the bamboo house and found Chibitian. They started playing Gamoku. Yang Yi put down a piece and said, "If I die, you can protect this pagoda, right?" She nodded slightly. "It'll be fine while I'm in here." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, "The Soul Sect's master is extremely strong. If he takes my corpse and finds the pagoda," Chibitian spoke casually, "don't worry, if you die, this pagoda will be mine. If he dares to try and take it," she raised a hand and said, "I'll slap him to death. I lose if it takes 2 slaps." Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Chapter 2574. Yang Yi glanced at Chibitian with displeasure, because she was actually planning on taking the primordial pagoda, and he felt that she was truly heartless. Fortunately, it was better for her to have it than anyone else. After playing 2 rounds with her, Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda, the ancient sword sect. At this moment, the sword intent and sword energy above the sect was starting to disperse. Once all of it vanished, the soul sect and the other powers would attack once more. He understood that, and so did the others in the sect. He only felt guilty about Nether Maiden and the others. He really regretted dragging them into this. It's easy to get help, but difficult to send it away. Yang Yi didn't try to hatch a plan like they asked because it was a waste of time. However, Yang Yi suddenly received some good news. The Desolate race had taken over the entire Eternal border. Moreover, the Desolate race had eliminated all the Eternal Kingdom's forces outside Eternal Kingdom. It could be said that besides Eternal Kingdom, most of the other universes were under the Desolate Race's control. This time, the Desolate Race didn't choose to fight on its own, and they had chosen to advance step by step. It was naturally good news for Yang Yi. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, not to mention that he always had a good relationship with the Desolate Race. The sudden action taken by the Desolate Race had undoubtedly shocked Eternal Kingdom. Compared to the ancient sword sect, the Desolate Race was a truly terrifying existence. Thus, the Long Clan, Liu Clan, Xing Clan, and all the other powers had left the ancient sword sect and returned. But the Soul sect hadn't left. The Soul sect's experts were still waiting outside the ancient sword sect. Obviously, they didn't want to spare the ancient sword sect. After all, it was just within their reach. But it didn't take long for the Soul Exalt and the others to retreat from the ancient sword sect's territory. Just like that, the ancient sword sect escaped danger thanks to the Desolate Race. Yang Yi was naturally not happy about it because they may return at any moment. Fortunately, the ancient sword sect had some time to catch its breath and recuperate now. In the meeting hall, there were a few more people here this time. They were Elder Shui and the others who'd previously left. Along with their return, the ancient sword sect had its pillar of support, and so Sword Scroll and Gu Nan weren't that busy anymore. Most importantly, they weren't good at management. But the return of Elder Shui and the others allowed everything in the sect to be run smoothly again. Yang Yi restored their previous status and authority as well. No matter what had happened in the past, they had come to live and die with the sect when it was a moment of life and death for the sect. That alone was enough to make up for everything. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "While the other powers have temporarily retreated because of the Desolate Race, if I were them, I would resolve this latent problem before the war with the Desolate Race. It's very likely for them to make that decision too. So, we are not safe yet, and we have no chance against them either." They gazed at Yang Yi and waited for him to continue. Yang Yi stood up. From this moment onward, everything in the sect is open to all disciples. Allow them to learn the best and use the best. Besides that, regardless of whether they are inner court, outer court, or elite disciples, give them the best places to cultivate at. If we don't have enough space, then give them my abode as well. All of you have no objections, right? They exchanged glances and shook their heads. How could they have any objections at a time like this? Yang Yi nodded slightly. Besides that, Elder Shui and Elder Gunan, both of you have a new responsibility now, to be inheritance elders. Try your best to find time to help all the disciples with their cultivation. They nodded slightly to display their agreement. Yang Yi nodded. Then that's all. It didn't take long for all of them to leave, leaving only Yang Yi and Sword Scroll in the hall. Sponsored content. Sword Scroll asked, "Should we contact the Desolate Race?" Yang Yi shook his head. "That isn't necessary." She was puzzled. Why? Yang Yi smiled. "Our strength isn't equal. Moreover, we are within Eternal Kingdom while they are outside. There's no real benefit from contacting them, unless they attack Eternal Kingdom right now." Sword Scroll nodded slightly. "Then what do we do now?" Yang Yi walked out of the hall and spoke softly. "Get stronger." After speaking to Sword Scroll, Yang Yi went to the Primordial Pagoda and went to see Qi Bitian. Qi Bitian spoke casually. "Congratulations. It seems you don't have to die for now." Yang Yi asked, "How do I improve my strength further? For example, how do I attain the Lord Realm?" She glanced at him. "It's impossible." Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Qi Bitian explained. "If you advance to the Lord Realm by force now, it would be like killing a hen for its eggs. Haven't you noticed? Your cultivation isn't very stable. Regardless of whether it's your mental state, body, or cultivation, all of them aren't very strong." "Not strong." Yang Yi frowned slightly. "I think it's very stable." His cultivation had been suppressed for a long time before allowing it to advance naturally, so as far as he was concerned, it was very, very strong and stable. She glanced at Yang Yi and replied indifferently, "You're so thick-skinned that you even lie to yourself." Yang Yi felt speechless. She said, "Perhaps your cultivation is very strong in the eyes of many, but as far as I'm concerned, it's just ordinary. You still have a huge amount of space to grow in the five-world realm. Sponsored content. Young Yi hurriedly asked, "How do I do that?" She glanced at him and seemed to have thought of something at this point. She blinked and approached him before speaking softly. "I know of a place that's really fun. Want to go there?" Yang Yi glanced at her with a strange look in his eyes. Obviously, she was definitely planning something. Qibitian added, "It will help you fortify your cultivation, and it may even help you advance further once you've fortified it. You may attain the Lord Realm there." "Don't you want to attain the Lord Realm?" Yang Yi replied seriously, "Little Qi, you must realize that I'm not like you. My body is weak and fragile. It can't endure much. Is that place dangerous?" She blinked. "Is it dangerous?" "I don't think so." A shiver ran down Yang Ye's spine when he heard her drag her speech like that. Obviously, she wasn't really certain. Meanwhile, Qibitian added, "I don't think it's dangerous." Yang Yi spoke seriously. "Don't use your standards to determine that. Use mine. Do you think it's dangerous for me?" He had to figure it out with absolute clarity. After all, he wanted to avoid any Snowy situation. Snowy had no idea how strong he was, and as far as she was concerned, he could deal with any danger. That had almost killed him on many occasions. Qibitian sized up Yang Yi and thought for a very long time before she said, "I think there is some danger for you, but you aren't that weak either. It shouldn't be very, very dangerous for you over there. Moreover, there is no reward without risk. How can you gain anything if you go to a place without any risk? So, are you coming?" Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "What is this place you're speaking about?" Qibitian cracked a smile and was quite excited. "I just noticed it a short while ago. It's an eternal kingdom. According to my inference, it should be the origin of eternal kingdom." "The origin?" Yang Yi was quite curious. "Are you talking about the place where eternal kingdom was formed?" Qibitian nodded. "Every world has an initial form, and eternal kingdom is no exception. That place is quite mysterious, and it took me a very long time to locate. Unfortunately, Songmu and the others refused to let me leave that abyss as they are afraid that I'll destroy the balance of this world. But now, I've suppressed my strength, and I'm hiding in this pagoda of yours. So, we can go there now." Destroy the balance of this world. Yang Yi had a rather strange expression on his face while he wondered how strong she actually was. Sponsored content. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and asked, "Little Qi, I've been curious for some time now. You don't seem to be from Eternal Kingdom?" Qibitian replied, "I never was." Yang Yi continued, "Which world are you from?" Qibitian thought for a moment and shook her head. "It's gone." Yang Yi frowned. "Gone?" She shrugged. "It was blasted apart during the battle." Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Meanwhile, she asked again, "So are you coming?" Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "All right." Qibitian immediately revealed a brilliant smile. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "So, little Qi, I won't die there, right? I can understand facing some danger, but I don't want to get killed in an instant on arrival." He wasn't one to keep asking about something, but he really wasn't confident in Qibitian. She was unreliable, just like Snowy and Arya. Very unreliable. She glanced at him. "I guarantee you won't die, all right?" Yang Yi instantly put on a serious expression. "Now that you've said that, I'm willing to do anything." She shot a sideways glance at him and just gazed at him like that. Presently, Yang Yi urgently needed to grow stronger, so he chose to take a look at that damn place she'd mentioned. He knew that it would definitely not be so easy, but he still chose to go. He didn't have a better choice. After making arrangements for the ancient sword sect, Yang Yi set off. His destination, Eternal Kingdom's origin. We are bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Find us on Google. Chapter 2575. Once he left the sect, Yang Yi asked, "Where is the Eternal Kingdom's origin?" He received no answer. Yang Yi was stunned and returned within the primordial pagoda, and he went over to Qibitian. She gazed at him in silence. Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "Don't tell me you don't know." Qibitian hurriedly replied, "Of course I do." Yang Yi asked, "Where is it?" She blinked. "Wait, I'm thinking." Yang Yi almost fainted. If he wasn't afraid of her strength, he would even teach her a good lesson. Was she playing him for a fool? Meanwhile, Chibitian said, I just temporarily forgot. I'll recall it soon. Yang Yi was speechless. Chibitian sat down, tilted her head to the side, and started to think and think while Yang Yi waited and waited. As he gazed at her, Yang Yi really wanted to give her a good beating. Of course, he wasn't insane, so he didn't do it. He didn't dare to try and bully her. Just like that, around 2 hours passed before she suddenly stood up. She gazed at Yang Yi. I've got it. As she spoke, she formed a strange seal with both hands, and then a hexagonal array of light appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi asked, What's this? She replied, A teleportation formation. That place is being protected, so ordinary people can't get there. Even if some people can sense it, it's difficult for them to get there. Now that we have this, we can get there directly. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, We're in the primordial pagoda. Chibitian replied, It's fine. It doesn't make a difference. Now go inside. Yang Yi glanced at it and asked again, This formation works, right? She glared at him. You don't trust me? Yang Yi shook his head. I am just asking. Meanwhile, she waved her right hand, and Yang Yi was involuntarily pushed into the array. After Yang Yi went in, the array suddenly emanated dazzling blue light, and then the world within the primordial pagoda turned ethereal. The central region, the Xing clan. At the garden in the rear mountains of the Xing clan, a middle-aged man was taking care of the garden. Some time passed before an old man arrived here. The middle-aged man stopped and asked, What is it? The old man replied solemnly, The soul sect said that they deserve the ancient sword sect. The middle-aged man nodded. I'm not stopping them. The old man spoke solemnly. Many unexpected things have occurred. Now, they want to know what your decision is. The middle-aged man stopped, returned to the courtyard, and drank a cup of his own home-brewed tea. If the desolate race captures Eternal Kingdom, then the ancient sword sect and everything else would be meaningless. He gazed at the old man and said, Just tell them that. The old man hesitated for a moment and said, But the problem is that they want the ancient sword sect right now. The middle-aged man shook his head. Our target is the desolate race and the all-powerful desolate emperor. Tell the soul sect that we won't participate in the attack on the ancient sword sect, at least not until the desolate race is dealt with. If they still intend to attack the ancient sword sect, that will be their own business. But tell them that the soul sect has lost enough experts, and if they lose more, I'm afraid they won't even have the right to get a piece of the peace. The old man bowed slightly and left. Once the old man left, a petite young girl appeared out of thin air before the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man grinned. What's your name? She replied indifferently, Tianxiu. Tianxiu. The young girl before him was Tianxiu. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. You're from Eternal Border, or I should say, you were the patriarch of the Void Race, right? Sponsored content. Tianxiu said. You're really well informed. The middle-aged man smiled. Besides Eternal Kingdom, some extraordinary figures have appeared in the outside world over the years. For example, the Desolate Emperor, you, and some others, of course. Tianxiu said, That has nothing to do with me. She stood up. You're the Eternal Lord, the one who rules over Eternal Kingdom, and some of the rules here were set by you, right? The Eternal Lord. The middle-aged man was the Eternal Lord, Emperor Xing. It wasn't really a title he possessed. His name, Xing Di, could be read as Emperor Xing. Emperor Xing chuckled. I know what you're thinking, and I've never broken the rules, right? Tianxiu nodded slightly. I hope you don't ever break them. She turned around and walked away. Meanwhile, Emperor Xing suddenly smiled. What if I break the rules? Tianxiu glanced at Emperor Xing. If the desolate race fails to destroy Eternal Kingdom, then I, Tianxiu, will do it. She vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. Emperor Xing finished his cup of tea and smiled. How confident! A long time passed before Yang Yi gradually opened his eyes. However, all he saw was pitch-black darkness. It was absolutely pitch black to the point he could see nothing. If he wasn't certain that he was all right, he would think that he'd gone blind. Yang Yi asked, What's going on? Some time passed before Chi Bitian's voice resounded in Yang Ye's mind. I'm sorry, I sent you to the wrong place. You're in dark space right now. Right, calm down. I'll make a new teleportation formation immediately. Yang Yi almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard her. Can you be a little more reliable? Sponsored content just a little. Suddenly, Yang Yi heard swishing nearby. Yang Yi frowned slightly. What's that? He sent out his divine sense, but this expanse of space was boundless. It was like a huge black hole, and all he could sense was darkness, endless darkness. Suddenly, quite a solemn expression appeared on Yang Ye's face, because he noticed that if Chi Bitian didn't help him, he may never be able to escape this dark space. These are dark spawn. Suddenly, Chi Bitian's voice resounded in Yang Ye's mind. They are beings that only live in dark space. Yang Yi hurriedly asked her about what he was actually concerned about. Are they strong? Chi Bitian replied casually, they're nothing great. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and then he felt sharp pain come from his chest. After that, he was blasted away like a cannonball. Arg! A shrill cry resounded. It was Yang Ye's voice. It was quite miserable. It didn't take long for Yang Ye's figure to crash downward, and he forced himself to a stop. He looked down, and he noticed that a palm-sized piece of flesh was missing from his chest. It had been forcefully dug out. Yang Yi was shocked. Of course, he felt even more anger. Little Chi, this is what you call nothing great? A short while passed before she said, I forgot that they are nothing great, but they may be a little, very strong for you. Right, they are very strong. Yang Ye's face darkened, and he almost flew into a rage. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's expression changed drastically, and he didn't hesitate to draw his sword. A ray of sword energy rippled out. However, it vanished without a trace as soon as it appeared. Bang! An instant later, Yang Yi was blasted away again. Sponsored content screech. An ear-piercing screech suddenly resounded here. A chill ran down Yang Ye's spine when he heard it. He knew that it was absolutely not something he could resist right now, so he hurriedly said, Oh great little Chi, is your formation ready or not? If it isn't, I'm going to leave my life here. When he swung that attack earlier, he'd sensed a strong feeling of pressure, and his sword intent and sword energy weren't able to be sent away from him. They would be instantly obliterated upon leaving him. He didn't even dare to activate the sword domain because he was afraid that those mysterious darkspawn would destroy it in an instant. Simply speaking, it wasn't a place he should be in. Actually, he was a victim too. He had never wanted to come here. Fortunately, Chi Bitian's voice resounded. I'm done. A moment later, a huge hexagonal array of light appeared before Yang Yi, and he quickly entered it. A ray of blue light enveloped him, and then he vanished on the spot. A moment of silence ensued in the dark space, and then countless strange cries resounded abruptly. Around 15 minutes later, Yang Yi finally didn't feel like he was in danger anymore, but he was still in the teleportation passageway. Yang Yi calmed himself and said, Little Chi, you must be careful. I was almost killed by those mysterious darkspawn just now. Chi Bitian smiled embarrassedly in the primordial pagoda. I haven't done this in so long, so I made a mistake in my calculations. That's why we hit a little snag in our travels. It's all right. A little snag. Yang Yi spoke seriously. There's no problem this time, right? Chi Bitian hurriedly replied, Yes, there'll be absolutely no problems this time. Yang Yi was still not too certain, but in any case, he was mentally prepared. He was prepared to enter into battle at a moment's notice. Just like that, some time passed before the scene in front of Yang Yi changed. Yang Yi appeared on a bridge, a seemingly endless bridge. There was endless crimson-black water on both sides of the bridge. Besides that, the area was covered in mist, so he couldn't see anything clearly. The entire area was strange, so Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly and remained vigilant at all times. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and asked, This is the origin? In the primordial pagoda, Chi Bitian blinked. I should be, maybe, perhaps. I think so. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Search bit. ly/3ibfjkv for the original. Chapter 2576 this time. Yang Yi was truly speechless. She was the most unreliable person in history. Yang Yi sat down and laughed bitterly. Little Qi, so you're not sure where we are? In the primordial pagoda, Qi Bitian felt quite guilty because she really didn't know where they were, because she had merely sensed the origin but had never been there. So, she wasn't really sure where they were. Yang Yi was utterly speechless as he stood there on the bridge. He would rather believe the ghosts of this world than believe her again. Meanwhile, Qi Bitian suddenly said, "Why don't you have a look around? What if we're in the right place?" Yang Yi rolled his eyes and glanced at the surroundings. In the end, his gaze stopped on the black water down below. Black water, an endless expanse of it. Yang Yi asked, "What is that?" Qi Bitian replied, "I don't know." Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Yang Yi remained silent on the bridge for a short while, and then he stood up. He was about to leave the bridge on his sword, but footsteps suddenly came from nearby. Yang Yi looked over, and he saw an old woman walking slowly in his direction. She was holding a black cane, and a pitch-black serpent was at the top of it. Her back was slightly bent, her hair snow-white with threads of black, and she walked very slowly. It was like she would fall at any moment. Yang Yi naturally wouldn't treat her as an old woman on the verge of death. Yang Yi gazed at her vigilantly. Meanwhile, she'd arrived before him, and he asked Qi Bitian, "Little Qi, is she dangerous?" Qi Bitian blinked in the pagoda. "According to your standards or mine?" Yang Yi spoke angrily. "Mine, of course." She replied, "Very dangerous." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, she glanced at Yang Yi, and she frowned upon noticing him. That shouldn't be. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, "What shouldn't be?" The old woman replied, "You shouldn't be here. Or to be more precise, it's impossible for you to be here." How strange. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and asked, "Senior, what is this place?" She replied with a question, "You don't know?" Yang Yi smiled embarrassedly. "I don't know." She glanced at him, shook her head slightly, and started walking off. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and hurried after her. He asked, "Senior, where am I?" She didn't answer him. Yang Yi fully displayed his skill at being shameless. Senior, I got here by accident, so I really don't know anything about this place. Please help me." She stopped, glanced at him, and said, "This isn't a place you should be at." Yang Yi laughed bitterly, "But the problem is that I don't know how to get back." She shook her head. "Young man, since you were able to get here, you're definitely not ordinary. Fine, I'll just treat it as a way to gain some goodwill. This is Void Sky, the origin of a universe." She walked off once she finished speaking. Yang Yi had more questions, but she'd vanished into the distance. She'd vanished soundlessly. The origin of a universe. Yang Yi spoke solemnly, "Little Qi, you didn't bring me to the wrong place this time." Qi Bitian grinned in the pagoda. "Of course. Who am I? How could I make a mistake?" Yang Yi grinned and glanced at the surroundings. "Little Qi, I think this place is very dangerous. Why don't we leave?" "Never." Qi Bitian suddenly said, "I finally got here, and I haven't even had fun." "Wait, I meant I haven't even taken a look around. Don't you want to know how the situation is like in the origin of Eternal Kingdom?" Yang Yi replied indifferently, "I want to live." She replied, "I guarantee that you won't die, all right?" Sponsored content. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and nodded, "Fine, then let's go take a look around." Now that she'd guaranteed his safety, it represented that his life wouldn't be in danger anymore. Since that was the case, he could go around. Yang Yi didn't fly on his sword. His intuition told him that it was best not to do that. He chose to trust his intuition. Yang Yi walked off into the distance. He didn't see anyone, and on both sides of the bridge was utterly still water. It was very strange. Yang Yi was extremely vigilant because he didn't feel safe here at all. Meanwhile, Qi Bitian was looking at the surroundings with great interest and curiosity from within the pagoda. Suddenly, Yang Yi stopped. There was a middle-aged man not too far away from him. The middle-aged man wore a loose robe, and there was a black table before him. On the table were a few rings. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man saw Yang Yi, and there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. But it didn't take long for the surprise to vanish. He grinned at Yang Yi and asked, "Would you like to buy something?" "Buy something?" Yang Yi walked over, and he saw around 20 spatial rings on the table. Yang Yi glanced at him. "Can I take a look?" The middle-aged man smiled, "Of course." Yang Yi glanced at them, and then he was stunned. Divine treasures. At least a divine treasure was within each and every one of them. That wasn't even the main point. The main point was that he'd noticed a super divine treasure in the violet ring. A super divine treasure. It was a palm-sized golden bell covered in golden symbols, and there was a Buddhist symbol on the top of it. Yang Yi gulped and asked Chi Bitian, "Little Chi, do you know what that is?" Chi Bitian shrugged in the pagoda. "I don't. I'm not all-knowing. But it isn't that bad, and it should be perfect for you." For him. Yang Yi hurriedly calmed himself and gazed at the middle-aged man. How much for the violet spatial ring?" Sponsored content. The middle-aged man grinned. "You have quite the eye. It's the ancient bell, a super divine treasure. It's a pretty good defensive treasure." Yang Yi nodded. "It's pretty good indeed. But how much is it?" The middle-aged man smiled. "One ancient token or one soul crystal." Yang Ye's face froze. Ancient token? Soul crystal? He'd never heard of them. Fortunately, he had Chi Bitian. In the primordial pagoda, Chi Bitian explained, "You have no chance. Ancient tokens are a type of key to unlock a certain place. Only a few in this world possess such keys. As for soul crystals, they are a crystallization of the soul. Of course, they aren't the crystallization of ordinary souls. Souls that can form soul crystals are. Right, in any case, only an expert like the soul sect's master has a chance of forming a soul crystal when he dies. It's only possible, not certain. Understand?" Yang Yi spoke flatly. "Can't you just say that I can't afford it?" Chi Bitian nodded and said, "You really can't. Only that sword of yours is valuable. However, I can afford it." She flicked a coin that seemed just like a copper coin onto her palm. Search Tinural.com/2P9MV8W for the original. An ancient token. Chi Bitian chuckled. "I obtained this from a guy many years ago. I planned to unlock the place myself. Unfortunately, I went a little too far and got myself in trouble, so I didn't have a chance to go. However, I didn't toss this thing." An ancient token. Yang Yi gulped, and then he revealed an unprecedentedly brilliant smile. "Little Chi, can you?" she asked. "You want it?" Yang Yi hurriedly nodded, but it only took a moment for him to shake his head. "No, I'm just borrowing it from you, and I'll return it in the future." "All right?" She blinked. "1 for 3, all right?" "That's daylight robbery." Yang Yi jumped at her. "Little Chi, you're acting like a bandit." Chi Bitian shook her head. "Since you refuse, then forget it." Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "Little Chi, we've known each other for some time, right? You can't do business like that. You have to give some consideration to our friendship, right?" She replied indifferently, "I'm already being very nice. Just think about it. Even I haven't tossed this thing away. So do you think it's ordinary? Go ask around and see if anyone would be willing to lend one of these to someone else." Yang Yi said, "Aren't you afraid that I wouldn't return it to you?" Sponsored content. She replied indifferently, "You're no match for me." Yang Ye's face darkened. "Can you not be so direct?" Yang Yi asked, "Aren't you afraid that I wouldn't be able to return it? Don't you have a sprite progenitor?" Chi Bitian continued, "If you can't afford to return it, she will definitely be able to, because she is the richest existence in this world. Even that old man with the bamboo chest won't be as wealthy as her in the future." Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "Why?" Chi Bitian replied, "She can perform sprite ascension. Even I am willing to become friends with her. There is no harm in that." Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "All right, Snowy will return it to you." When he thought of Snowy, Yang Yi suddenly felt that he was very wealthy. Chi Bitian flicked the coin into the air, and then an ancient token appeared before Yang Yi. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up from the sight of it, and his smile grew wider. Yang Yi placed the coin on the table and pointed at the spatial ring. The middle-aged man nodded. and hurriedly passed it to Yang Yi. Yang Yi accepted it with quite a bit of excitement. A super divine treasure. It was a super divine treasure. Had obtained one just like that. It felt quite unreal to Yang Yi. The middle-aged man suddenly said, I still have another violet ring, and its level isn't any inferior to the ancient bell. Do you want it? Yang Ye's face stiffened. A short while passed before Yang Yi asked, Little Qi, do you have one more? She shook her head. I don't. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, Little Qi, have you ever robbed someone? Qi Bitian replied, This guy before you isn't any weaker than the soul sect's master. According to my analysis, if you try to rob him, then your chance of survival is 0%. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Chapter 2577 Yang Yi decisively abandoned his unrealistic thoughts upon hearing her. Moreover, how could he do something like robbing the man? It wasn't his style. Yang Yi glanced at the ring. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man said, One ancient token. Yang Yi glanced at him and asked, Little Qi. Qi Bitian replied indifferently, I don't have another. Yang Yi laughed bitterly and shook his head. Sorry, I don't have more. The middle-aged man wasn't disappointed and grinned instead. I've gained a lot today. He sized up Yang Yi and asked, Young brother, is this your first time here? Yang Yi nodded. Yes. May I know your name? The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and smiled. Yi Wenfeng. Of course, they all call me the ascetic, or ascetic Yi. Yang Ye's eyes were filled with bewilderment as he didn't really understand. Ascetic? The ascetic smiled. You'll understand in the future. Yang Yi nodded slightly and shot a glance into the distance. Does this bridge have an end? The ascetic replied, Yes, but your current strength isn't sufficient to get there. Yang Yi asked, What bridge is this? The ascetic replied, A nameless bridge. No one knows its true name. At the very least, no one I know is aware of its name. He glanced at the surroundings and said, Don't leave this bridge. Once you do, you'll cease to exist. Yang Yi frowned slightly and glanced out the bridge. There's danger there? The ascetic smiled. Grave danger. Only death awaits outside the bridge. He's right. Suddenly, Qi Bitian's voice resounded in Yang Ye's mind. There's something quite strange outside the bridge. So don't go out there? Yang Yi asked without thinking. Can you? Of course. Qi Bitian replied. Where can I go? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the ascetic glanced behind Yang Yi and shook his head. Looks like there are no more customers for today. He put the ring away and intended to walk away. Suddenly, Yang Yi asked, Senior, do you know Eternal Kingdom? The ascetic stopped and nodded. Of course. Are you from there? Yang Yi nodded. The ascetic smiled. There are a few outstanding individuals over there. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. Senior, are you not from Eternal Kingdom? The ascetic shook his head. I'm from the Pajua world. He grinned and continued. I've said enough. I hope we meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked in the direction behind Yang Yi. It only took a while for him to vanish from Yang Ye's field of vision. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. The Pajua world? Yang Yi asked, Little Qi, have you heard of it? Qi Bitian replied indifferently. I have. Yang Yi asked, What kind of place is it? In the primordial pagoda, Qi Bitian sat before the bamboo house and said, A pretty good world. There's a clan there, the Pajua clan. It's a clan that's him. Quite interesting. Quite interesting. Yang Yi felt very speechless. What do you mean quite interesting? Can you be a little more specific? Qi Bitian explained, A very, very long time ago, some experts chose to fight against destiny. They wanted to overcome it and achieve greatness. Of course, practically all of these people are dead. Even if some survived, they can't show themselves in the outside world. But there is a clan that didn't choose to fight destiny. They chose to avoid destiny. The Pajua clan. They are the most famous clan because their Pajua world can avoid destiny. Of course, there's a price to pay, and the price is that their experts can never take that step in their lifetimes. They must stop before they take that step. Qi Bitian sighed. Actually, it's a very good outcome. Yang Yi came to an understanding. The Pajuo clan had actually just accepted their fate. But Yang Yi didn't think that they would really just accept their fate. Because the stronger someone was, the more prideful a person would be, and they were increasingly unlikely to just accept their fate. They could clearly live longer, so why just accept their fate? Sponsored content, not to mention others, even he was of the same mind. Of course, the Pajuo world had nothing to do with him. It was something he may come into contact with in the future, but it was only in the future. Yang Yi continued forward. The bridge was very quiet. Besides the old woman and the ascetic, he hadn't met anyone else here. It was even quieter outside the bridge. Yang Yi looked out the bridge as he walked. Endless black waters filled his vision. There were no fluctuations, and it was deathly still. When he asked Qibitian, her reply was that she didn't know, and he could find out by venturing outside himself. Yang Yi decisively refused that request. Qibitian could go out there, but could he? He had to keep a low profile at a time like this. He had to stay unnoticed as best he could. Qibitian was unreliable and couldn't be trusted. Just like that, Yang Yi continued forward, and around an hour later, the sound of fighting could be heard ahead. Yang Yi sped up, and it didn't take long for him to stop. It was because the fighting was right in front of him, but he couldn't see anything. He was certain it was right in front of him. After a short moment of hesitation, Yang Yi didn't use the sword domain. If he used it right now, it was very likely to cause trouble for him. Yang Yi asked, "Can you see it?" "Yes, I can." Qibitian continued, "Two fellows are fighting there, just a short distance ahead of you." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Then why can't I see them?" Qibitian replied, "Because you're weak." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Qibitian continued, "They set up a barrier here, and it's boundlessly huge on the inside. So, they can fight to their heart's content, and it's also the reason you can't see them. Anyway, just continue forward." Yang Yi asked solemnly, "Who's fighting in there?" She shrugged. "How would I know?" "Oh, I understand what you mean. You're asking why all the people here are so strong, right?" Yang Yi nodded. Sponsored content Qibitian fell silent for a short while and said, "Little Yang, how much do you know about this world? How much do you know about the origin of the boundless universe? As far as you're concerned, I'm far beyond your reach because you think I know much more than you, and I'm much stronger than you. But I can tell you that even I am still lost before this universe. Let me give you an example. Our bodies are formed from many extremely tiny cells, right? They are so small that they are impossible to detect with just the naked eye. So let me ask you this. If they gain consciousness and wish to figure out what they are, do you think it'll be difficult?" Yang Yi fell silent. She continued, "This universe is huge and very complicated." Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. "Luckily, my goal isn't to explore the universe." Qibitian asked curiously, "What is your goal?" Yang Yi smiled. "To be beyond being bullied by anyone. Beyond being bullied." It was his objective. His final goal was to live a peaceful life with his loved ones. Of course, he wasn't that naive. So, he had to constantly grow stronger, but at most times, he felt very lost. He wondered how strong he had to be. Of course, there was one other thing. The stronger he got, the more he came into contact with. If he could gain a little more knowledge of this universe or see a little more of it, it would actually be quite beneficial to him. In the primordial pagoda, Qibitian shook her head and said, "Let's skip that topic. You wanted to know why there are so many strong experts here, right? It's the origin of a universe, so it's very likely for some things to exist here. The traces left behind during the formation of the universe. These elusive and seemingly unreal things are very attractive to those supreme experts. Wait, I mean those people you think are supreme experts. Understand?" Yang Yi wanted to ask more questions, but she grew impatient. "Can you stop asking questions?" Yang Yi felt quite speechless. "I was just a little curious." Qibitian, your curiosity is a little too beneath me. You keep asking immature questions. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. A short while passed before Yang Yi continued forward, and the fighting was still going on behind him. Yang Yi walked for a while before he gradually started to frown. "Little Qi, why do I feel like something is off?" Qibitian asked, "What feels off?" Yang Yi replied solemnly, "Why do I feel like someone is following me?" She replied, "You were being followed from the beginning." Yang Yi was stunned. He was stunned for a while before he became extremely vigilant. "Little Chi, why didn't you tell me about it?" She replied indifferently, "You didn't ask." Sponsored content. Yang Yi was absolutely speechless. "Little Chi, you need to learn how to be a little more reliable." He was really speechless. She knew that someone was following him, but she didn't tell him. She was absolutely unreliable. Meanwhile, a voice came from behind Yang Yi. "You've noticed my presence?" Yang Yi turned around, and he saw the old woman who he'd met right after arriving on this bridge. She walked over to him. "You really aren't ordinary. You were actually able to notice my presence. Looks like you have quite a few secrets." Search bit. ly/3ibfjkv for the original. Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "May I know why you've been following me?" She revealed a very cold and gloomy smile. "Why don't you give it a guess?" Yang Yi blinked. "To rob me?" She nodded. "Correct. I never expected you to have an ancient token, and you even used it to get a super divine treasure. You're really wealthy." Yang Yi hurriedly shook his head. No, I'm very, very poor." She walked over to him. At this moment, they were only a step away from each other. She pointed at Yang Ye's chest, a treasure that has a world of its own. While it isn't a super divine treasure, it isn't far away from becoming one. "You have quite a few treasures. Don't worry, I'll take good care of them all." She was about to attack as she spoke. Meanwhile, Yang Yi hurriedly said, "Senior, I have many more of those ancient tokens." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "Trying to play some sort of trick?" Yang Yi quickly shook his head. "I just want to stay alive." "Don't you want it?" She gazed at him for a long time and asked, "Where are they?" Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and pointed at Yang Ye's chest. "Let's talk in there? It isn't wise to talk out here." Meanwhile, she placed her right hand on Yang Ye's chest. She sensed many living beings, but she didn't sense one of them. The woman cracked a smile. "I know you're definitely playing some kind of trick, but it's all right. I rarely rob people, so I'll play with you. Let me warn you in advance. If there are no ancient tokens once you're done with your tricks, then I'll light a lantern with your soul." As soon as she finished speaking, she entered the primordial pagoda with Yang Yi. Yang Yi brought her over to the bamboo house, and then he gazed at the young girl who was playing with her ball. "Little Chi, it's time to prove if you're really strong or just exaggerating." Chi Bitian continued kicking the ball as she spoke casually. "I lose if I attack twice." Chapter 2578. How strong was Chi Bitian? Yang Yi didn't know. In any case, she rarely fought. Of course, there was one thing Yang Yi was certain of, and it was that she was really strong. However, he didn't know exactly how strong she was, but he knew how strong the old woman was. The old woman was definitely above the Lord Realm. She felt slightly weaker than an expert like the Soul Sect's master, but she was stronger than any Lord Realm expert he'd ever met. Yang Yi hurriedly off to the side when he heard her. It was a battle between two powerful experts. The old woman's gaze was locked on Chi Bitian once she arrived here, and Chi Bitian's gaze was on her ball. A trace of vigilance appeared in the old woman's eyes, and it gradually grew stronger. In the end, her face was extremely solemn, unfathomable. Even with her ability, she was actually unable to see through the young girl before her. That wasn't even the main point. The main point was that while she could see the young girl, she couldn't sense the young girl at all. When her divine sense swept over the area, it was empty there. Strange. Meanwhile, Chi Bitian gazed at the old woman. "Are you still not going to make your move?" The old woman stared at Chi Bitian. "Who are you?" Chi Bitian shook her head. "You have no right to know that, and if you don't make a move, I will. Allow me to give you a piece of friendly advice. If I attack, you won't have a chance to do anything." The old woman started laughing from extreme rage. Such high-sounding sentiments. Stop exaggerating. As soon as she said that, she raised her right hand slightly and pressed it down. Bang! The world throughout the primordial pagoda instantly cracked open. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched at the sight of this because the old woman was planning to destroy this mid-level world. He hurriedly gazed at Qi Bitian, but the spot he gazed at was empty. Yang Yi turned to look, and he was stunned. Qi Bitian was in front of the old woman, and she had her hand around the old woman's throat. The old woman's powerful aura couldn't be released at all, and she was just being held by the throat like that. Her eyes were filled with terror. One move. She was filled with disbelief because this young girl had restrained her in just a single move. Qi Bitian gazed at the old woman and shook her head. I feel guilty to kill you, because I'm really bullying you when I fight you. She released her grasp on the old woman's throat and patted the latter on the shoulder. Bam! A wave of powerful energy shackled the old woman. It was like she was frozen on the spot and couldn't move at all. Qi Bitian gazed at Yang Yi. You kill her. She continued playing with her ball. Kill her? Yang Yi was stunned and shook his head. Why kill? Yang Yi walked over to the old woman, scanned her, and said, "Wanna live?" The old woman just stared at him. Yang Yi said, "I'll just be frank. I'm the sect master of the ancient sword sect, and I need experts in my sect. I'd like you to come help me. So, what do you think?" She revealed a ridiculing smile. An ant like you is actually trying to enslave me? How laughable. Yang Yi wanted to say more, but Qi Bitian suddenly said, Little Yang, don't waste your breath. While people like her are weak, no ordinary person can reach such heights. So, don't waste your energy. Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded, and then Executor appeared in his grasp. Suddenly, the old woman said, We can work together. Work together? Yang Yi gazed at her. How? She spoke solemnly. I can go to your sect, but there must be a time limit. A time limit? Sponsored content. Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. All right, how long do you think is suitable? She glanced at Qi Bitian and replied, 10 years? 10 years? Yang Yi blinked and remained silent. The old woman spoke in a low voice, 20 years, that's the longest I'm willing to accept. Yang Yi replied, Deal. She hesitated for a moment and asked, Can I leave now? Yang Yi thought for a moment and asked, Can you set out for the ancient sword sect in Eternal Kingdom right now? The old woman glanced at him. You trust me? Yang Yi gazed at Qi Bitian, and the latter puckered her mouth and flicked a thread of green light into the old woman's forehead. Qi Bitian said, It will vanish by itself in 20 years. During this time, a single thought of mine can kill you, wherever you are. Yang Yi looked back at the old woman. Of course I trust you. An expert like you would never be shameless, right? I'm absolutely confident in you. She glanced at Yang Yi. It's the first time I've met someone with such thick skin. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. When she left the primordial pagoda, the old woman shot a final glance at Qi Bitian. Yang Yi could discern that she wanted to ask about Qi Bitian's identity, but the latter refused to pay any attention to her. The old woman didn't want to embarrass herself, so she just left without asking. Once she left, Yang Yi fell silent. Qi Bitian suddenly asked, What is it? Yang Yi laughed with self-ridicule. I realized that I'm so absolutely weak. Indeed. Qi Bitian didn't hold back at all. Yang Yi sat on the ground and gazed at his sword. At this moment, he thought of his agreement with the Unfettered One. Could he really fight the Unfettered One when the time came? Sponsored content. Could he? Confidence wasn't something one could just possess. It had to be fostered. Up until this point in time, he was only at the 5-world realm, and he was absolutely weak in every aspect. So, how would he fight the Unfettered One? Qi Bitian walked over to Yang Yi and kicked him on the knee. Yang Yi looked up at her, and she smiled. I have a secret technique that will make you instantly attain the Lord Realm or even above. Want it? Yang Yi immediately shook his head. Not to mention that such a secret technique didn't exist. Even if it did, it would be like pulling up a plant just to make it grow. Qi Bitian said, See? Do you know what's the most important when cultivating? The foundation. If the foundation isn't stable and strong, it grows dangerous as you go higher. Your goal right now should be to fortify your foundation to its limits. She gazed at her hand and asked, Do you know what that move of mine was? Yang Yi shook his head. She smiled. It's called Skyclaw. It's a very, very ordinary move, and it doesn't even have a rank. However, do you know how long I spent training it? 10,000 times a day for 10 years. At that time, it was all I knew. Even now, after living for so many years, I only know 3 moves. Yang Yi gazed at her. 10 years? 10,000 times per day? She nodded slightly. I encountered a sword cultivator in the abyss, a sword cultivator who shouldn't exist in this era. His sword Dao is a little different from yours. His sword is very pure, just like that move of mine. It's extremely pure, so pure that it is without any impurities. But your sword is very complicated. Being complicated isn't a bad thing, because that is your belief in the sword Dao. Yang Yi shook his head. I don't really understand. Qi Bitian smiled. If I'm not wrong, you know that drawing technique in flying swords, right? Yang Yi nodded. Qi Bitian said, I took a look earlier, and the black water out there should be the legendary boundless water. It's a type of water that was born along with the universe. After countless years of transformation, it is transformed into its current state. It is extremely corrosive to the point that even super divine treasures will be corroded over time within it. As for divine treasures, they'll vanish upon falling into it. Yang Yi asked, and Qi Bitian continued, besides being extremely corrosive, this kind of water has one more ability, weight. It's extremely heavy, boundlessly heavy. What I'm trying to say is that if you can practice with your sword in there, especially that drawing technique and your flying swords, then they will definitely undergo a qualitative transformation. Yang Yi jumped to his feet. Why you said all of that just to make me jump down there? In the beginning, he thought she had finally found the kindness in herself to help him, yet all her words of comfort were actually just to make him jump off the bridge. The boundless water. Search tinyurl.com/2p9mv8w for the original. Even super divine treasures would be corroded by it. And was his body stronger than one? So, wouldn't he be corroded into a pool of blood? Sponsored content. Qi Bitian flicked her finger, and specks of green light appeared around him. Yang Yi asked, What's this? She replied, A protection barrier. It can temporarily protect you from the boundless water. As she spoke, she sat down at the side. You decide if you're going to go down there. Yang Yi walked over to her and asked seriously, Little Qi, tell me, why do you want me to go down there so badly? She blinked. It's for your own good. It'll do wonders for your cultivation. Yang Yi naturally didn't believe that. He wanted to ask more, but she waved her hand. In any case, it's your problem. You decide if you're doing it. She turned around and walked into the bamboo house. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he left the primordial pagoda. At the side of the bridge, Yang Yi gazed at the black, boundless water down below. Should I jump down there? If he were being honest, he wasn't very confident. It was because Qi Bitian wasn't reliable at all. However, he felt that she wouldn't send him to his death. So, to jump down or not to jump? Yang Yi glanced at the green light around himself and took a deep breath. He felt that he couldn't rely on others forever. Jump! Yang Yi jumped down into the water. As soon as he entered it, Yang Yi felt like a million mountains were pressing down upon him, and his figure started to sink. The pressure upon him was growing in strength, and Yang Yi felt like his body was about to explode. At this moment, he couldn't move, not even a finger. In the primordial pagoda, Qi Bitian stood before the bamboo door and gazed coldly at Yang Yi. Your weakness will only bring harm to Arya and the others. As she spoke, she sat on the steps before the house. This is considered as suicide, right? Yes, it is. It has nothing to do with me. Chapter 2579 Death. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly within the boundless water. At this moment, he sensed the aura of death. The true aura of death. He hadn't felt the aura of death in a very, very long time. Everything was pointless. Nothing made a difference. At this moment, he thought of Su Qingshi, Schwerer, Snowy, Arya, and all the others. Scenes flashed before his eyes. As time passed, he realized that he didn't want to die. Or it should be said that he was afraid of death. He was afraid for Su Qingshi and the others once he died? And what about the ancient sword sect? What about Snowy in area? Especially Snowy. How sad would she be? Moreover, who would take care of Snowy if he died? Who would take care of Su Qingshi and the others? He couldn't rest at ease no matter who was taking care of them. No, no. A powerful desire to live arose in Yang Ye's mind. I can't die. Yang Yi struggled madly. His sword intent, sword domain, and everything else he could use was activated. However, no matter what it was, they didn't change anything. They were of no effect. Yang Yi fell into despair. True despair. It wasn't the boundless water that made him feel despair. It was Qi Bitian, because he sensed her desire to kill. Qi Bitian wanted to kill him. He had no chance to survive. It was time to die. Utter despair filled him. Yang Yi started to stop struggling because it was all in vain. In the primordial pagoda, Qi Bitian gazed at Yang Yi coldly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was on the verge of being unable to survive any longer. Yang Yi was on the verge of exploding at any moment. In the primordial pagoda, Qi Bitian sighed softly and waved her right hand. Bang! Outside the primordial pagoda, the boundless water around Yang Yi was pushed aside, and then an independent pocket of space appeared around Yang Yi. It was like he'd gained new life. Yang Yi returned to the bridge, and then he entered the primordial pagoda. He stood before Qi Bitian. Yang Yi asked, "Why?" She shrugged. She didn't offer an explanation or say anything. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "You wanted to kill me." When he jumped in, he realized that he couldn't cultivate in there at all, because he couldn't even move in there. So, how could he train? Moreover, he did truly sense death approaching just now. Moreover, he sensed Qi Bitian's desire to kill. Qi Bitian replied, "If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have to go to such lengths." Yang Yi was puzzled. Then why? Qi Bitian smiled. "If I'm being honest, I did want to kill you in the beginning. It was when you came to the abyss for the first time, because I sensed Aria's aura then. But at that time, I gave someone face and didn't act against you. As for the second time we met, I changed my mind." She pointed at Yang Ye's chest. "I'm very curious why Aria would go with you. Right? I noticed that you were pretty good. As for just now, I tried to kill you so that you would sense the aura of death. Do you know what that is?" "No, you don't. Even in that battle at the ancient sword sect, you didn't feel it because you were fearless." "Fearless?" Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "What do you mean?" Qi Bitian chuckled. "What do I mean? Little Yang, are you even lying to yourself now?" Yang Yi fell silent. Qi Bitian said, "There is a mysterious expert standing behind you. It's that young girl who's around my size. Actually, you sensed her presence a long time ago. It's because of her that you felt the ancient sword sect could get through it. You felt that you wouldn't die because she is helping you deal with your strongest enemy. Thus, you were without fear. Besides that, you felt that you had me in your pagoda, and I may lend you a hand at the critical moment. So, you felt even more fearless." She smiled at this point and continued, "Earlier, you were able to remain so composed even when facing that old woman because you had nothing to fear. You seem fearless as you stand in this place that is mysterious to you, but it's actually because you feel that you have nothing to fear. Because you have me." Yang Yi still remained silent. Qi Bitian sat at the side. "Little Yang, this mental state of yours will only bring harm to you. You sensed the aura of death earlier because you sensed my desire to kill. At that time, you felt that you would really die, because I wanted to kill you. Now, tell me how it felt?" Yang Yi remained silent. How did it feel? He wanted to live. He had too many things he couldn't leave behind. Qi Bitian continued, "Being unafraid of death like that isn't true fearlessness. Your biggest problem isn't your lack of strength. It is that there's a problem in your heart. You had people to rely on, and you became reliant on them without even noticing it." She waved her right hand and executor appeared in her grasp. She smiled. "I'm not a sword cultivator, but I've seen many sword cultivators. Sword cultivators cannot even rely on their own swords, not to mention relying on others." As she spoke, she knocked Yang Ye's head with the sword. "When I say you're weak, I'm not talking about your strength, it's your heart. Do you know why that young girl refuses to come see you? Because you've made her feel quite disappointed, but she treats you as a loved one. So, Even if she's disappointed, she still helps you. You must stop hoping that she will help you. Before you do something, you should consider if you have the strength to do it, and don't do it if you lack the strength for it. Just like the ancient sword sect, if you didn't have her support, then allow me to be honest, you would be dead a long time ago. An area and the others will die because of you too. As she spoke, she casually stabbed Executor into the ground. I fully sealed it. Now, all the divine treasures and super divine treasures you have are sealed. You have just a single task, and it's to survive this place. Rely on your own strength to do it. I'll be honest with you, I won't help you here. I won't help you anymore, and no one else will, including that young girl who's been helping you. Perhaps very few people in this world can stop her, but unfortunately, I just happen to be one of them. Hee hee. Just as Chi Bitian had said, all the treasures Yang Yi possessed had been sealed. Sponsored content completely sealed, including the sword gourd, the sword supreme, and sword precursor, had been completely robbed of all his equipment. Chi Bitian glanced at Yang Yi. I'm not joking. If you die here, I will take Arya and the sprite progenitor, but the people and demon beasts in this pagoda will die with you. You may not have considered that, but it's fine because I've told you, and now you know. Finally, I guarantee that no one will help you here. If you die, you'll really die. Good luck. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand and Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda, sealed off. At this moment, Yang Yi couldn't sense the primordial pagoda anymore because Chi Bitian had sealed it. In other words, he couldn't return to it anymore. As for his treasures, she'd taken them all. Now, he only had himself. Alone. Yang Yi had never felt so alone. At this moment, he felt like he was the only person left here. In the primordial pagoda, Lei Lin stared at Chi Bitian, and the latter smiled. Responsibility? He hasn't truly realized his own responsibilities. All he has is his hot blood. Or to be blunt, it's brainlessness. Yet now, he is way past the age for that. So if he wants to live well, he needs to grow. Right, in any case, you wouldn't understand. Come play ball with me. Outside the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi stood by the bridge in silence. The boundless water below had returned to normal. A long time passed before Yang Yi laughed with self-ridicule. It turned out that he was just as Chi Bitian had said. He'd been relying on others. No matter whether he admitted it or not, he had been like that. He was relying on Tian Xiao and Chi Bitian. What if they were gone? Yang Yi took a deep breath and glanced at the surroundings. Now, only he remained. Sponsored content. He had no super divine treasures, or the primordial pagoda. The number one sword of Eternal Kingdom was gone. He was all alone. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, laughed with self-ridicule, and said, Yang Yi. Oh, Yang Yi, are you going to be a coward because you don't have any treasures or people to rely on? As he spoke, he restrained his thoughts and walked off into the distance. Alone. Not even a sword was with him. Theft is never good. Try looking at bit. ly/3ibfjkv. Yang Ye's objective was very simple. It was to leave this place alive. He wanted Chi Bitian to know that even without any treasures or people to rely on, he was still the same person. Chi Bitian's words hadn't struck a blow to his confidence. Conversely, it allowed him to realize the problems he had. At this moment, he too wanted to know if he could survive this place. Not too long later, Yang Yi stopped abruptly because a young man was seated by the bridge. The young man had a blade of grass between his lips, and there were two deep scars on his face. These scars intersected each other to form an X. Besides that, he had a broken saber resting on his shoulder. The young man sized up Yang Yi. There are very few in the younger generation who have the right to come here. What's your name? Yang Yi was about to speak when he suddenly said, No, forget it. Take a swing of my saber first. You'll only have the right to speak with me if you can do that. As soon as he said that, his saber shot forward. It shot straight at Yang Yi. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he clenched his fist. A sword condensed into form from sword intent, and then he swung that sword. Bang! An explosion resounded, and Yang Ye's sword exploded apart. Chapter 2580 Bam. Yang Yi was pushed backward repeatedly. He was pushed around 300 m back. Yang Yi stopped himself, glanced at his right hand, and it had cracked open and was bleeding. Yang Yi shook his head and laughed with self-ridicule. Now that he didn't have Executor, his strength had dropped by quite a few levels. If he had Executor, he would have definitely not been at a disadvantage just now, or it should be said that he would have destroyed the man's saber. The man sized up Yang Yi and said, "A sword cultivator?" Yang Yi nodded slightly. The young man cracked a smile. "Draw your sword and let's have a good fight." "A sword?" Yang Yi shook his head and chuckled. "I don't have one." As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped his foot against the ground and transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. The young man grinned, and then he swung his saber with his right hand. Hiss! As soon as it descended, it shattered the ray of light that Yang Yi had transformed into. At the same time, a pair of hands clamped down onto the saber. They were Yang Ye's hands. At the instant he grabbed the man's saber, Yang Ye's hands slid down while he slammed his body against the young man. Bang! The man was blasted over 100 m away. As soon as he stopped himself, Yang Yi was in front of him again. Meanwhile, the man used both hands to swing his saber horizontally at Yang Yi. Hiss! A ray of dazzling saber energy rippled out in the form of a crescent. Now that he didn't have Executor, Yang Yi didn't dare to go head-on against this attack. So, he immediately moved around 30 m back and avoided the attack. At this moment, Yang Yi noticed that after he lost Executor, he couldn't go head-on against his enemies as he'd done before. When he had Executor, his sword could fight any divine treasure, even super divine treasures. Yet now, he had to learn how to dodge and not go head-on against everything. Otherwise, he would definitely die. He felt tied down. It was the first time Yang Yi had felt this way. The man glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Will you still not draw your sword?" Yang Yi thought for a moment, stretched out his hand, and made a grasping motion. A sword condensed from sword and tint appeared in his grasp. The man's face instantly turned icy cold as he felt Yang Yi was looking down on him. The man stomped his right foot down and shot forward. A ray of saber energy flashed through the bridge. Yang Yi just stood there, and when it arrived around 1 m away from him, his figure instantly turned ethereal, and then his sword shot forward. The sword domain. However, he'd forgotten that he wasn't holding Executor anymore. So, when he swung his sword for the 6th time, the sword in his grasp exploded apart. Combined with the powerful saber energy that was assaulting him, he was instantly blasted away. Bang! Once his feet slammed back against the ground, he was pushed around 50 m more before he could finally stop himself. There was an extremely deep injury on his chest. It was very, very deep. It should be said that it had pierced through his body. The Lord Realm. The young man was only at the Lord Realm, but now that he didn't have a sword, he noticed that he couldn't even fight a Lord Realm expert. Even though the young man was no ordinary Lord Realm expert. So what? Yes, if he had a sword, the sword gourd, and his flying swords, he could utterly suppress the young man. But he had none of those now, so he was being suppressed instead. Yang Yi suddenly started laughing, but his laughing was filled with sadness and self-ridicule, because at this moment, he'd noticed that his strength wasn't true. It wasn't. All of it couldn't really be considered as belonging to him. Sponsored content besides that, he didn't have an endless supply of primordial violet energy anymore, because the primordial pagoda was sealed. So, once he used the primordial violet energy within him, he would have no more. He had to absorb spirit energy and convert them again. Simply speaking, he didn't have that abnormal recovery that he usually possessed. Now, he would die if he risked his life in battle. Everything he could rely on was gone. Now, he only had his body, his sword intent, and sword domain. Yang Yi ignored the injury on his chest and glanced at his hand. He realized that he himself was the only truly real thing, and everything else like divine treasures, secret techniques, external sources of strength, and everything else wasn't truly real. It wasn't at all. His sword hadn't been truly real in the past. The unfettered one sword was pure. Chi Bitian's technique, Skyclaw, was pure as well. They were strong because they were completely pure and true. Yang Yi looked down at his sword condensed from sword intent, shook his head and smiled. This sword was his truest sword. As soon as he thought of that, the intent sword in his grasp trembled, and then countless strands of intent converged. More and more sword intent converged to it, and the sword grew more and more material as time passed. In the end, it wasn't an ethereal sword made of sword intent any longer. It was a real sword. It was in the shape of the sword precursor. The young man witnessed this scene, and there was a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. What the heck are you doing? Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly shot forward. An array of sword energy slashed at the young man. The young man's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't retreat and advanced instead. He took a stride forward and swung the broken saber with both hands. Hiss! It seemed like it could slash open the world, and it was extremely shocking. The saber stressed upon an imposing aura. The stronger it was, the stronger the saber would be. The man's saber had an imposing aura that slightly surpassed Yang Ye's expectations, because it wasn't at a level that a Lord Realm expert should possess. But Yang Yi didn't care, and his sword didn't slow down at all. Just like that, saber and sword collided in the most direct and violent manner. Bang! Countless rays of saber energy and sword energy erupted from the collision. Both of them were blasted away, but Yang Ye's sword suddenly shot forward. A flying sword. Sponsored content, its speed and strength couldn't compete with those two divine treasures in the sword gourd. The man casually swung his saber and blasted Yang Ye's intense sword away. Yang Yi descended to the ground and stretched out his hand. The intense sword returned to his grasp once more. Yang Yi looked up at the man, and then a mysterious wave of energy appeared in the surroundings. The sword domain. The man's expression changed slightly when he noticed the sword domain, but it only took a moment for his saber to tremble, and then he swung it in all directions. Bang! The entire sword domain shook, and Yang Ye's countenance instantly turned pale. But that was all. The sword domain had been strengthened with Qi Bitian's help, so Lord Realm experts couldn't destroy it with ease. The man was about to launch another attack, but Yang Yi had attacked. A sword suddenly appeared before the young man. It had appeared so abruptly, and there had been no signs of its approach. However, the man relied on his outstanding combat instinct to twist his body sideways while swinging his saber at an angle. Clang! Along with a loud clang, the sword vanished, but it didn't take long for a dense expanse of sword energy to appear around the young man. Actually, there was only a single ray of sword energy, but due to how fast it was, it seemed like there were so many. Hiss, 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 hiss. In the sword domain, the sound of something being sliced apart resounded incessantly. Break! Meanwhile, the young man shouted with fury, and then a terrifying wave of saber energy erupted within the sword domain, and the sword energy in the surroundings were obliterated. The entire sword domain shattered. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared before the young man, and then he swung the intense sword like a madman. Swing after swing. The madness sword technique. Sponsored content at this moment. Yang Yi disregarded his life again. In the sword domain, Yang Yi would be invincible if the young man couldn't destroy the sword domain, because Yang Ye's consciousness would be forcefully brought to a higher level within the sword domain. After all, every single move the man made within the sword domain couldn't escape Yang Ye's notice. The sword domain belonged to Yang Yi, so it wasn't an external source of strength. Thus, Qi Bitian hadn't robbed him of this ability. However, so long as it didn't belong to him, she'd taken all of them. On the bridge, explosions resounded incessantly, and every one of them caused the young man to be pushed around 100 m back. As time passed, the young man was constantly pushed back, and he'd been pushed very far back. Finally, Yang Yi stopped. It was because a bearded old man had appeared before him. Once the old man appeared, Yang Ye's sword domain vanished. It hadn't been destroyed. Yang Yi had deactivated it himself. The old man wasn't at the Lord Realm. At this moment, the young man was lying on the ground behind the old man. His entire body was covered in injuries from the sword, and it wasn't exaggerated to be said that he'd been cut 1,000 times. Yang Yi wasn't in a comparatively better state. His countenance was pale, and there was an injury on his waist. Blood was flowing out incessantly from there. That wasn't even the main point. The main point was that he didn't have a drop of profound energy left within him. Unlike before, when he had the primordial pagoda and an endless supply of primordial violet energy, his energy was limited now. The old man glanced at Yang Yi and asked, "You came here on your own?" Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and shook his head. The old man glanced at the surroundings and said, "You've won." Once he finished speaking, he turned around, picked up the young man, and walked off into the distance. We are bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Find us on Google. I want to continue. The young man's voice came from afar. Yang Yi cracked a smile. Continue? I can't kill you. Yang Yi laid down on the ground and gasped for air. A sword condensed from sword intent floated not too far away from him. Yang Yi laid there on the ground, and he didn't feel like moving a muscle. His eyes closed slowly as a strange feeling arose in his heart. Chapter 2581 Content. Yang Yi felt content at this moment. It was unlike anything he'd felt in the past. He'd felt something similar before, but it had been a very, very long time ago. This time, he'd felt it again. Battle. When he recalled the past, he realized that he hadn't had such a feeling in a long time, not even when he fought those two extraordinary experts from the Soul Sect in the air above the ancient Sword Sect. The feeling he had then was lacking something, but this time, he felt truly content, because he hadn't relied on any external sources of strength. Moreover, after his endless supply of primordial violet energy had vanished, he'd experienced exhaustion, a sense of danger, and the approach of death once more. In the past, he could make mistakes in battle because even if he was injured, he would have primordial violet energy to heal himself. So long as he wasn't killed in an instant, his primordial violet energy could always bring him back. But it wasn't the same this time. He couldn't make too many mistakes because any mistake could cost him his life. For example, that injury at his chest. If he suffered one more of those, he may not be able to stand again. Now, he had to be even more cautious in battle, and he had to be more serious too. He had to minimize his mistakes. Besides that, when a person truly faced death, that person's potential and courage would instantly rise to the peak. Just like how some people wouldn't hesitate to swallow anything when they were starving. It was their desire to live. In the past, he hadn't had this desire to live, because he had nothing to fear. As far as he was concerned, he had someone to rely on, and he had someone in the pagoda too. He felt that they would help him at the critical moment. So, even in the face of danger, Yang Yi didn't have such a desire to live because he didn't sense the approach of death. But this time, he sensed death approaching, and he had a strong desire to live in the face of death. So, at the critical moment, he'd used his madness sword technique. Actually, he was risking his life at that time. It was a moment where one of them would die, and it all depended on who could last longer. Yang Yi had held on. In the primordial pagoda, Chi-Bitian was still kicking her ball against a mountain wall. Meanwhile, Lei Lin was nibbling on a ball of lightning essence before the bamboo house. Actually, the one who'd been improving the most in the pagoda was undoubtedly Lei Lin. She was close to Snowy, Area, the pool of lightning, and Chi-Bitian. She was the most favored and pampered in the pagoda, because everyone treated her as their younger sister, the youngest one. After eating for a while, Lei Lin gazed at Chi-Bitian. "Sister Chi, I miss Big Brother." She repeated this frequently with the hopes that Chi-Bitian would let Yang Yi back in. Chi-Bitian glanced at Lei Lin. "I'll let him back in once he truly gets to know himself." Lei Lin spoke in a melodious voice. "What if he can't?" Chi-Bitian grinned. "Go figure." Lei Lin shook her head. "I don't know." Chi-Bitian chuckled and didn't say anything. If he failed, then he would die. Outside the primordial pagoda, on the bridge, Yang Yi had sat up, and the injury on his chest was slowly healing. He waved his right hand, and the intense sword returned to him. He grabbed it and stood up. His body felt quite exhausted as he'd lost that abnormal recovery of his. It was because he had to conserve his primordial violet energy. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and continued forward. Two material and tint swords were on either side of his waist. Even if he couldn't use the sword gourd, it doesn't mean he couldn't continue controlling flying swords as he'd done in the past. It was still the same. The bride had no end. At the very least, he couldn't see one. Around an hour later, Yang Ye's face suddenly turned solemn. It was because he felt a gust of cold wind. Yang Yi glanced left and right, and the boundless water had suddenly started to ripple as well. It was icy cold. Sponsored content. Yang Yi grew even more vigilant while he slowed down as well. All sorts of people were in this place, so he had to be careful. Moreover, no ordinary person was able to get here. While that young saber cultivator from before wasn't that strong, he had an extraordinary expert by his side. But Yang Yi was all alone right now. He knew that if he encountered danger, Chibitian would definitely not help him. He could sense that she wasn't joking. She was being serious. So, he could only rely on himself here. Yang Yi continued forward, and the cold winds grew stronger. At this point, they were slightly bone-piercing. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to stop. A woman in a black dress was floating not too far ahead of him. She just floated on the bridge while staring at the boundless water. Yang Yi just continued forward without looking at her. However, right when he was walking past her, the woman spoke abruptly. "I heard you've been down there, but you came back up." Yang Yi had quite the headache. Sure enough, he was her target. "Can I ever encounter anything good?" Yang Yi stopped and turned to look at her. Her appearance wasn't very outstanding, but she was definitely not ugly. She had average looks. Of course, he didn't care about that right now. All he did care about was her strength. However, he was disappointed. He couldn't see through it at all. So, there was only one explanation. She was much, much stronger than him. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and nodded. "I have been down there." She gazed at him. "Can you go down there again?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I'm afraid that I can't." She just gazed at him in silence. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "I really can't. If I go down there now, I'm afraid I'll be crushed into bits." She asked, "Then can you go down there in the future?" Sponsored content. Yang Yi glanced at her, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "You want me to go down there?" She nodded slightly. She pointed at the boundless water and said, "There are 2 corpses down there. Can you help me bring them back up here?" Yang Yi replied, "I'm afraid I can't." She gazed at Yang Yi in silence. However, Yang Yi could clearly feel the cold winds in the surroundings becoming violent. She was clearly on the verge of attacking. Yang Yi hurriedly said, "But I can in the future. I need some time." The cold winds in the surroundings suddenly calmed down. She gazed at him in silence and waited for him to continue. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "It's a secret technique that can only be used once a month. I've used it earlier, so I need a month before I can use it again. So, I can only go down there next month." She remained silent. Yang Yi shrugged. "Senior, if you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it." Meanwhile, she suddenly flicked a strand of cold wind into Yang Ye's forehead. The cold wind appeared within Yang Ye's sea of consciousness, but he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. However, he could sense its presence. She gazed at the dark water below. "Come look for me here in a month from now." Yang Yi took a deep and long glance at her before walking away. After walking for a very, very long time, the cold winds finally vanished. Yang Yi leaned against the side of the bridge, looked down at the water below, and fell into deep thought. Weak. He was a weakling. Earlier, he had to do anything she wanted, or he would die. The strong could willfully impose their will on the weak, but the weak only had 2 choices: resist and die, or accept it. But even if they accepted it, it may still end with their death. He wouldn't care about it in the past because he had a terrifying young girl in the pagoda. With just a casual wave of her hand, that cold wind within his sea of consciousness would be eliminated. Yet now, he didn't have her help anymore, so he couldn't do anything about it. Conversely, he was certain that the woman could use the cold wind to kill him at any moment. Sponsored content. Yang Yi laughed with self-ridicule. He realized that once he had no backing or people to support him, he was an absolute weakling. Yang Yi stopped and looked up at the sky. The sky was completely gray, and he couldn't see anything up there. A short while later, he looked down at his sword. The sword condensed from sword in tint. He fell silent for a long time before he turned around and went back the way he'd come. Sometime later, he arrived before that woman again. She gazed at him. Theft is never good. Try looking at bit. ly/3ibfjkv. Yang Yi chuckled. I gave it some thought, and I felt that your attitude wasn't right. So, I've decided that I don't want to help you. As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Yi felt the rock stuck in his heart had instantly vanished. Light. He felt light from top to bottom. The intense sword in his grasp started to tremble violently. She gazed at him for a long time, and when she realized that he wasn't joking, she attacked. Bang! Yang Yi wasn't even able to see how she'd attacked before he was blasted over 3 kilometers away. Bang! Yang Yi slammed against the ground. His book shook violently while blood surged from his mouth. However, Yang Yi was smiling. It was quite a pale smile. Haha. Yang Yi stood up while laughing. As soon as he was on his feet, a few mouthfuls of blood sprayed from him. He walked over to the woman again, and she gazed at him in silence. However, the cold winds in the surroundings grew increasingly violent, and the water on both sides of the bridge started to ripple. Yang Yi took a few more steps forward and looked her in the eyes. If you spoke to me properly, I may have helped you. If I'm willing to help you, it's out of kindness. But if I refuse, it's within my rights, because I have no obligation to help you. Besides that, I, Yang Yi, never give in to threats. I would rather die than bow before anyone. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, boundless sword and tint swept out from Yang Yi like the tide. Powerful sword and tint rippled out into the surroundings, causing the boundless water in the area to tremble before gradually rippling as well. A monstrous desire to fight. Chapter 2582 The Desire to Fight. At this moment, Yang Ye's battle intent was fully revealed. Even if her strength far surpassed his own, he still wanted to fight. Hot-blooded and brainless? It could be described as that. At this moment, he'd thought of the consequences, but regardless of the consequences, he had chosen to accept them all. At most times, living in humiliation was worse than death, because the heart would never overcome it. It was too aggrieving, just like this very moment. She wanted his help, but her attitude was one where she felt he had to help her because he was weak, and he should die if he refused. We are bit. ly/3ibfjkv. Find us on Google. They were all human, so why should she be so high and mighty? Her strength? So what if she was strong? Yang Yi refused to accept it. At this moment, he didn't think of Tian Xiao or Qibitian. He only thought about himself. He refused to live in humiliation. Now that he was ready to face death, he was naturally without any fear, because the worst would be just death. The sword intent he emanated was endless, but that wasn't the main point. The main point was that his blood was boiling at this moment. His bloodline was the mad demon bloodline, and what was its essence? Madness. Moreover, the essence of madness was fearlessness, or to be more precise, the desire to die. Those who desired death were the maddest. Yang Ye's sword intent started to change. The sword intent he emanated soundlessly converged by his side. While it hadn't advanced, it was completely different from before. Previously, his sword intent had been slightly dead, yet now, it was sharp and seemed like it could pierce the sky. Its style was completely different. Besides that, Yang Ye's aura had grown stronger because the blood beneath his skin was transforming. It had truly reversed, but it was obvious that his bloodline had recovered to its original form, the true mad demon bloodline. The powerful mad demon bloodline stimulated Yang Yi, causing his aura to grow increasingly stronger. Gradually, with the help of the mad demon bloodline, he advanced from the 5-world realm into the Lord realm. Once he attained the Lord realm, his blood gradually calmed down. The woman before Yang Yi just watched in silence and hadn't attacked. Once he attained the Lord realm, she spoke. Is this what you plan to rely on? What I'm relying on? Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. I have nothing to rely on. As he spoke, He stretched out his hand and made a grasped motion. An intense sword soundlessly condensed in his grasp. At this moment, the intense sword was completely different. His intense sword was offensive now. Yang Yi gazed at her. If you want help, you can talk to me nicely. But if you threaten me, then forgive me for refusing to help. She gazed at him for a short while and said, But I intend to threaten you. She suddenly attacked. She clawed at Yang Yi, and this attack caused the space around Yang Yi to freeze. Meanwhile, Yang Yi couldn't move, and her hand just suddenly wrapped itself around his throat. The woman just raised him up like that. The Lord Realm. Even if he'd attained the Lord Realm, the gap between them was still huge. However, Yang Yi didn't just wait for death to arrive. Hiss, 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 hiss. Countless intense swords suddenly shot out from the sword intent around Yang Yi. Because they were very close, Yang Ye's intense sword struck her. But she remained completely unharmed. For some unknown reason, those swords actually vanished upon touching her. She looked him in the eyes. Do you have any other moves to use? Meanwhile, a strand of mysterious energy appeared. The sword domain. Along with that, Yang Yi could move again. In an instant, countless intense swords transformed into rays of light that enveloped her. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Sponsored content. The sound of something being sliced resounded incessantly. This time, the woman wasn't able to ignore the intense swords when they struck her. It was because they had become completely different upon being enveloped by the sword domain. Besides that, a strand of powerful sword intent rippled out from Yang Yi, and it pushed Yang Yi and the woman apart. However, even with the combined force of his sword intent and intense swords, she had merely been pushed less than 30 m away. Moreover, she remained completely unharmed. Their strength wasn't on the same level at all. She glanced at the surroundings. A domain? She gazed at Yang Yi and slowly raised her right hand. Hiss. Gusts of cold wind condensed. Once they appeared within the sword domain, Yang Yi felt bone-piercing coldness assault him. It was no wind, it was blades. Slicing. The cold wind was ceaselessly slicing Yang Ye's sword domain. Yang Yi was shocked and hurriedly used his sword domain to form numerous intense swords that flashed through the area. If one looked over here from the world outside, the bridge was covered in sword energy and cold winds. If looked at from the battlefield instead, the cold winds firmly suppressed Yang Ye's sword energy. It could be said that if he wasn't relying on his sword domain, these strands of sword energy would be nothing before the cold winds. Even if the sword domain was there to enhance them, the sword energy could barely fight against the cold winds. In the sword domain, the sword energy was growing fewer and fewer in number. It wasn't just that, even Yang Ye's sword intent was reducing. All of them were being corroded by the cold winds. In the sword domain, Yang Yi closed both his eyes, and then the intense sword in his grasp vanished. It was in front of her when it appeared once more. Now that it was being enhanced by the sword domain, the speed of his sword was indescribably fast. However, it was such a swift attack that was stopped with ease. Yang Ye's sword was pressed against her palm, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't push it any further forward. The woman shook her head lightly. Bang! Yang Yi was instantly blasted 300 m away. She looked him in the eyes. The weak should realize their own position. Yang Yi chuckled. You're right, but the weak can also choose to fight back. Sponsored content. Yang Yi tapped his right foot down. Hiss. A ray of sword energy flashed. The woman clamped down on it with 2 fingers, and just that succeeded at stopping Yang Ye's sword energy. Or to be more precise, she had clamped Yang Ye's sword. It couldn't move at all. The sword intent around Yang Yi couldn't approach her at all. She exerted a little strength with her fingers. Crush. Yang Ye's intense sword exploded apart, and then Yang Yi was blasted away as if he'd been struck by a sledgehammer. The woman waved her right hand, and a gust of cold wind swept out. Hiss, 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 hiss. The sound of something being sliced arose on the bridge, and then it was like a million blades were slicing Yang Yi, causing blood to spray in all directions. Bam! Yang Yi crashed to the ground and blood covered the ground. As soon as he crashed there, the woman flicked a strand of cold wind that slashed at Yang Ye's stomach. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted over 300 m away, and the ground there was covered in blood. A moment later, she appeared before him and looked down at him. Backbone? She shook her head slightly. You can only have that with enough strength. If you don't, you must bow. Understand? I'll give you a chance to live. Stand up and kneel before me. Kneel until I'm satisfied. Suddenly, Yang Yi jumped up and countless rays of sword energy enveloped her. Bang! An explosion resounded, and Yang Ye's sword energy vanished. An instant later, Yang Ye's figure curled up as it was blasted away. The woman's face was icy cold without a trace of emotion, and there was a bloody mark on her face. Yang Ye's attacks weren't that weak. Sponsored content. Yang Yi crawled up from the ground. At this moment, he was covered in blood, but his sword intent was extremely solid. No matter how many times she attacked him, and no matter how many times his sword intent was dispersed, it would condense again. So long as Yang Yi was alive, it would never truly disperse. Once he crawled up to his feet, Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked up at her. Meanwhile, she'd vanished on the spot, and it caused Yang Ye's pupils to constrict. A moment later, he swung his sword with both hands. 13 overlapped swings with the sword domain. When the final swing descended, bang! The boundless water below rose up in waves. The woman's expression remained composed as a gust of cold wind suddenly appeared above her, and Yang Ye's attack descended upon the cold wind. Bang! 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 When the final swing descended, the cold wind was still there. Meanwhile, the woman stretched out her right hand, and her palm slapped against Yang Ye's stomach. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted over 3 kilometers away, and as soon as he dropped to the ground, cracks extended like spiderwebs throughout his body. His body was on the verge of shattering. It was simply horrifying. Actually, after he attained the Lord Realm, if he was given Executor and his other treasures, he would have the strength to fight her. Yet now, he had nothing. Under such circumstances, he couldn't fight her. The gap in their cultivation was absolutely huge. She appeared before Yang Yi, gazed at Yang Ye, who was on the verge of death, and said, "At such a young age, you possess the sword domain, such strong sword intent, an extremely pure bloodline, and your combat strength is even slightly stronger than a peak Lord Realm expert. It's really a pity if you die just like this." As she spoke, she bent forward to look at Yang Ye's almost unconscious figure. "So long as you beg for mercy, I'll spare your life, all right? Just beg for mercy." It was nothing more pleasing than making someone unyielding kowtow and beg for mercy. Yang Yi had been so stubborn and unyielding before her just now. Now, she wanted to trample on it all. Yang Ye's right hand trembled as he spoke. "A little Chi, take care of Snowy and the others." Bang! In an instant, Yang Ye's sword intent started to burn. It was burning. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.